Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. I'm going to start the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Chair Ford.
Present. We have one item, joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners to request the review of minimum hourly pay rates for Memphis and Shelby County Economic Development Growth Engine, which is EDGE Incentives, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley and Jones. I have Councilman Jones here. Councilman. Oh, it moved.
Second. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. This is an ordinance that was introduced some time ago. I want to say maybe right after we started back convening things. And I guess with inflation sort of still ticking up a little bit, some of these figures have been updated. And I just want to remind everybody that this resolution here really only deals with those organizations that are receiving or that are slated to receive tax incentives. So if we're talking about a business that's moving to Memphis and Shelby County and is not asking for any of those incentives, this does not apply to them. One of the issues that I had with what was currently in place, there's a significant difference between what a living wage is for one adult with no dependents versus an adult that has one dependent. And when we look at what the initial scale was, that figure that we set as the floor was sort of skewed towards the assumption that we were just looking at one adult with no dependents. And so what this calls for is just to take into consideration what the wages are. And if there's one set, let's have it. Maybe we may not go to what it is for one working adult with one child, but really have a scenario where it's closer to what the reality is for a lot of people and set that rate closer to what it would be for one person who has one child. And so that's the spirit of this resolution.
Good morning, Joanne Massey, Vice President of Operations, EDGE, address 100 Peabody Place, Suite 1100. Good morning, Council. Thank you all for having us here. Before you have a brief PowerPoint that I would like to go through. I want to just say on behalf of our board and our team with EDGE, we appreciate this conversation. So going to the first slide of your copies here, you can see the progression of the minimum wage policies within EDGE, and this has been pretty much our evolution of the threshold for achieving additional years in a graduated scale evaluation. The last evaluation gave us the $15 an hour. And just as a point there, that $46,400 is an additional 10 points. And for every $1,000 over, they get 1 point. So our program encourages employers to pay more, to Councilman Jones's point about wages in our community. If you go to the next slide, the question around when the reset occurred, our last reset occurred June 15th of 2022, and that reset occurs every 3 years. You can see there that for the project that the jobs must pay half of the Shelby County annual average wage rounded to the nearest $50 to be considered for a pilot. And the wages must be an average of 75% of the Shelby County annual wage rounded to the nearest 100 to receive pilot matrix points for an extension of the term. Over to your right, you can see the minimum wage that is considered for the EDGE pilot currently. And then again, what was shared there on the previous slide, which is our annual average wage of the $46,400. Going to your next slide, the components of the evaluation for a pilot for EDGE is not just the wages. We take into account the number of jobs, capital investment. If it is a headquarters, as you can imagine, those have higher paying jobs. Location in distressed communities. And then, of course, the minority-owned business spend and the local minority spend. So I just wanted to emphasize there that for the evaluation of a pilot term, it is not just our wages that we take into account. If you go to your next slide, since our reset from 2019, we have 54.3% of our pilot jobs pay between $17.50 an hour and $29.99 an hour. So you can see the scale there that the majority of the jobs pay within that amount. I also want to emphasize here that not only is it the wages, but we also require at least 50% of the benefits to be subsidized by the employer. So that's the health and such. And there are some employers who have guaranteed overtime, so that may be included in the wages, but the health benefits are included as a part of the requirement of the program. And then our last slide here shows where we are as of 2021 with our pilots. So you can see that the pilots have created they committed over 24,000 jobs with a achieved amount of over 31,000. The average wage by the calculations, by the applications and the commitments was $62,388. Our pilot program has achieved an average wage of $76,706. Capital investment commitment was $3.6 million. We have achieved 4.8. And then the MWBE spend, $30 million. We've achieved 96. And I'm sorry, that's billion. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We did review the resolution, and we are in full agreement and understand and are happy to review our policies as well as, in particularly, the cadence of the reset to do that on a more frequent basis.
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Massey, and welcome.
Good morning.
I'm sure this is not unfamiliar territory for you. Talking about that reset, maybe, and just looking from this is something to perhaps to take back to the board, perhaps having a trigger, if you would. What I mean by that is, because we starting in 2022, that's when we start to see inflation sort of tick up, and perhaps taking back to EDGE, whenever we have a scenario, let's say that inflation is tamed, but we go through a period 10 years from now where once the CPI, Consumer Price Index, hits 5, well, we may have just approved it in June of 22, but if we see that 3 months later, CPI is at 5, then that's a period of time where we may have to reconsider that. That's not included in this resolution here, but it's just something that I thought about after this was placed back on the agenda. And wanted to hear your thoughts about something along those lines.
Yes, sir, Councilman. And I will tell you that, EDGE has been through a period of building for the last 11 years. As I've joined the team, one of the things that the board and our team here, and I want to real quick just recognize my team members that are here with me, if I could, while I'm answering your question. John Lawrence, VP of Economic Development, Randy Richardson, VP Executive Director of the Port Commission, Trey McKnight, Senior Economic Development Specialist, and Marjorie Shaw, Compliance Manager. We all work together to implement the programs within EDGE. And one of the focuses that we want to highlight and make sure that as we continue to look at the types of things that you're talking about, Councilman, we are the only public agency that is involved in revenue strategy. And that's our primary goal. Everyone else, and you guys are a part of that too, but you also determine how the money's spent, and you budget, and you allocate, ensure services are allocated properly and governed in that way. EDGE's primary responsibility is to figure out how to generate revenue for our community. And so to your point, we will be more strategic in the future in looking for those triggers and evaluating our economy. Our staff continues to be trained and seek additional training and best practices across the country. So the answer is yes, we absolutely can do that as we look at our strategies in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Massey and your team with you. Good to see everybody. I need some clarity. I'm on this page. It's not a page number. It's the reset page. EDGE graduate scale wage threshold policy. Okay, let me ask you something. I'm trying to understand what you said. It said the project jobs must pay 1/2 of the Shelby County annual average rounded. I'm not understanding that. 1/2.
So if I can get Mr. Lawrence to give detail to that calculation, Councilwoman. Thank you, John.
I'm John Lawrence, Vice President, Economic Development at EDGE. 675 Center, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112. So in policy, there are 2 steps in achieving a term for a pilot as it relates to wages. Step number 1 is to just qualify whether or not we would consider your jobs at all.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're creating 200 jobs, for instance, and we're going to look at those 200 jobs and ensure that they pay at least $15 an hour, which equates to 50% of the Shelby County average annual wage. So the Shelby County average annual wage is, at the time of reset, was, I forget exactly the exact number, $66,000, somewhere around there. Half of that is $33,000 divided by 2,080 hours a year, gives you $15 an hour. So we're not going to consider a project at all if your wages are below that.
Let me ask you, stop you there. Who came up with that number? 1/2 of it. I mean, why would you think that would be sufficient?
When policy was created, or this particular policy was created in 2016, the threshold was set for multiple reasons. One is to create predictability so that there was something set in stone that prospects could look at and know that these are the rules we're operating under. But to get to those rules, the business community, commercial real estate investors, industry sectors that we're targeting weighed in. We talked to the community. We talked to elected officials. This was not something that we arbitrarily decided. It was something that, I think there were some stakeholders that certainly wanted a much higher threshold. There were some stakeholders who wanted a much lower threshold because they're, frankly, in the very basic distribution business, and felt like, look, we've got 6 million square feet of empty space out there that we want to fill. If we can attract anyone, even if we're paying them $12 an hour, let's get them in there. There were others that thought, look, Edge should only be going after corporate headquarters. But corporate headquarters don't employ the vast majority of citizens in our community. So this was a negotiated process between many stakeholders to get to
You
where
mean
we settled.
initially when
Initially.
you got that started?
Correct.
Because I know recently, I don't recall anyone talking to me since you said.
No, this
that.
was all in 2016.
Okay.
Councilwoman, I'll add to my point earlier about how we evaluate our strategies and our approach. These conversations, and as John said, other conversations with stakeholders in the industry, in the community, involved in workforce training, and then even just those that are beneficiaries of the jobs. That's all a part of our strategy and approach as we go forward.
Okay. But I'm just curious, when y'all, I guess that group got together and they came up with that amount of money, did they ever think about the employee? What were they going to live on this $15 an hour? How were they going to make it? I mean, it's all about trying to make the city a better place. When you're concerned about bringing wages in, fine. Why you want to bring wages in? Because you want to help the community. You want to help individuals. But still, I'm sorry, $15, if the rate's going out, it's very limited what a person can do with $15 an hour. So, I mean, what can y'all do to entice some of these employers to raise that
I think
amount?
that gets to the second part of our policy, which
Okay.
is very critical in
Okay.
these negotiations. Is we did not want to exclude employers that were providing an entry-level and low-skill opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to make sure that, at least at some level, we were creating jobs for everyone. But we also wanted to make sure that we were encouraging these employers to pay higher wages.
Okay.
And that gets, the second part of our policy is, if you get $46,400, you can start accumulating additional points in our program. So whereas a project that is, make this up, is paying only $15 an hour, they're creating 100 jobs at only $15 an hour. They're investing $30 million in a property. We want to attract that. They may get a 5 or 6 year pilot at the most, depending on where they go. But if they pay on average $46,400, they can start accumulating additional points. And those additional points add to the term, so they could have a pilot for, rather than 5 years, they may have a pilot for 8 years if they hit enough additional points and go far enough above that $46,000.
How many points do they have to hit to get additional time?
Well, if you hit $46,400, you achieve 1 additional year. For every $1,000 above that, you score a point, and every 10 points get you another additional year. So if you think of $46,400 as a year, $56,000 as 2 years, $66,000 as 3 years,
Okay.
it graduates up.
Okay.
But I think part of this is policy and our intentions, and I think that's something that we will be looking at in the future. But also, I think it's important that we all look at, in practice, what has this achieved? And since our last reset in 2019, when we went to the $15 and the $46,400, of all the applicants that have come to us and committed jobs to us, about 22% are in that $15 to $17.50 an hour range for the jobs that are being provided. 54% are between $17.50 and $30 an hour. And then about 20% are above $30 an hour. So from a proportional perspective, it's, there's right at about a quarter of the jobs that have been created through our pilot companies are less than $17.50 an hour. And that's the way most of it's really rare somebody comes to us and says, we're presenting a project with just these wages. and with all in one, one category. Most of the time, people will come to us and they've got, 20% at, $17 an hour. And they've got then some managers that make a little bit more, and they've got some supervisors that make a little bit more, and then they've got some leadership that make a whole lot. So it's a spectrum of wages that each of these employers provide, and we want to make sure that we don't set up a system that excludes the employers that are going to provide those higher wage jobs because they provide some lower wage jobs.
And Councilwoman, let me just add that Marjorie Shaw is here as our compliance officer, Marjorie. And so she does she's involved in an annual evaluation of what the companies are actually doing and the outcomes and the wages that they're providing. We are focused on family sustainable jobs. And to John's point about the spectrum, what we are also doing is providing information and partnering with agencies like America's Job Force or America's Job, Workforce Mid-South, America's Job Center, in helping to fulfill these jobs and also helping people to get additional training so they can make more money. Because these jobs at that 22% that we're talking about, that $15 to $17, those are jobs that are for our young people, our at-risk youth that are coming out of school, coming out of high school. They may not go directly to college. They may get certification. Those are the jobs for them. And then as they get more training and or as our older workforce is trained more or re-educated or provided additional skills in building, they're able to make more money. So we are focused on family sustainable jobs, to your question.
I got you. I probably would love to see that breakdown on those newcomers since 19, those who do not have college degrees that were allowed to be employed. And the other question I have is back to, you tell us about the average wage, but when you acquire that number, you include total salaries of everybody in the various companies, right?
It's an average wage,
yeah,
yes,
so
ma'am.
let's say if you did that and you took away the top, anything greater than 50,000. Now tell me what the average wage would be. So if you can send me that back, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so
I mean, those higher number gives inflate this. It doesn't give a real clear picture.
Yeah.
You got the top heavy, but what still about how many average people without degrees are getting jobs?
So we can definitely,
how much?
Yeah, we can definitely look at that, Councilwoman. I will, though, defer to America's Job Center for the training, workforce, and that kind of services that are provided. This council, has oversight over the various workforce training facilities. We just partner with those. Okay.
Yes, sir. Colleagues, I just, as I come upon my last 7 months on here, I still want us to, and when we talk about these type of jobs, I hope that our legacy is what we incentivize versus almost, if you check all of the boxes, you receive one of these things. From an incentive standpoint, I think about children. Hey, you want to incentivize A's and B's. You don't want to incentivize D's. So I think that our system should be set up to where we incentivize those where we intentionally want to be from a job standpoint, from an industry standpoint. I know. And I guess you could always come up with a different measure. I look at that taking 1/2 of what the Shelby County average wage is to be considered for that. But I still go back to looking at, and I have up here now, and it's part of the resolution here, I still look at what the MIT living wage calculator is. And so if you look at that, you're going to get a different number. But, and I guess it goes back to your question, Ms. Johnson, how did they determine that's going to be the criteria versus, if you look at something a little bit different, you come up with a different number. It's at right now, one adult, no children, $15.46 is a living wage. However, once you throw one child into the mix, it jumps it up to $31.10. So, I'm not saying that, hey, we need to be at $31.10, but I think there still should be some consideration of what that living wage is, especially if we look at what is currently being used and it barely gets us to somebody being at a living wage, even if they don't have any children. So, that was the issue that I had the first time that this was presented. It seemed to have not taken into consideration at all what circumstances were for somebody who had one child with this. And I know we're talking about different numbers. If you are dividing oranges versus apples, you get a different thing. But I think that there should be some discussion about living wages. And I'm not sure that Shelby County average annual wage takes into consideration what a living wage is. And so if we're incentivizing things, I think that we should be incentivizing at least a living wage.
Councilman, if I could speak, I will say that if a pilot pays less than $15 or the job pays less than $15, we don't count a job that pays less than that. So I completely understand the information or what you've shared. And again, I agree, but I also emphasize, and you and I have worked in this community a long time, and so we understand that people are in different circumstances and different times in their lives. And so we continue to champion the workforce training, the certifications that are helping people to elevate to, to higher incomes, higher opportunities, but also emphasizing that with our program, because it is a spectrum, it's about getting the opportunities for everyone. And what John said earlier about having jobs for everyone at the different stages in their lives. So there are quite a few jobs that go unfulfilled because people don't have the training and certification and such that's needed. And so the systems, our school system, our workforce systems are all we're really just trying to figure out how to collectively address this dire situation that this council understands and what you have articulated.
Thank you.
I think, well, first of all, I'll just echo the sentiments of Councilman Jones. And I'm just having a hard time grappling with where we are now. For some of the same reasons Councilman Jones meant, I think we're at $15 an hour. And I think I drove by, I would go to my law office, I go down Covington Pike, and there's a McDonald's there. And McDonald's says help wanted $21 an hour. And we're in the businesses that we're attracting, we're seeking to attract, we're allowing them to pay less than, what McDonald's is paying. I think we're doing our community a disservice by saying this is what we will settle for. I think there's a lot of conversations in the city about, how do you reduce crime and what the city council can do to increase opportunities for our youth. We put a lot of pressure on Director Walker as well to create, attractive programming from some of our young people. But I think when you talk about reducing crime, it's not this and that. I think it's holistic. And I think we have to look at it in terms of what else can we do to, help people. And I think if we just do, general search or general review of almost any research to talk about, it would simply suggest that this people with more means, people with more dollars in their pocket are less likely to commit crime. And if we're truly trying to give people a leg up or put people in a better position, we should be paying them more than, the bare minimum. And I think the bare minimum at this point is $15 an hour. And I do see that the Edge board went from 13 to 15, but we're still lagging behind. I think incentives, in my mind, incentive is a bonus. It's a plus. I just don't know if we should be incentivizing entities that aren't really doing much. And I know the pushback. I remember Ted Townsend was here talking about we would, if we significantly increase the minimum wage required by Edge, we're going to run businesses away. Well, the businesses are going to come. If we move from 15 to 17, they're still going to come. It's not going to be an extreme deterrent. If we move from 15 to 21, it's not going to be an extreme deterrent. I think they're still going to come. There's still bodies in the city of Memphis. We still have a workforce pool that they will want to use. We still need to do workforce training, but I still think we have to do more than the bare minimum. I just think 15 is the bare minimum.
Chairman, if I could speak. Councilman Smiley, I bring your attention to slide number 4. The second one from last, and you can see there, this is where the wage commitments are performing as of today, and you make an excellent point in regards to, the emphasis on this one. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Troy. And so bringing your attention there, Councilman Smiley, you could see that about 22% of the jobs do pay between the $15 and $17.49. But 54% of the jobs pay between the $17.50 and the $29.99. So I just bring your attention to that as we continue.
This was one of the first slides I looked at, and I think a lot of my comments was focused on this slide, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the majority of the jobs in this slide say that the salaries that are paid, 54% of the salaries are from 17 to 29. And then another 20%, so we're about 75% at this point, are $30 or more. So 75% of the jobs are already more than that. Then the last 25% or so are $17.50 and less. If the majority of the jobs are already greater than what we're requiring, what is the problem? And I'm not even sure to be a deterrent, or it is almost an afterthought requiring the fewer jobs that are less than $17.50 to all reach the $17.50 and greater incentive. I just don't understand why we couldn't do that. We're talking about less than 25% of the jobs. I think it sends a very strong message to our community that the bare minimum in the city of Memphis is not enough, especially when we are giving them a bonus saying to come here. If we're going to give someone a bonus or an incentive, we should, at the very least, require them to do what they're already doing with 75% of their jobs, which is paying more than $17.50.
And Councilman, I'll just add to that. We are very intentionally looking at our revenue strategies as we go forward, utilizing the tools and programs that currently exist, but also looking across the country at best practices for other tools. The EDGE toolkit is limited, and I know you all have heard that before. And so we're trying very hard to make sure that we are innovative with our approach. It's not about necessarily running companies off, but it's about being strategic in how we address the needs in our economy, and particularly the Memphis economy.
That is the first time I've heard that. We were here maybe a year and a half ago. I don't know, whenever Councilman Jones had the inclination to do this. When we were here, what we were told, if we move it to I think what was it, $21 an hour? If we move it to $21 an hour, we will be running companies off. And your position today is it's not necessarily about running companies off. First time I heard that. So, okay, so I like good arguments. I think everybody in this body knows that. So tell me why I shouldn't move to amend this resolution and go back to Councilman Jones's previous position, say $21. I think I can get tapping post this time. Tell me why I shouldn't do that. Tell me why it's a bad idea to say that the minimum salary, well, let's not even go to $21. The minimum salary, the minimum wage to receive incentive from the edge should be set at, what's this number? $17.50. $23. Councilman Jones, $23. Tell me why I shouldn't do that. Make a strong argument.
Councilman, thank you, Councilman, for the opportunity. I would never tell you that anything you say is a bad idea. But what I will say,
it's okay. I have bad ideas all the time.
I will say that there's no bad idea. You have to put thought to it, and then you change it. You decide if you're going to use it that way, or you change an idea. But there's no bad idea. No, what I will say to you, Councilman, is, what we are looking at, we really need to be very holistic with this approach and not arbitrary. We don't make arbitrary decisions. What we would like to do and what we are committed to do from this conversation is, and I said this earlier, as your revenue strategist, we are the only public agency that is looking at how we build revenue for Shelby County. I ask you to allow us to get stakeholder input, to allow us to do the research, allow us to develop the strategy and the best approach. And we will come back to you with our board in consideration and their thoughts. And if it is that number, if it is a higher number that we present to you for your consideration, then so be it. We're not trying to keep the number low. I'm telling you that we are a public agency. Our stake in this game is the confidence and the responsibility that all of you as elected officials have given us. So we are the public agency and speaking through your voice and the community's voice and best interest.
So Councilman Jones is in the queue, by the way. So I've heard this before. Well, not stated that eloquently. So great job. Pretty good argument too. I like it. But I heard this before. I think I heard under the last, I won't say administration, the last folks who sat right there who were championed on behalf of Edge Board, against the resolution to raise it to $21. What I heard was we are set to have a meeting to discuss the minimum wage, and we're gonna come back to the council before we do anything. And then now I'm looking at this. It says in 2022, y'all decided to, not you all, because I know you knew, Edge decided to move it to $22. No one came back before council. We were left out of this conversation. And I think I've been here since the beginning of 2020. And the reason that I have issue with a lot of quasi-governmental agencies or sometimes the administration, a lot of times this body is left out of conversations. And I still believe this is a co-equal form of government. There's a mayor and there's the council. But a lot of times what happens is the only person that is discussed is on the 7th floor. I think 13 members here should have more input, more, matter of fact, just give us a little bit more respect. I think a lot of times we are left out of the conversation. And I think that's disrespectful to this body, disrespectful to people who elected us in office. I think Edge exists because at some point the council decided that, you know what, maybe it's too much. Maybe it's too much responsibility for a part-time agency to, part-time group of elected officials to have this type of purview. So essentially, Edge was created. I think something like that. But if we're continually left out of the conversation, I'm not sure if this body shouldn't be going back and looking at our ordinances and our charter to figure out what type of authority we need to take back if we're continually left out of the conversation. I do not feel like this body is getting the respect that it deserves. This body is a co-equal branch of this government. And I know Councilman Jones in the queue, Councilman Ford, and I'm done, and really good argument too.
Thank you, Councilman. If I could say, Chairman, real quickly, that, you know, our team at Edge, the staff people you see here, the staff people that are back at the office, as well as our board, we take honor in the responsibility and the confidence that this council gives us. We understand where it comes from, and very importantly, we prioritize who it's for, and that's our team. I hear you, and I'll say this, Councilman, because we worked together for a while too, I hear you. So my promise to you is through our, you know, as we go through our processes and our policies and confer with our board and our leadership there, that we will also ensure that we have consistent and regular updates to this board. And where there are conversations like this that need to happen, we will, through our chairman here for the Economic Development Committee, and where it's appropriate, we will be here to have these types of conversations. So that's our commitment.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Let me just say this is a joint resolution. Have you all been over to the county side yet?
We have not been called to have this conversation yet with the county. We are aware that there was some conversation, and we monitor all the meetings and such, but we have not been called over to have this conversation yet.
I'd like for you to get with them,
Yes, sir.
see what they're going to do, because this is a joint resolution, okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you look at one of your pages where it says, hey, you're constantly saying Shelby County, okay? Not just the city of Memphis.
That's right.
So
Yes, sir.
all of us need to be part of it, okay?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Council here can say one thing, but Shelby County can say another, so we need to be on the same accord.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
what we're here for.
So when you meet with them, and Councilman Warren, you want to speak, Councilman Jones, you want to speak, but we're going to hold this, and I'm
Yeah.
going to get with my son in 2 weeks. I want to see what the county and everything, and bring everything back to us, because like I said, we can't do it on our own, because it's a joint resolution. Okay? Appreciate it. Councilman Warren and Councilman Jones, we're gonna end with you, because, hey, we're running a little bit late, okay?
Mine's something you can bring back. On the jobs that are less than 1750, how many of those people in those jobs are people with children? So adults that have families with kids, that would be an interesting thing to know. If all these were entry-level jobs and they weren't someone who was trying to support a family, that would be something that we'd like to know. So I know you don't have that now, but that would be something to bring back to us, because, you know, if we're talking about kids' first job, you know, they're coming out and they're not supporting the family and they're still living at home, that's a decent wage. But if you're talking about somebody who's got 2 kids and, you know, it's one of their 2 jobs, yeah, it's sort of, that's another thing to look at. Thanks.
Okay, Council.
Thank you.
Jones.
Thank you for that, Councilman Warren, because one of the things, too, and I'll be brief in my wrap-up remarks here. When we talk, there are no poor children in Memphis because they don't have earning power. They're poor parents. And the children are a byproduct of having poor parents. So if you could bring back almost like the feasibility of where it says project jobs must pay 1/2 of the Shelby County annual average wage, but instead the feasibility of us going to 1/2 of the living wage rate between the amount for an adult with no children and an adult with 1 child. So that still is, that conversation still has us looking and taking into consideration what a living wage is and what we are incentivizing. We don't want to be incentivizing continued poverty for a good number of the people who live in this city. So if you could just bring that back, Ms. Nash. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, but we appreciate you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We'll be looking for you all to come back in the next 2 weeks. Thank you. If no further business, this committee is adjourned.
tip pretty soon, I believe, even in this committee. May I have a roll call, please? May I have a roll call, please? I'm sorry. I called to order the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Councilman Jones? Councilman Smiley? Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Warren? Chairwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I'm present. Okay, the first item that we're going to address. First item is a Z23-06. It's the northwest corner of Airways Boulevard and East Person Avenue. Zoning reclassification from commercial mixed use CMU-1 district to be included in the employment EMP district. This affects District 4 and Super District 8. This is the first reading. Can I have a brief overview on that project, please?
Motion
Please,
to approve.
Okay, I move. I need a second. Second. You may present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. Kendra Cobbs, and good morning. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone the northwest corner of Airways Boulevard and East Person Avenue from commercial mixed use 1 to employment. The applicant is Mr. Haroon Ahmed and represented by Ms. Cindy Reeves. An overview of the location. This is in the Castalia Heights neighborhood. Also the image, the map to the right is an aerial view of the property outlined in yellow. And the image to the left shows our public notices. We did send out 70 public notices regarding this request to rezone. Also, the plot plan to the right shows the area that is requested to be rezoned. So it is a total of 2 parcels, and it's outlined here in yellow. But I wanted to point out that the smaller portion, or a portion of parcel 140, is kind of like a sliver of the overall parcel that is requested to be rezoned. So that's about just under 0.5 acres. And then you have the total parcel to the north that is also requested to be rezoned. Surrounding zoning, you have residential urban 1 to the north, and you have to the west and south employment, and then across Airways Boulevard, you have residential single family 6. Land use in the area is industrial to the south and the west. This is a vacant parcel, so you have vacant lots to the immediate west, and across the street you have single family residential across Airways. These are some pictures of the subject property. This is from Airways and East Person Avenue. And also pictures from Airways, and then also across the street, that is Lowell Avenue. This request is consistent with Memphis 3.0. And to conclude, the request is to rezone a total of 0.87 acres, and it is to make the zoning consistent, specifically on parcel 140, and then also the parcel to the north, make it all consistent employment zoning. As I've already stated, this is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. There was no opposition to this request, and the Land Use Control Board and Division of Planning and Development recommend approval. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
One person has requested, Dr. Warren.
I just don't need some education. So CMU-1, I thought, was a type of business district. What's the difference between that and employment? And why do we need to, is that just for factories or something? Is that what employment means?
Employment is light industrial zoning,
Okay.
which is kind of different from our commercial mixed use 1, just the uses that are
And
allowed.
this is right next to the old depot, in front of the depot. Is that where this is?
It's, no, it's closer to, you know where Kellogg is?
Yes.
It's closer to Kellogg.
So it's on the depot's on the far side of Kellogg, south, and this is north of that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no others requesting, then I need to take a vote on this particular matter.
Good question. Was there any opposition?
No. Again, this is first reading, so we have an opportunity to do any type of research we would like to do on this matter before the third reading. Okay, first reading, all in favor, reply by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. The second one, thank you. The second one is a PD 23-05. It's 110 Byfield Drive, a planned development to allow a retail shopping center. This affects District 6 and Super District 8. This was held from 4/25. So can I have a brief overview on that particular property again?
Motion to approve.
Need a second? Please identify yourself
Teresa Shelton.
and location.
Teresa Shelton with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street. Give me just a moment.
All day long.
Bear with me, I was rushing this morning, so. Okay, here I go. Okay, so basically, this went to the Land Use Control Board. They approved it. Well, what they did was they went to it first as a rezoning. Two of the members suggested them to do a PD. We went back and they did that. It went before the Land Use Control Board and it was approved as a PD, which brings. I'm sorry, planned development. And it's.
Excuse me, and why would they change from a rezoning to a planned development?
They wanted to be able to do more conditions on it, because with the rezoning, as you know, have seen in the past, you can't add conditions to a rezoning. But however, you can with the PD.
Okay.
All right, so we have PD 2023-05 with Byfield Plan Development to include a retail shopping center to be used, well, that is normally in CMU 1, but this is currently zoned in R6. All right, the applicant is Thornton Realty. The representative is Mr. Delano Smith. And it's currently 0.355 acres. Here's an area view of the location. It's right on the corner of Byfield and Horn Lake. And this just kind of shows you the zoning where it is in R6. There are a couple of commercial zonings around. You'll see that in the land use table. Over to your right, the red areas represent the CMU ones that are close by. And here's just a close view of the said subject property. Here's a front view from looking from Horn Lake. And there's the tire shop. It's called T's Tire Shop right next door. And here's the outline plan, kind of give you an idea of what they're planning to do here. And just a landscape plan as well. This is a proposed elevation that was given to me by Mr. Smith. At the bottom, it's gonna be kind of like a community storefront look in the area. And based on the Memphis 3.0, it is consistent. And so once again, the applicant is seeking a planned development to include retail shopping center that is permitted in CMU 1, where this current zoning is an R6. There's, even though the use is not compatible for this, like I said, the proposed use is residential rather than commercial. However, the existing adjacent land
To the north side of the parcel is zone CMU1. So right now the property is vacant at this time. These are the outline plan conditions. If you see in the first one, it shows the permitted uses. If you'll look at B shows you all of the uses that will not be permitted. And I think it's like a total of 30 uses. And I'm sorry, it's long, but I just wanted to put these outline plan conditions in here so you all could view them. And I'm here for any questions. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, they should be in your plan, but I can put them back up.
Council members, have any questions before we proceed? Or would you like to hear either from the owner? I do know we got some opposition that want to be heard, and I told them if they kept it short, we'll talk.
1, 2 minutes at least.
At least. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Williams out there, and then we can talk to the other one, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Then
Not
I'd like to just send it down for full council.
okay. Opposition here. Okay. Will you please come forward and give us your name and address? Keep in mind we're close 2 to 3 minutes. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lynette Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the ACLENA, Lakeview Gardens, CDC. And we had a...
Is your mic on? Green light. Okay.
Again, I'm Dr. Lynette Williams. I am the Executive Director of the ACLENA, Lakeview Gardens, CDC. And what I wanted to do was let you know, I have to give an address, 5175 Horn Lake Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. We had a hearing on this particular project on Monday, May the 8th. And the community has spoken as far as opposition to this project because this lot is a residential lot, and we feel as though we want to, part of our vision in the CDC is to take the blighted properties and rebuild homes for people, as well as increase the home ownership in our area. We don't have that many blighted properties in the area, and we were opposed to commercializing a residential lot. And so we did speak to the owner as well as the designer at the meeting, and we told him that we had a listing of people in the area. 28 people signed the petition that were opposed to the project, and their concerns were basically increase in traffic in the area right there at the corner, crime. We're at 14% safety level in our community, and 100% is very good as opposed to 14%. And so we did not want to increase the volume. We have a lot of elderly people in the area, and we wanted to make sure that we commercialize the area that was anchored in our community, which is across the street from the property. And as a result of that, what we have done is the organization has gotten an exclusive contract to purchase the property across the street for $170,000. And we want to basically offer that as an alternative for them putting that commercial building in that residential lot. We feel it's too small. We feel that the way they have it set up, they're going to have parking in the back, but they're going to have a grab and go in the front, and we can already foresee the fact that people are going to be parking in the neighborhood as well as on Horn Lake Road, coming in and out. We already have a nail salon that's a block away, and we are planning on doing a health-related project across the street with specialty care as well as healthy food market and things of that nature. But we did talk to them about possibly purchasing the property from them so we can rebuild a home in that lot as well.
Delano Smith, 3831 Lakehurst Drive, Memphis, Tennessee. Everything that the doctor said, we did have the meeting, and what we understood was that they wanted only a home built there. We didn't see any she didn't present a contract to purchase the land and the property across the street. The last thing that we investigated on is that the owner of that property didn't want to sell for anything at this point, and we definitely want to build a project that will be neighborhood oriented. We want to provide, as you see, a medical, dental aspect, pharmacy, things that will relate to the neighborhood, and it's going to be a small strip shop. We will have cameras, and we notified her and also explained to her that the cameras will have a radius that will probably cover adjacent properties. We spoke with the tire shop next door to us, and he wrote a letter saying he was not against it or was not opposed to it. But we feel it'll be an asset to the neighborhood, and the property's been vacant for 20 years plus. So at this point, we feel we would be adding something to the neighborhood.
Okay, I have Dr. Warren first, and then Councilman Smiley. Dr. Warren?
Yes, Dr. Williams, if that property has been vacant for 20 years and available for someone to build a home on, why would someone want to build a home on a corner next to a tire shop? I'm just wondering, it seems to me like that's the difficulty you have because it's there. It seems like if you had, what looks to be all purposes, a neighborhood services related small shopping center where they're going to be bringing you a bakery and medical things, that might be better than keeping an empty lot next to a tire shop, because I don't know if someone wanted to build a house there, they probably would have done it by now. So why do you think they're going to do it when they haven't done it before?
Okay, we already have a vision for our community as far as that's concerned with the CDC. What we wanted to do was replace the homes that are in there. On that particular Horn Lake Road, there are 4 empty vacant lots that we wanted to put homes on, and we offered to make it a home-based business for their company as well. And so we don't have a problem with the tire shop being there, and he did attend the meeting. I felt like he was opposed to it as well as everybody else that was at the meeting. However, we would like to keep up the integrity of the neighborhood because of the way the lot is. The home, there's a green space all next to the tire shop, area. And so basically a small home there or a small home-based business, we're not opposed to anything like that, but we do have plans for across the street, and I do have an exclusive contract for purchasing the property across the street, which is our commercial anchor in that neighborhood. There used to be a grocery store there. There was a daycare there. There was a barber shop, a beauty shop, a place to eat. So we want to be more health related in that area. I am a physician, and I am also in negotiations with Meharry Medical College, who has a presence here in Memphis. They actually rotate through Methodist Hospital Center, and we wanted them to have a community-based area. And since I'm an alumnus, they're in talks with me for that. And so that's the reason why I obtained the contract to actually purchase the commercial property across the street. And I also offered that, again, as Mr. Smith has said, he said he couldn't afford it, or he apparently they had looked into purchasing the property across the street instead of using that residential area. But what I did was I got in touch with the real estate agent, and they gave me an exclusive contract to purchase the property. And we would love to have the support of the city council in order for us to make our health center. Okay. We're going to include that as well. you know, as far as specialty care, we're gonna
But
have.
back to the question is, why do you think someone's gonna wanna live next to a tire shop?
We've always had that tire shop in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, that's kind of like our area. However, we were trying to make sure we weren't commercializing our neighborhood, whereby people were are not investing in the neighborhood. So we
Okay,
want to invest
thank
in
you.
that.
Councilman Smiley.
Dr. Williams, I'm having a hard time understanding this. So you want investment in your community?
Right.
Isn't what they're doing investment?
Well, see, what they want to put there is a nail shop. We have one down the street. They want to put a grab and go. As far as
What's a grab and go?
I guess it's like what is it? Food shop, a little something. Okay. It's a very small lot. It's a very small lot. Right. The only problem is, right, we already have. And see, we're gonna also employ people with the health center as well. You know, across the street. No, the health center that the CDC will own.
Okay, so I'm having a hard time understanding why I wouldn't support this. I haven't heard any reason that would keep me from voting yes. Right now I'm a hard yes. I don't understand why we wouldn't support this.
Well, the reason why I feel that because the majority of the people in the neighborhood that will be affected by this particular, we already anticipating people will be parking on Horn Lake Road as well as Byfield.
Don't people park on the street anyway?
No, you're not supposed to park on the street.
I live in the city of Memphis.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to, in a residential area, you're not supposed to be parking on the street.
So you tell me people don't park on your street?
We don't have people parking in front of our property as far as that's concerned. And we have a problem right now with 18-wheelers parking on the street. So what we wanted to do was decrease the amount of traffic in that area, and we wanted to actually do the property.
I have a question.
Have you ever been to that area?
Yes. So I have a question. So you're referencing we. Who is we?
The CDC and the people in the neighborhood.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to need because I'm still a yes. You can tell the people I'm a yes, and I think a lot of members of this council will be a yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I think a lot of members of this body will be a yes, and what I tell people all the time, if they're concerned, they need to show up.
Well, see,
Because the only time, usually when people are concerned about an issue, they show up.
Right.
When they're sending one representative, sometimes the person who holds themselves out as a representative of a large group of people, what we see here is 3 people show up when it's time to show up. What I'm hearing is it will have positive impact on the community. You talk about investment. This seems to be an investment. It also talks about providing people with a way to get some type of food, whether it's fresh fruit or whether it's chips. What I have not heard here, that this is a gas station. I have not heard any type of detrimental impact on the community. Yeah. It seems like, this is me speaking, I'm not speaking for anybody, this is JB Smiley speaking. It seems like you may just have a particular problem because you didn't get the property. It doesn't seem like I'm just telling you what it seems like to me. It doesn't seem like a situation where this is harmful in any way. It doesn't seem like a situation where this has an adverse impact on the community. It doesn't seem like a situation where this is detrimental in any type of way. I do not understand why we would not vote for this. I'm voting for this until a large group of people show up here and say, we do not want this in our community. And I'm pretty sure he's gonna be able to find people, him and his client gonna be able to find people and say, hey, we want this in our community. I do not believe you're gonna get a lot of people to show up. And I can be wrong. I'm not right all the time.
Now, how many people?
I'm still talking.
Okay.
I do not believe you're going to get a lot of people to push back against this for some of the same reasons Dr. Warren said. It's next to a tire shop. You're not going to get a home next to a tire shop. It seems like you would want to bring in positive development. I don't understand why we wouldn't support this. And I'm a hard yes until folks fill these chairs and tell me we shouldn't be voting for this. This does not seem to be harmful or have any type of damaging impact on the community. That's all for me.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, you said that there's a contract to purchase it from the current owner?
No. Across the street, we have, this is a traditionally older neighborhood. I grew up in this neighborhood. I actually rode a bike where Councilman Ford's parents lived, and we already have a commercial center anchored in the neighborhood. We used to have a country club, like I said, a grocery, all this across the street from this property. And the whole thing is we wanted to keep our commercial center across the street. And what we discussed at the meeting was the fact that they were unable to purchase the commercial property across the street. And as a result of it, I basically got in touch and got a real estate agent, and they put up a sign to sell the property across the street, which is already a commercial property across the street. And I put in an offer for it, and we are going to purchase it. We're willing to work with them as far as what they want to put in it, and we were agreement as far as the market and everything. There's more space. There's more parking. You won't have anybody parking on the street. You won't have anybody interfering with the neighborhood on that side. We can maintain the green space that's right next to the tire shop. We can maintain that green space, and that's what we wanted to do, maintain the green space. But the residents, unfortunately, I went door to door. I have 28 signatures. I talked to one person that was for this project, one person out of that, and he wouldn't even sign the petition to say he was for it. And so that's the reason why we found an alternative by trying to purchase the commercial property across. Right now, this is a
okay. So you would purchase that commercial property, and you're proposing that they rent out of this center, or
we can work
there's some
with
type
it,
of arrangement between.
especially if they want to do the doctor's office part, because we're trying to do a health center, pretty much in the shopping center, which is, it has ample property.
So are you objecting to any use or most uses at this site?
Well, no, we're not objecting to that. We don't mind that part. This particular lot is a residential lot. We wanted to
Dr.
maintain.
Dr. Williams, it's going to be hard to make that argument.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at it right here on Google Maps. It's going to be hard to make that argument, as has been mentioned. It's right next to a tire shop.
Right, but I've talked to all the businesses and the business owners in the area. There are 3 other businesses: the community market, the gas station across the street, as well as the gas station on the corner. I've talked to all of those business owners. They are more interested in the health center and what we're trying to do across the street, as opposed to that. They're all opposed. They did sign the petition. They are business owners, and what we wanted to do was create a more of a job base in that neighborhood. And like I said, okay, how many people do I need to get to the meeting? I will get them on wheelchairs. We have 93-year-olds. One lady said she can't come. How many people do I need to have to show up at 3:30 in order for you to change your mind or consider that? Give me a number, and I will make sure I have all of them there, because they are adamantly opposed to it, and I would like for you to hear from them personally.
Thank you,
Okay, thank you, Chairman Jones. I think she was addressing that to Councilman Smiley. Do you want to give her a number, how many people you need to see?
Bring some bodies. It can't just be you, Dr. Williams.
I know that.
Bring somebody.
She asked for a number.
I can't give you a number.
Okay.
If you got 28 signatures, bring them. Bring them. If I always talk about, I think government runs better when there's active participation from the community.
Get the best you can, Mrs.
Bring people
Dr.
out
Williams.
and say this is a bad thing. And I would suggest to the individual bringing this particular development for this body, bring people in support. Like, you're asking this body to make decisions based on very limited information. The information that the administration gives us, an argument from you why we should do this. But our job is to represent the people. You bring the people here, and I'll argue the job, our role is to ultimately bend to the will of the people. Bring the people, let the people tell us what we need to be doing, and that's what we should be doing.
I don't have a
Right
problem with
now, I think it's a good idea.
that. Okay,
But I don't speak for everybody. I need to hear what they say. Right now, I don't know what they're telling me.
okay. I appreciate that, and I just wanted to add one thing. If it's a commercial property, why didn't you just get it zoned mixed commercial?
The truth is, the route that they're doing is really in the best interest of the community. It limits all different weird type of commercial uses that you would not want there.
Right.
So that is truly the best way to go. But I have a question. How wide is this lot in regards to them facing, it's at Horn Lake? And how large is the property itself that's being proposed?
Tasha?
I wouldn't want it. I'm just telling you. So don't bring it. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the next block. That would be Armstrong or the tire shop
Yeah, tie shop is on the.
Okay, what I'm trying to see is where is this parking gonna be made available? Because parking is sincerely a concern for the neighborhood. So how many parking spaces will be made available with that? And what size, and what's your size of your bays are you gonna have there?
The bays are 8.5 by 19 or 18.5. I'm not, can you zoom it in? But they are to the standard sizes, and we are meeting the minimum requirement plus, and so they are to the standard requirements.
You're not gonna have any driveway in, I see you got an exit over there on Byfield, so Byfield is
No,
coming
ma'am,
up.
Byfield is, we're not
You're gonna
encroaching.
close that off, so you got one way in and one way out. And how many parking spaces you're putting back there?
It looks like about 16.
For 3 different businesses that you're
Yes, ma'am.
proposing.
Based on the square footage, we exceed the requirement.
Okay, do they have to walk around to the front to get in?
No, ma'am, they will have rear entrances at the rear and also at the front also.
Okay. Have you seen this contract that she has?
Yes, ma'am, I'm looking at it, but I don't see a signature from the owner on it.
Is there a signature, Ms. Dr. Williams?
I'm getting it today. I'll have it before the end of the meeting. I mean, before the meeting.
At 3:30?
Yeah, I got it on the 14th, which was on Sunday, and Monday I signed it, and the owner is in California, and she's our real estate agent is for both of them, and this should be in every package for the council.
Okay.
City council.
Councilman Ford,
Yeah.
you have any
comment?
comment?
Downstairs for this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, have a full council, but, the tire shop is right there, Armstrong, everything else. There is, across the street where you're talking about, I really need to see that. Peace Realty was the one that built Lakeview Gardens.
Right.
Okay, yeah, it's been vacant for a long time. It would be nice to buy it, because then that would help the neighborhood too, okay, and all. But please try to bring all of that and then we can have discussion down.
Okay, so I'm gonna recommend we send it down with our recommendation. Hopefully that you will bring your supporters in, and Mr. Smith, you bring your your people in as well. And let's see what happens at 3:30. And any additional information, you did not submit your petition with the names.
No, I submitted the petition yesterday, so you could have all the names. I didn't get a chance to get the actual petition
going
for
down without a
everybody who
recommendation.
signed up. There were certain people, there were business owners at the meeting, as well as 2 people.
We'll try to get them to come this evening. I know it's
Okay.
short notice, but, do something, make a way.
Okay.
I thank both of you for your information and participation. And I know it's, it's important to each of you, but we're gonna
Please come join us. I probably shouldn't shout it out, Councilwoman Johnson. She's giving me a very bad look. All right, it is 9:30. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order approximately an hour behind schedule. In true council fashion. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Smiley.
Similarly to Councilwoman Johnson, I'm present. All right. We have 2 items on the agenda. Should get through them pretty quickly. Item number 1, resolution to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $380,572 from FY23 Bridge Repair Cover Line Project number PW23400 to Homes Burlington North Santa Fe BNSF. Approach Repair Project number PW04122 to repair bridges District 3 and 6 Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Swearingen Washington. Directors, both of you.
Good morning, Manny Belen, Division of Engineering.
And there's a gentleman beside you.
Yes, sir.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director.
So what's in front of you is a request for additional construction dollars for actually 2 bridges. One is along East Holmes Road over BNSF, which is actually just east of Lamar Avenue. And then the other one is actually going to be along Weaver Road, just over the South Cypress Creek water body. So the dollars is intended to repair bridge approaches. Both of those have been determined to need repair, and so what we're asking for is additional construction funds to be able to do that.
How long have these bridges been in need of repair? Do we have an exact date or approximate?
We've known about the East Holmes Road for quite some time, actually. So that bridge was actually constructed during the time when the county owned it. The city annexed it into the city limits, and at that time, we determined that it was had some repair issues to it.
I'm almost scared to ask this question, but I do want to know. How long ago has it been since the county owned it? I'm trying to determine if I was in elementary school or not.
Yeah,
okay.
we can get you that information, sir.
It's been quite some time. Dr. Warren?
You're going to have some bike lanes involved in this?
Can we mute his mic? I didn't do that. All right, any other questions, Councilman Ford? You good?
It's Weaver Road over South Cypress Creek. So it's just south of Peebles, where Peebles changes to Weaver, and then it crosses over South Cypress Creek. That's correct, yes, sir.
I'm always impressed how Councilman Ford knows his district very well. All those in favor?
Aye.
Let's sound enthused next time. Any opposed? All right, in the penal chair, the ayes have it. Item number 2, ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, Chapter 15, Tire Business and Tire Hauler Regulation to provide further requirements for the tire business retailers regarding the storage and hauling of tires. All council districts sponsored by council members Logan and Swearingen, Washington. Councilwoman Logan, who is eager to tell us about this.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I am. I am so excited to be able to move this forward. As you know, we have been dealing with tires for a very long time, and it is a major problem, epidemic in our community. And through the great work that the task force committee did, I really commend all of the departments and divisions for their staff that were a part of the task force. They really brought forth some great information, insight, and ideas. It's good to hear from those that are on the ground. I'm just always an on the ground person, and so making certain that we begin the work this is not the end, this is only the beginning. We begin the work to address these. I know we started a few years ago with the environmental enforcement. I think that was a great first start. And this is another attempt as regards to legislation to curtail this epidemic, to begin to turn things around. And so with that, I would like to read the part of the resolution for your hearing. Just a second. You all should have a copy of it. Here we go. Ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances. Well, you already read that. I'll go in. Whereas it is the desire of the Memphis City Council to take action to reduce the amount of illegal dumping in the city of Memphis, especially as it pertains to tires, in order to help improve blight that is present in Memphis neighborhoods. And whereas the improper placement of tires on sidewalks, streets, utility easements, vacant lots, public rights-of-way, and in other areas destructive to the neighborhoods contributes to the blight and the propagation of illegal dumping. Whereas it is necessary to amend certain sections of the Memphis City Code, Chapter 9-58, Tire Business and Tire Hauling Regulation, to provide further requirements for tire business retailers regarding the storage and hauling of tires. Now, therefore, be it ordained by the council of the city of Memphis that Section 1, Chapter 15, Article 3, Tire Business and Tire Hauler Regulation of the official Memphis Code of Ordinance is hereby amended as follows. And we have amendments, as you see, you should have them in red. One, I do want to make a couple of things I wanted to bring forward is the purpose of this chapter is to institute and maintain a comprehensive citywide program, and I'm reading in section 15-6. For tire disposal, which will ensure that the storage, transportation, collection, processing, and disposal of tires does not adversely affect the health, safety, and well-being of the public and does not degrade the quality of the environment. We also have some, a lot of this is just defining, bringing some more definitions and clarity to what is meant and what the expectation is from the city. One I wanted to note on the second page is tire marking means the marking of a tire with the tire business permit number. A lot of the problems that we were having that the city has is not being able to identify where the tires are and who's responsible and what to do and who to hold accountable. So ensuring that there are markings on the tires, that each tire business mark them with their business permit numbers. And I'm gonna ask in a moment, Director Connett, if he could elaborate a little bit what this means and how this will impact or help this problem. Another one is to make certain that a waste tire hauler is identified and that they're permitted. So the waste tire hauler means any person or entity permitted by the city. They have to be permitted by the city and just can't be somebody that you go and grab. Then there are some a number of additions that we put in here that we feel will strengthen the code as we have it now. And you can, I'm sure you all have read that or will have opportunity to read it, but I'm going to go to the end and read the bottom part. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And so I just wanted to read those, let you know why we're doing what we're doing, and a couple of key points for you is this is going to require those who own and operate a tire business to identify the tire hauler they will be doing business with in order to obtain the permit. This also requires tires stored outside to be screened from the public view. They must be stored securely, safely, and caps the amount of tires a business may store at one time. All tires must be marked with tire business permit numbers. It shall be unlawful to dispose of tires that are not marked with the permit number. It shall be unlawful for the tire business to accept delivery of tires without permit numbers. It shall be unlawful for the tire haulers to transport tires without permit numbers. Tire businesses will be required to keep daily manifest of tires entering or leaving the property. Tire businesses and haulers may dispose of 10 tires every day free of charge at a City of Memphis Convenience Center facility. And overall, this ordinance was developed from suggestions, as I said, of those that are on the ground, those code enforcement officers who participated in the Blight and Illegal Task Force. And I do want to give Director Connett an opportunity to elaborate and share with you how this will help to impact this epidemic.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councilwoman.
Excuse me, sir.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director. Sorry, a little preemptive there. So,
Ready to go.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, so thanks, Councilwoman, again for the suggestions, recommendations. Obviously, you know, tires do plague us with numbers of challenges. The original origination of this ordinance came about as an effort to kind of curtail some of it, but it is a timely change, and so we do appreciate the effort to, you know, based on what the task force recommended. I do see a couple additions that I think would be helpful in the language that maybe were left out. So do you want me to provide later some suggested changes to that?
I have some suggested changes whenever we're going to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For example, like tire marking shall be the marking of a tire with the tire business permit. It should be all tires should be marked within 24 hours of being on site and at least 1 inch letters on the outside. I think we just need to provide some clarity on how they should be marked. And when they should be marked, so they should be marked within 24 hours. I think a time and a description and the minimums, a minimum lettering and where the lettering should be helpful.
Okay, great.
And then I do want to talk about. I think I do have some questions. I don't know that we did say a maximum of 500 tires total. I don't know. That may be a lot of tires to allow to store. So I think that's something we should evaluate. I know some tires.
What's your recommendation?
Well, I think that the number per day, I think some tire shops may do a lot of business, so we got to be careful how much business we're trying to curtail. But I think we control them. I think to some degree, I'm thinking 250, 300 tires.
Okay, let's put 250, 300.
Is
250 to 300.
I mean, that just means they're going to have to manage them more effectively. Okay. That does alleviate the storage issue as well. And then we'll get some other ones, but I think the last one I want to talk about is 15.55 redemption program, section C. I don't necessarily. I mean, we've made it residential. I don't have a problem. I think we should clarify they should be only permitted, and they should be only within the city of Memphis limits. Nobody from another municipality or out of state should be allowed to bring tires. So I think if we're going to allow commercial entities just within this realm of just tire business and haulers, they must be permitted and they must be from the city of Memphis limits only.
Okay.
And then obviously we have to. I mean, this I can see as an option to them, you know, but I just want to make sure. I think if we're going to make it allowance, it should be clear to that extent.
Any others that you saw?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
All right. So one of the things I want to know, a lot of times when we pass ordinances, there's always a question in terms of how can we enforce this? It seems, I'm assuming, if we require permits to be properly displayed, are we going to be sending folks from code enforcement, folks from your department to go by these various tire shops to check and see if they're not properly permitted?
So this is under Public Works and Environmental Enforcement team.
I just put you under everything. Yeah. Look, you got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so that what was code enforcement when I created environmental enforcement? It was more better suited there.
So will this be your department that ultimately has to oversee this?
We do currently. Already have a program, but this enhances the program.
Okay, so my next question for you is, what happens when, you know, I use myself, JB Smiley says, you know what, I want to make some money. I'm going to start a tire shop in the heart of Glenview residents, if you're listening, I'm not serious. But I want to start a tire shop in the heart of Glenview, and I say, you know what, I'm not going to go to the city of Memphis. They trying to take some of my money. I'm going to make this money. How do you get me shut down? Walk me through that process.
So, by law, you're supposed to get a permit first, right? And that you get to the permits.
I'm not getting a permit. So tell me how you shut me down.
So our inspectors have a list of ones that are permitted. If somebody encounters a shop that's that we don't have information about, then they will visit the shop and make them aware of what the requirements ordinance is to get permitted and to how they get a permit. And then they'll give them, I believe, 24 hours or 48 hours. They'll return and verify that the owner is coming to compliance.
I'm not coming to compliance.
So if you're not coming into compliance, then there's a process
keep making my money.
By which we would bring the owner to environmental court and ask them to appear to environmental court for violating.
So that was, I think, that was. So that's my frustration with a lot of these things, because I think Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Jones, really, I think every member of this body at some point voiced frustrations with the significant delay when things go to environmental court, because you have to give notice. Then you send out another notice, and you have an opportunity to correct, the opportunity to fix a problem. And ultimately, we're talking about something that should have never opened up in the first place, end up operating illegally for, period to exceed a year. What I'm trying to figure out, is there a way that we can effectively shut them down? Like, is there any way to do this without involving environmental court? Can we go to general sessions court because I'm circuit court? Is there any way that we can go to seeking any other avenue other than environmental court? I believe we can.
Let me talk to my attorney and staff.
Who's your attorney? Do I know her?
Will Gibbons. He's my code prosecuting attorney.
Okay.
But I would also, to our city attorney as well. I think that
you have another attorney to your left.
Yeah, I do.
Well, multiple attorneys to your left.
Several. But I don't know that, if you ever have a business and illegally operating, there are other provisions. I just don't remember right now exactly what they are. But I would think that we may potentially have a way to.
So if somebody tell me if I'm going to step outside the scope of my authority. I might. But if we were to there's going to be a lot of people tell me I can't do this. If we were to amend this and, say, upon violation of this particular ordinance, the avenue to address it is circuit court. Because I think circuit court, is pretty efficient. Or preferably circuit court is pretty efficient. Or chancery court, get some type of declaratory judgment saying, hey, you can't do this. You must close down shop within a matter of days. I want to know if Director, Deputy Chief is telling me I can't do this. So I'm going to keep talking until he tells me I can't do this. Is there a way that we can say this is the avenue to address this particular issue? Because environmental court is tricky, and it always seems to be associated with very long delays. And what Councilwoman Swearingen Washington said, and very lenient. If we want to clean up our community, this ordinance seems to be in line with an ordinance we passed probably about 2 years ago, talking about we want to address blight and beautification efforts in the city. We just need to, as we pass this, move this downstairs with a favorable recommendation today, because I'm assuming the council will vote for this. I think we need to talk seriously about ways to actually make this matter. Because if we send it to environmental court, it doesn't really matter in my mind. We have to find a different way to do it.
May I ask this? Because we do have that problem in a lot of areas. And so if we're able to, like when we passed the one that you were talking about, blight, there are a number of ordinances and things that we have on the books that are being affected by environmental court. But I do think that it is incumbent upon us to continue to do what we do as legislators for the city, and then maybe have another discussion on how to move things that are being bottlenecked at that point. Not to not do the legislation, but to address that. Did you say you had something?
I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay, go ahead.
Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. What I want to say is, I'm not going to say that you can or can't do it, but what I will say is that because it's not written in the ordinance, we have a cadre of things to choose from. So we may ask the attorney to look at where our jurisdiction issues are. And because this doesn't limit us to a particular court, we have the freedom to choose other courts to reach the point of what you're trying to accomplish here. We can do that with an attorney review, but not putting limiting language in the ordinance.
So perfect. And as we have the lawyers do what they're supposed to do, which is making sure this council doesn't do anything that we can't do. Chancery court is a court of equity. They are able to.
I used to be a clerk there.
It's a good court.
Yeah, a law clerk, Chancery court.
They're able to do things that other courts do not have the jurisdiction or discretion to do. Maybe it's something we can see. Is there a way that we can get some type of relief from Chancery court? Preferably, that's just me somewhere. But
now,
and then one more.
Judge Dandridge is going to be here today. and we can put that to him because he did recommend, he gave some recommendations on moving them. The cases that are not, he mentioned, those, were mentioned too, moving them to the higher court or a different court. So maybe he can give us some input.
Judge Dandridge has a lot on his plate, and I'm not, taking any direct jab at Judge Dandridge, but what our goal is to put the people in Memphis in a better position. And I almost quoted Councilman Jones, but I'm not going to quote him today. But if we're going to truly be better, I think one of the things we need to be better at is being better at keeping the city clean. And we're not doing a good job of that right now. And also there's language in 1548. I think it's 1548 and 1548 and 1549. I think the amendment that I'm going to make is make this language in terms of fees and permitting identical. Because right now we have the permit to get a tire permit is $25 on this one, and then there's $25 and an additional $15. But in 1549 it's $250. So maybe it's a typo. I'm assuming it's a typo.
Hold on, Miss.
I'm trying to.
Not a typo.
It says $25, and the other one says
that's the original language.
Okay,
This is original language.
So I'm going to amend this. Hopefully, it's a friendly amendment from 25 to 250. So it makes us consistent with 1549 when we're charging people 250 as well.
Where is that? Which one?
1548 and 1549.
And now, I would add a couple things too. On 1556, I know we got a lot going on. We need to strike and community enhancement division. There is no such division in government anymore. And then under 1557, violation penalties at subsection C, the state law has changed regarding tire disposal. It's now a felony after 4 tires, I believe it is. So we might need to recognize the state law. It's 15.57, violations and penalties.
I hope someone's taking
C.
notes, because if you're counting on me.
We're going to recommend some of these, I think. We'll have some other things to identify, because the state law recently changed, and they increased the penalties regarding what is considered they call it aggravated criminal littering. So that was changed because
We sent this to you, and you can just go back and make those changes and forward them to Liza, and we can get them addressed before this afternoon.
Okay. And then I would also, it doesn't mention in administrative and enforcement that it's both city permits, city police, and public works have administration and enforcement. What MPD could be called upon to do is a question, since we do have, like said Chief Ryan's point, an open book of enforcement routing beyond just our typical mechanisms. So I think it's good that we do allow us to have flexibility but it is good to understand what path would be preferred.
Absolutely. So I'm going to lean heavily on Chief Ryan and all these fine attorneys that are here looking at me today. And I think Director Adams disappeared today, on finding other ways for us to enforce this outside of the other court.
Right. May I be recognized?
Absolutely, always.
So just one final comment, at least from me, is I'm looking at section 15-55, letter C. I would like to have some time to explore what this would look like and what kind of costs would be associated with this.
Which one?
55.
It's page 8, the bottom of page 8.
The red writing.
Allowing tire businesses. When we talked about a moment ago about allowing tire haulers and businesses to use
city-owned property. Absolutely. I mean, we have 3 readings. I don't necessarily. We're already moving. I think we're behind schedule. As always, we're behind schedule.
I don't have an answer right now. I just wanted to reserve the right to come back about that particular item.
Okay,
and then
lawyer.
I do want to talk about, talk to the permits office, which falls under the legal division, to look at how this would impact them or if they have any concerns too. I just want to run it by them. I just want to note that for you all that I'll be taking a look at that part of it and come back.
Okay, that's why we were bringing it forward, so we can get all of that into this legislation and get it passed. So you all, like you said, we have 3 readings,
So,
so we can go
And
ahead.
I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. I think this is aligned with the council's priorities since we've all taken office. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
So,
We'll add everybody,
everyone,
unless you don't want to. Okay.
absolutely. Good job, y'all.
Alrighty,
Good job. Shout
appreciate
out to
it.
the Blight Task Force.
We look forward to those
All right.
amendments as well.
I guess we got to take a vote, right?
Absolutely.
I don't think we got a motion in a second. I think I just called on Councilwoman Logan.
I so move.
Second.
This is the first time y'all been this enthused to vote on anything. I appreciate that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you. This committee is adjourned.
Thank you, colleague.
The 2023, this is Housing Community Development Committee. Let's go ahead and start. I'll do the roll call. Chairman? Here. Present. Council Lady? Present. Councilman? Present. Council Lady? Present. Council Lady?
Present.
Councilman?
Present.
Council Lady? Present. Council Lady? Chair observes a quorum. Let's go ahead. We have 3 items on the agenda. Today, first one is resolution approving a proposed consolidated plan, PY 23-24 annual action plan appropriating federal entitlement funds to the PY 23-24 housing and community development budget, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I go ahead and get a motion in a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Doc, and let's go ahead and go forward. Director, welcome. Name and address.
Thank you. Good morning. Ashley Cash, Director of Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main, and I have a presentation here. So we are requesting your acceptance of our federal budget PY program year from HUD's perspective, program year 23, fiscal year 24 for the city. And we just had recently, let me slow down. All right, so we had we have to have a public meeting to inform the community how we intend to allocate our federal dollars. And so we actually had a public hearing April 17th at the Benjamin Hooks Library. It was well attended, which was nice, about 40 people. We normally don't get as many folks to come out just on our general budget. So that was a good change of events. Our funding priorities include housing, affordable housing, homelessness, non-homeless special needs groups, and then non-housing community development related activities. This next slide, we've got our entitlement funds, so community development block grant, our home program, which is rental or ownership affordable housing, HOPWA housings for persons with AIDS, and then ESG is emergency solutions grants, usually for homeless or those special needs types. And then these listings here just let you know generally what we fund within those categories. So our entitlement from HUD, we don't control what they give us. They let us know what we're going to have. And so this is the breakdown, $6.4 million in that CDBG program, that Community Development Block Grant Program, $750,000 in Bass Pro. The PI is program income, and so that is to pay off the Section 108 loan. They pay us $750,000 a year out of their rent and sales that goes back to the debt service on that loan, and then the excess goes into an account for future maintenance. Our home program, 3.8 million. Same thing, program income is just what we get back when those homes are sold, the proceeds from that program. 277,000 in ESG funds. We got 562,000 this year, and then in HOPWA, which is housing for persons with AIDS or HIV, we've got 3.4 million, which is a total federal budget of $15.4 million. So one of the questions, I think last week when we were in our operating in our CIP budget hearing, was how do we determine how to allocate our funds? And so the majority of our funds, I would say probably 90%, are funded out, granted out on a competitive basis. And so we've got our regular competitive program. It's called SCIF. It's been called that for years, Strategic Community Investment Fund, where we do grant making for the HOPWA grants, the ESG grants, and the HOPWA grants, the ESG grants, and I'm missing one, I think, HOPWA, ESG, and our neighborhood partnership grants, which is not reflected on here. So we go through that process. We start that process around December through February. People are allowed to submit their applications, and then we go through awarding and granting. And the idea is that by July 1, when the fiscal year starts, we're ready to fund those agencies with contracts, and they can start. So that's a competitive process. Whoever applies, of course, there are parameters around the requirements. Since these are federal funds, there are certain requirements they have to meet, and we're happy to dive into detail on that. But those are the SCIF funds. Additionally, for that big bucket of CDBG, we have open grant programs. So we have a program called NEDO, Neighborhood Economic Development Opportunities. There's not a defined period of time, because we have learned that people with major projects, they're not necessarily ready along our grant cycle, and so that program is always open. Those are for non-housing related community development opportunities. So later in the presentation, you'll see, but we funded YMCA with that money. We funded Girls Inc. We fund different types of programs like that. We funded a grocery store through that process. And then the home program is also generally an open application process. That's where you may have some houses that you want to either repair or do new construction. Wolf River Bluffs is a really good example in Fraser of one of our home programs where it was new construction. And that is also, it's competitive, but it's open generally. So that's how that's generally how we make our awards. So these are our SCIF funding areas. I just talked about that. Homeless and Special Needs Grants Program. These are just a snapshot of some of the accomplishments of last year, so you can kind of know what we're doing. Last year, the ESG program funds, which were about $500,000, a little bit over $500,000, was able to provide services for over 700 homeless persons, 274 of those being adults, 500 plus being children. The agencies that we funded were able to find permanent and rapid rehousing solutions for 53 households. And then we work closely with MIFA. We've got an ongoing relationship with them. So the homeless hotline last year received 6,500 calls, and then they were able to screen and refer 29,000 households for emergency assistance. That was part assistance through ESG, but then also they were receiving calls for the ERA, the emergency rental program, as well during that time. And so some accomplishments around affordable housing. In FY22, we provided down payment assistance for over 50 low and moderate income buyers. We hope to, I think we're up now, and I don't have the recent number. I did ask for it. I just can't recall it off the top of my head, where we are to date in FY23, but we're over 50, which is good. We have new CHODOs, we have a lot of acronyms. Community Housing Development Organizations, CHODO. So in FY22, they constructed 14 single-family homes and duplexes, and then 19 rental housing units, 2 of which were for home ownership. And so that's a big boost. And so we hope to, I know there are a couple that are going to get started here in the coming months, and so we hope to continue that program. And then Aging in Place is a program we have for seniors. This was in FY22, that program had replaced 43 roofs on the homes of seniors. These are just a couple of examples. I mentioned Wolf River already, of what we have funded with our HOME, HOME partnership program. So the Wolf River subdivision that started years and years ago, and we had a ribbon cutting. The last home was built maybe 7 months or I don't know. I can't remember the date. I don't want to misquote myself. But the development is complete. I think there's just one home left to be sold in that development. And then Renaissance at Steel, it was multifamily, 146 units, and it was also completed. So those are just two examples of the home ownership. We are putting some CDBG money into historic Melrose. We are not putting any federal funds into the Memphis Sports and Events Complex. That should not be on the slide. But we're putting federal funds in historic Melrose, and so that is, once again, a community asset. The library, genealogy center, really bringing that building back to life. And that's an example of a non-housing, at this time, non-housing CDBG activity. These are a couple that I mentioned as well in that neighborhood economic development opportunities bucket, where we're funding community development activity that is not necessarily housing related. These all apply for those funding opportunities and were awarded: Girls Inc., YMCA. And that is the last slide. So with that, I will answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director. I guess the question I would have, just to start us off, you had over 50 families actually purchase houses.
Well, no, that number would be higher. I don't have that number today, but I can get you that number. So the 50 was down payment assistance, where we provided up to $10,000 of down payment assistance for first-time home buyers in the city of Memphis.
All right. I guess where I'm going with is I would like that number.
Sure.
But then I would like also, what is the cost? What kind of money do we have to come up with to double both those numbers in terms of families getting down payment assistance and families actually purchasing homes? Maybe even triple that number. What does it take? And I guess other question, and I've never asked you this.
Mm-hmm.
How many grant writers do we have on your team?
So we've got, we have a planning and policy department that manages our grant writing and sort of grant reporting. There's one that's a main grant writer, a grant coordinator, and then we've got, so there's multiple people that make up that department. Two dedicated to grants, and then for specific activity, we do consult out other grant writers who have different types of expertise. So we know a lot, but we don't know everything about if we're applying for. I think last year we were going to submit an application for like a brownfield, but we didn't have that expertise. So that's somewhere where we would look for that external expertise for grant writing. So hopefully that answers your question, Chair.
All right, and would you get me information on what it would cost us? Because I'm curious, once we go into continue our budget conversations, double your grant writing staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's acknowledge that Councilman Carlisle has joined us, and you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. That was super succinct and really, really fast.
Yeah.
I was writing down as fast as I could. The home program, the 3.88, that's sales proceeds or that's programmatic capital?
It will be, it's usually sales proceeds. Yes.
So, and then the home program income is?
Let me, so the home program is the 3 million. Let me see, I haven't memorized all the. There we go. The 3.8 is what HUD is funding us.
That's okay. So
and then the program income, the 200,000 is sales proceeds from the sales of the ones that are for home ownership purpose.
All right. And then since it's on your slide, I couldn't remember off the top of my head, but I'm gonna ask, what's the capital stack for the 125? I know it's 69.2 million in TDZ bonds, 10 million in Accelerate bonds, and then we had a bond issuance of like just regular city GO bonds.
Yeah, we did. I've got that in a different slide.
Yeah, would you send
on a
me?
different different presentation, but it's on here. But we did Accelerate TDZ was I think 72 million, and then CIP. You may have the numbers memorized better than me, but those were the major. We did not put any federal funds into that program.
I didn't think so. My guess is it's probably in here because Accelerate.
Right. So I think it's kind of like recycling an old presentation, but not washing all the stuff that you need to wash out of it.
But if you'll give me that capital stack, that'd be helpful. Similar to what Chairman was saying, my question is since I've been on the council, since before I got here, when Paul, your predecessor, was HCD, and for years and years and years, we've talked about community development block grant funding. And, you know, I wish it were less restrictive, but it's not even the restrictive nature of it. It's the fact that when you look at our need against $7 million a year, and if you to use it as an example, we put $7.1 million into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and it was able to fund, I think, 179 units. Right? It wasn't. They're less than 200.
No, it's 500 is projected, I think.
From that 7.1?
99 plus 200, maybe 299. What did you say?
It was like 179.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 300, but to your point.
Okay, 300, fair enough. Let's just call it 300, just to keep it going. I'll round up. When you know you've got a need of 40,000 units, and you know that the federal government's not going to change its stance, and you know that the state government's not going to change its stance, at what point do you stop saying, well, if we can just get them to do this and say, this is the environment we operate in, and we need to do better? Because I read the mayor's newsletter Friday that said we don't need a tax increase because we're set. And in reality, we're not. And so I recognize the argument that no one wants their taxes to go up when it comes to funding what the city would call basic services, less than a third. I do know that people want their taxes to go up if it means public safety, which typically means police forward, and that's important. But when you look at every white paper around the country for long-term outcomes, and you say, how do we get people off the streets? How do we get educational outcomes higher? How do we get people better opportunities? How do we allow families stable conditions? How do you allow stabilized neighborhoods? It all comes back to probably 5 or 6 big buckets. And one of those for the city is affordable housing. And so I guess my question for you and the administration is what is your plan to accelerate past 50 homes when you have a need of 40,000? If it's wait 3 years for a bucket of money that may or may not be there, I'm confused by the pushback. Because I spoke to a group of real estate people last week and asked them how many people, and these are brokers, underwriters, investors, developers, contractors, about in the last 12 months, how many people have had individuals meet with them and have a problem with our competitive tax rate? One hand went up. I said, how many of you have had a problem getting all of those people, when crime comes up? Every hand went up. So I'm trying to understand, I guess, what the plan is, because we have our thoughts, and I think we've expressed those fairly clearly, and we're getting pushback saying the city's got everything it needs to be successful if we can just keep waiting and waiting and waiting, and I don't think that that's a tenable argument any longer.
Thank you. So Councilman, really great points, and I certainly can't speak to the tax issue, but relative to the trust fund, I did want to make a comment about CDBG. So it's out there, it's available, but to your point, CDBG and HOME are, they can be difficult programs, especially for new or emerging developers who haven't used it. And so we rely pretty heavily on our trust fund as sort of a pathway to get people from, to get them knowledgeable about the programs, the requirements, and maybe they can move into some more productive federal dollar type programs. We continue to try to fundraise for the trust fund. We've continued to do that internally and externally to try to identify what those opportunities are. There is a partnership that's coming down, and it's we don't know the outcome just yet, but we work with EDGE on a new market tax credit allocation. I think we'll hear back in November, but within that, we did put a percentage of the proceeds from that to go into the trust fund. So that's a potential bucket of funding. But, to your point, housing is a huge challenge. And I think our pathway is through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is less restrictive. It can do a lot of things. And so once again, we continue to fundraise for that.
Well, that's the kicker, right? Like the new market tax credits and LIHTC are very, and I'm glad, like I've been wondering why we don't have a building authority taking the lead. We get passed up by other municipalities and other territories that have better infrastructure in place to do that because it's such a complicated program. To your point, it also is a program that can have length of time, and Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap my comments up because I know we're behind, but this just goes to seemingly a continuing theme of wanting to have cake and eat it too, understanding that nobody wants to pay more for things that they can't tangibly hold or don't necessarily directly impact them. But in reality, like, I'm putting my business hat on and saying, this is the business environment in which we operate in. These things are not changing. They're not going to change. And so within the controllable authority of the council and the administration, how do you make a substantial difference? And the only way to do that is increase funding. Now, the only other option that we have is, and I'm probably going to do it anyway, but is to shift about $10 million out of the unassigned fund balance into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as a tranche to at least get it going. And then you have to have recurring revenue. Now, here's the deal. You guys can be low interest loans. It doesn't necessarily have to be grants into the capital stack, but we are going to have to make meaningful differences in those. And that's just one of the things that the entire council is, with the administration, is continuing to beat on. But it's like, at what point are we actually going to take that big step? And I hear the mayor again. I hear the mayor when he says, well, just in 3 years, we're going to have this debt cliff. Here's my problem. Whether it's 30, 40, or $50 million, we really don't know. What I do know is that there's a capital asset plan coming forward that's going to chew up a significant amount of those dollars as we go forward that Chief Ford is going to bring to us. So in my mind, probably $20, $30 million of that's probably off the table if we're going to fund the appropriate amount of annual capital asset replacement. On top of that, if we have any sort of debt service issues on any projects, that capital is going to have to go. And so to hope and pray that that money is there in 3 years and then react to it, I don't think is a prudent plan. So, and I don't think that I've got any citizens that are willing to wait that long. The amount of people that talk to me about readiness to leave the city is astronomical. And so the idea of saying we're going to wait another 3 years and hope that things are going to get better, even though we know the conditions in the environment aren't necessarily changing, or at least they're not changing at the rate we need them to, I just don't understand that. So for me, just like we talked about in budget hearings, it's important, I think, that we have a real conversation about meaningfully funding the 3 or 4 things that the council can control that we know has documented, data-driven KPIs to it, like the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for all the hard work. I know that you've got a lot of these programs that are all very difficult, but the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is one of the multi-pronged approaches to changing the outcome of the city. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, for asking my questions. Yeah, I guess mine was a little bit simpler and not as technical. As I'm looking at the number of people without housing, and I'm having a town hall next week with Commissioner Sugarman. And one of the questions that are going to be asked is, what are we doing as a council to help with our housing crisis? Mm-hmm. And I think the issue is, I think we are in a housing crisis if we've got 40,000, homes that need to be built and we're only building 50 a year. So what do I tell these people that we're doing?
Right. So I would just mention the 50 a year is not a good representation. That's our down payment assistance. And I can get you, Councilman, updated numbers. We got.
If we were going to fix this,
right.
Okay, what effort would it take? And then how do we start moving toward that? Because what we're doing isn't really working. We're like chewing away at staying in place. We're not really making progress. Is that
yeah,
fair?
that makes sense. Yes, sir. And so I would say a couple of things. I mean, you're right. There is a housing crisis and it's a work in progress. We believe that the way to get out of that is by creating more affordable housing units, more permanent affordable housing units, and building up the quality housing stock that we have. So we did a little bit over a year ago.
As far as creating more affordable housing units, what are we doing to accelerate the amount we can create, and what can we as a council do to help you do that?
So we are working to put these dollars on the street. So one thing that could be helpful is to help us identify other developers. We've got people in our pipeline who we know develop affordable housing, but then we also have people who have the propensity to do it, but have not been connected with us. So for developers or nonprofit or for-profit developers that you know about, we are happy to share these resources with them. We are trying to get the funds on the street that we have. To Councilman's point, we are trying to fundraise for the trust fund. We've had the commitment of the new market tax credits, not the actual credit, but a percentage of each deal, which is more permanent than saying it'll be a pool of funding available for us to apply for. So that's one. We have had several conversations with some local banks around CRA. Councilman, to your point about low interest loans, we know that banks like to lend, they can grant also, but once again, being able to build that pie. So we're working on it, and we are always looking for willing and excited partners to help, because this, as you know, it's a difficult task. And the other challenge I will just share is when we do have projects like we had $7.5 million available for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for multifamily. It's still, even though those commitments are made, it still takes time for those developers to get the rest of their funding and financing in place. And so it's difficult. We can definitely do it. Definitely would need more support, but that's what we're working on. We're working to identify developers, nonprofit and for-profit, to help us build more permanent affordable housing units. We're working on home repair programs. We actually have a new repair program that's coming online, a partnership with the county's Division of Housing as well there for the city of Memphis. So we're trying to identify additional home repair opportunities to increase the quality out there of our older housing stock. And then once again, just fundraising for the trust fund to put more money into the ability to have those different affordable housing units.
Now, where we've got all of these vacant lots in the city, do we have an organized plan that we're working with the trustee and the Blight Commission to be able to go in and put affordable housing there? What do we have there, and what can we do legislatively that can speed that up for you?
So we've had a few conversations with the Blight Authority of Memphis. I know they changed their name recently. I can't recall what it is too. But so we've had
something longer and worse to say.
Okay.
Anyway, we've had a couple of conversations.
You're going to stay like the mid, I think.
Okay. So we've had some conversations. We don't, just speaking frankly, we don't have a plan for all of the vacants in our city. I think that's a great conversation to start up and figure out what is our approach to that, how we can use or leverage those lots for affordable housing, what that partnership looks like between HCD and the former BAM. We just haven't had that. We've had the conversation. We haven't delved in enough to have a formalized plan around it, but I think, that's definitely a key piece of the puzzle as well.
Well, I think you're hearing from us that we want to try to accelerate this. And I guess, how do we get that conversation going with you guys, assuming that you'll have additional funds to accelerate it? So that may be something that you haven't really talked about, but I think it's something you should consider, begin making contingency plans for.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Canale has joined us. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized, and let's all remember that we're way over time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. I noticed that, this conversation about not having enough housing stock, what, to Councilman Warren's point, what would be a realistic time frame that, looking at us being able to ramp up our programming or our availability of housing stock?
I don't have that answer. I think it's a stepwise approach. I think, we've started with the home repair. We've started with some investment in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund around multifamily. And we are seeing that those take a couple of years to come to fruition. So they start little by little. You'll have some homes here, some homes there, but really to ramp up, I think, and see an impact, it's not going to be a year, it's not going to be 2 years. It's a longer term approach, a longer term impact. Just the availability of labor, the availability of land, and the funding, the people to do it, the developers to actually do, and then the time to do. So it's a longer process. I can't put a time frame on that, but I definitely can outline what we are doing and where we are in each of those categories, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I agree. And I know that, we're looking 5 years before we have enough housing stock. But we are looking at prices rising. We are looking at rent going up. We are looking at a lot of the federal opportunities for people with housing. For housing, it's diminishing or it's decreasing. And so, what do we do? What are we doing in that space as it relates? I noticed the second priority is homelessness, and the third is homelessness, non-homeless special needs. But number 2, as it relates to homelessness, what is our approach for that and for shoring up that while we're waiting? Because people all day, are looking for, are on the streets, they're in the parks, they're in the lots, they don't have housing. A lot of the, I'm on a task force dealing with that for students, and their families, they're homeless, and a lot of the things that we're dealing with as it relates to truancy or them not being in schools, because a lot of them are homeless. So what is our approach to homelessness, and how are we shoring up that? I know there are a lot of different people addressing homelessness, but do we have a comprehensive rapid rehousing plan, and what are we going to do moving forward?
So we work with several agencies. We actually have, I think, bi-weekly a call with the different homeless agencies, different agencies that provide services to people who are experiencing homelessness at the time. So we're doing that through investing. MIFA is a huge partner. They have our homeless hotline. They are really like the intake for the city of Memphis, the city, not the city of Memphis, but the city generally, where people can go into that system and then hopefully ultimately be placed in permanent housing. We've got a great relationship with Community Alliance for the Homeless. They have a, I think it's called YDP, but it's a program for youth. It's relatively new. I think it's been around about a year. And it's much needed in our community, but it's a program for young people ages 18 to 24 who are experiencing homelessness, who don't have typical things like a driver's license, who don't really know how to navigate the world in terms of finding housing, finding care, finding the other services. And so that's a really great program. We've started to think about what it looks like to provide in different incentives to landlords. So we know that there's, and Community Alliance is working on this as well, but it's there's a shortage of units in the market, rents are higher, and so we have seen where landlords are able to be more selective about who they decide to rent to. One, we try to address that on the fair housing side if there's a fair housing issue, but then also if there's a way that we can use some of our funds to be innovative and creative to say, okay, you'll get the regular rent that the tenant will pay you, but then we'll also offer an additional so that you may look at this tenant who needs affordable housing, and the market rate tenant can go into a different unit or go into a different site. And so we're trying to work on that. The mayor recently, we invested over, I think probably over 1.5, over $3 million into the hospitality hub. We got some new funding that came down. We feel like that's a huge asset for our city. The plaza, the approach to homelessness that they have. And so we've tried to look at ways to really identify the players and invest and understand what each different entity brings to the table in terms of rapid rehousing, in terms of supportive services. We know that there are some people where it's going to take time for them to feel comfortable coming off the street. And so there are service providers who are really good at that. And others, it is a family who needs to be off the street immediately. And so there are service providers who are good at that. And so, but ultimately it comes down to having an affordable unit to place the person in. If we've got, just for example, if there are 20 people living in 20 units, and then there's 10 more that are waiting until those 20 get out into something that's more permanent, we can't continue that pipeline. And so it's an ongoing discussion, but there's been a lot of new investment, and there have been a couple of new programs that are out available now. And then we do have our home ARP funding. I think it's a $13 million investment that came down from HUD. We expect to have the RFP available for supportive services and tenant-based rental assistance around May, around this month. We're working out the rules and regulations. It's a new pot of funds, and so there are some opportunities. There are definitely some challenges, but there are a lot of things that the administration has been working on in partnerships with other agencies out there to address homelessness.
So if we were to identify, as council members, when we get calls for housing and someone is homeless, who do you say we call?
I would connect that. Y'all can always, and a lot of people do send those individuals to our office because we can send them through the pipeline, but then we also have connections and networks that we can try to reach out to directly, and we try with every person. MIFA's program opens at 8 a.m. I think every morning. It can
Director, why don't you get her a list of these activities?
Yeah.
Because I think that's telling us in writing would be more helpful. Any further questions?
My question was, she answered it. Who do we tell them to reach? And we tell them to reach out to HCD if they are homeless and need assistance. And I'll circle back with you regarding some of the ones that you noted. But thank you for that.
All right, thank you very much, Council Lady. So we've got a lot of takeaways. If you'll get that for Council Lady, get that budget idea. And Budget Chair is gone, but I strongly support the 10 million additional funding. But metrics, of course, and how and the timing of your plan for the money, that's pivotal. Any further questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready.
I've been waiting.
Oh, I apologize, Council Lady. Council Lady Robinson's recognized.
I patiently waited. I got a call last night of a person who is renting a home. They've sent a letter and said that they've sold the home and that she had to be out of there in 30 days. And you've just given me a very, very, very sad picture about her opportunity to find somewhere else. So my interest in, rather than calling someone, can we create a data dashboard of where housing is available in our city? So when people are in distress, and she's in distress, not thinking like she should, and approaching it because she's afraid. If we just had somewhere that said, here are the 50 homes or apartments that are available in this price range. This is what's available in this price range. You already told us we got about 40,000 people who need a place to stay. So to me, that is devastating.
Yeah.
And that impacts what happens in our community as it relates to all of the crime that's going on. I don't know if I'd be in the right man if I were in that position. I'm just saying this is really important. But a data dashboard where they could get up in the morning and if it said there are nothing available, at least they know that here's a compilation of all those agencies that you talked about, and everybody is housed at this point. And at some point, here's one or two, but they'd have some hope. But right now, we don't have any hope. And if I can't get anybody to answer the phone, or there are 1,000 people trying to get to that same call, we need to create a data dashboard. What can we do to help make that happen immediately?
That is a really great recommendation, Councilwoman, and I would love to talk with you more about, I would love to brainstorm with staff, but then also talk with you more about how to make that happen. And I think that is something we can stand up fairly quickly with the relationships that we have. Everybody will be on board with something like that.
All they have to do is every morning, whatever software we use, input what they have and what it costs. It needs to be in categories, because she said, I can't afford over $900. I'm going, wow, I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of stock out there. But if that's what people can afford, we've got to be able to say, this is where you can go. And otherwise, they don't have a choice but to leave our city. Did you all hear me? They don't have a choice if we don't have the available housing stock. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Council Lady. Anybody else? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. In the opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. Goes forward, positive recommendation. And let's go ahead and plan on you coming back. Director, talk about the 10 million additional funding, the data dashboard, and the grant writers, all things, but with a plan. All right, item 2, resolution approving a 30-year ground lease with 6 10-year renewal options, Capstone Development, LLC, for a mixed-use development of multifamily residential retail on a designated site within the district at Liberty Park, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Let's go ahead and just get it to the floor. Motion to. It's been moved by Vice Chairman Smiley, seconded by Chairman Jones. Go ahead and get name and address, Chief.
Good morning, council members. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main Street. So this matter has been held, I think this is the third council meeting that we've had it held to, and the purpose was for us to have a conversation with the Cooper Young businesses, and we've had a number of conversations with them, and my understanding is that we will continue to have discussions as this property is developed throughout the course of the years that it will take for it to be fully developed. At this juncture, we're just asking for the apartment complex, the parcel of land. I think we'll pull it up for you if you need to see it again. But the parcel that involves the apartment complex and 12,000 square feet of retail. Okay, thank you. That's the parcel that we are talking about today. At this juncture, it does not appear that there are any issues with this particular parcel, and the hope was that we could move forward as we have these looming bond payments that we must make coming at the end of this year and starting next year. So the hope was, through our conversations, it did not appear that there were issues with this particular piece of the development, and we're able to hopefully move forward today. So that's the ask.
Are we parcel 8 and 9 is what
Yes.
we're talking about? Okay, just double checking.
Oh, that concludes my statement. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Yes, I'll kick it off because I'm betting we got a lot of them. Okay, so we're only talking about parcels 8 and 9, and those are the apartments. And we have 12,000 square feet of retail underneath on the ground floor. All right. In the future, because you said we have more conversations coming, based on the 70,000 plus square feet of retail coming, do those, like every time they rent 4 bays or 10 of those bays, do they come to council for approval?
Yes, so when we are looking to develop the remaining parcels there, those will come before council for discussion for those lease agreements as well. So each piece of this puzzle will come before council for approval.
Okay, so that's 70,000 square feet of retail, no matter how it goes. That's the number I recall.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
cool. So no matter how they divide that up, that comes back to council for approval. Part 2, that we talked about the $3.6 million in funding that's coming due. Do I understand it that the administration would like to roll forward with these apartments because the tax revenue generated will cover the $3.6 million in bonds, and if we don't move forward with the apartments, then the $3.6 million will come out of future budget's general operating fund?
That's absolutely correct.
I totally disagree with that.
Well, then jump in, Councilman.
Tell me what sales tax apartments produce.
So, great comment. I can't tell you exactly which sales tax apartments produce, but the kit and caboodle, which we're presenting one piece of it today, is what gets us to that 3.5.
Right. So what you're saying to me is that a 100-year deal and a $70 million bond issuance linchpins on 12,000 square feet of retail?
No, Council Chair. So this is the part 1. So we've got, and we were hoping to be able to provide some assurances to council that we are coming back for each of these pieces. So the first part of that is parcel 8 and 9, which is the multifamily, and
Right,
the
which has no impact on
the
the TDZ funds because it doesn't produce sales tax.
The retail will.
The retail does.
Yes, the retail will,
But-
and then we'll come back with the hotel, which has a restaurant.
I understand, but
as
you're
well.
you're telling the council today not to consider that. You're taking multiple positions as the debate changes. We started with, guys, let's stay focused on 8 and 9. Now we're saying, well, let's talk about the other, because your position is that if we don't approve this today, that we're going to have a bond payment issue for 12,000 square feet. If we issued $70 million worth of bonds, that linchpinned on 12,000 square feet of retail space, we did bad.
So, and if I can say just one more quick thing. Chair, I understand your position. Every week or a couple of weeks, we push the ball down the can, then we lose time on this. And so we are looking at the parcel 8 and 9 today and asking that y'all consider that one. That gives us time to
That's fair, but you can't make the argument, you cannot make statements on the record that are misleading. Like the apartments must go because they are important to the TDZ when they have no impact. If you want to say we need the 12,000 square feet, that would be accurate and appropriate. But then you can't say that the 12,000 square feet on its own is critical when you're talking about, in the grand scheme of everything, it is probably less than 10% of the total retail percentage in the hotel. And so again, the problem that I've continually had is, one, I talked to two or got phone calls from two separate Cooper Young business owners that said you guys had not reached an agreement and that they couldn't make a meeting that they were asked to at the last minute today at City Hall because they're business owners and they had obligations. So I have heard something wildly different than what I heard today on the record. And that was a yesterday phone call from two separate people. The second thing is that you're asking the council to consider a 100-year ground lease, which is significant. And while I have certainly understand time can kill deals, the environment right now between today and a month from now, where interest rates, construction costs, and underwriting is de minimis in the grand scheme of things. As a matter of fact, the environment can only probably likely get better. But so I'm not worried about the time when we're talking about this kind of commitment. What I have an issue with is how the council's informed on things like this, and I know them to be materially, I disagree with your material point.
So may I respond to some of that? So the entire deal with Capstone is not only the apartments, but also the hotel. So it is the entire project that we're trying to push forward. So
I recognize that, but again, your argument today is that it's 8 and 9 only. Like
it is 8.
Right, but you're trying to have your cake and eat it too by saying we need to do this today because it's important for the bonds, and we haven't approved any other deal. So why move? What happens if High Five or whatever user doesn't come forward, or hospitality lending dries up, which today it's negligible. Like there is no hospitality debt market. So what happens? What happens if these things change? So the macro environment around whatever the consultant chose or suggested to do 4 years ago or 5 years ago has changed, but this plan has not altered itself much at all. So what happens if none of the other parcels come to fruition?
If none of the private development come to fruition, that is projected to be 75% of the revenues needed to fund the entire project. We definitely need those to move forward. And this is just a piece of that. And this particular apartment complex, it is the first part of it. The second part of it, we expect will be the hotel. We have we have companies in place that we're pushing forward, and the delays are absolutely going to cause us to have problems as we develop the deals.
We haven't delayed parcel 3 or 4 at all. We have not delayed a single thing other than 8 and 9.
I guess I don't understand why we're talking about. I'm talking about parcels 8 and 9.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
So tell me where the Cooper Young Business Association is, because I got different phone calls than you did.
Tell you what, Councilman, could I jump in? Because I've got some follow-on, then you can jump, then I'll recognize you, and I see Councilman Smiley. Okay, Warren is first, my bad, and then Smiley. All right, so let's get to the Cooper Young, because let's focus on 8 and 9. So we have a disagreement on the 3.6 million, and we got to do this now. Okay, got it. Are you in receipt of these compromises, I believe, that were given to y'all? And specifically, I'm going with a direction on this, so let me play it out. Restaurants serving alcohol must be over 5,500 square feet. There will be no restrictions on retail, no restrictions on the number and size of eateries that serve food and beer only. Limit bars and restaurants to no more than 15% of the total square foot of commercial space. Well, that's the 100,000. The hotel footprint will not have any limitations, and the restrictions on live entertainment, but I safely assume that you're not going to have live entertainment under apartments. Have y'all received these compromise ideas from the Cooper Young?
Yes, we have received those ideas, and I'm trying to get to them. Give me a second.
You can have my copy.
Thank you.
So my question is, because colleagues, kind of where I'm driving this, and I want to fall on my sword and apologize to everyone. This was held 2 weeks ago, and in oversight, I missed putting it on here, but semi-fairness, I didn't get all the feedback I had wanted. Bottom line, though, is I did add this to the agenda yesterday, and that is unfortunately not fit the schedule of several Cooper Young businesses. So what my objective here is if the concessions start to go through, then potentially we try to work something out by 3:30. Otherwise, I mean, I almost have to hold this because I know Cooper Young wants to come in and testify, but there may be ways around that. Giving you half a minute to look at those compromise suggestions, what is the administration's position?
So we had some concerns about limiting the parcels in these ways and our ability to find developers who would come to develop under these circumstances. Where we landed was that we will continue to have talks, and that is with direct communication with Mr. Upton, that we would continue to have talks about how we could move forward possibly, but for this particular, these two parcels that there's a bullet that says no restrictions on retail. So the plan for this is for an apartment complex and 12,000 square feet of retail. So my understanding that we did not have an issue with this particular parcel based on our conversations.
So you do not have an issue with any of the compromise points as relates to the 12,000 square feet of retail?
I don't see a compromise for that on this list.
Okay, if you go down to the compromise part, about the middle, all of these issues are what Cooper Young has asked for.
There's a bullet that says no restrictions on retail. That's what I'm looking at.
Meaning you put all the, I read that as you can put all the retail you want in there.
Correct.
Okay, and then you have no problem with that.
Correct.
All right, what about restaurants serving alcohol must be over 5,500 square feet?
We have concerns with that first bullet. We have concerns with, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you. Those were the ones that we said that we need to continue talking about, but that as these parcels were to come before council for approval, that these discussions could be had at that time.
We're only talking about 8 and 9.
We're only talking about 8 and 9. Correct.
So, okay, what I'm hearing is that there's a potential disagreement, especially on item 1, as regards 8 and 9 retail. All right, so we hold it. Unfortunately, our next council meeting is not for another 3 weeks to 4 weeks. Because y'all have already done the bonds for this, could y'all start the footprints padding? Okay, so in other words, you could roll forward on site work. All right, colleagues, and we have not recognized council leader of the district, but I sense there's a chance for compromise, but I don't sense that we can get this done by 3:30, although I'm willing to try. Let's go through the queue, but my thought is we hold this, because if that doesn't slow down your construction, it will also help us look at not approving this on the fly. That being put out there, I have Councilman Warren, Councilman Smiley in the queue, and Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we have the representative for the Cooper Young group here, the business group, Mr. Upton. I was wondering if he could comment upon what they're thinking on these compromises and see if maybe we could get to it by 3:30.
Let's give it the college try. Mr. Upton, you're recognized, name and address, and then please hit the green button, and please share.
Can we just note that we're significantly behind schedule?
We are significantly behind schedule, David, so.
The word is brevity.
You all.
And that may not be Mr. Upton's strong suit.
David up to 1910.
Go for it.
David Upton, 1910 Madison Avenue, 38104. So they had a meeting. A group of them came and met with Chief and the mayor. Talked about all these things, presented this. And apparently, yeah, it wasn't on the schedule, whatever reason you were talking about. And so they have a presentation they want to make. And they've got a full-time director who would make that. I think Tamara Walker, many of you know her, and some business people they want to come speak.
But they can't come this afternoon.
This more, they couldn't get it together. It wasn't on the schedule, so they thought it was off. Now, so Chief and the mayor called me this afternoon and said, look, what about, she laid out what she said to you, let this piece go through, and let's talk about the rest of it. And I said, let me try to get a hold of them and get them together. There's a group. It's not that easy. They do have businesses. Can one of y'all come down here? The director is at a cancer. They had a cancer oncology thing. Couldn't come today. I was hoping one of them could come, or they could come talk or do the presentation. Could not.
So the bottom line is you're not going to be able to meet and be able to talk about this today.
They cannot. You do have these. So they would prefer to make their presentation, but instead of saying and just talk about the whole thing and maybe come up with something in the next 2 weeks. That's their preference, and that's what they call them.
Do they have a problem with us moving forward with the hotel component of that, providing that we're going to be listening to the rest of this as we move forward?
Well, so if you...
Because it's the retail they're worried about, not the apartments, correct?
They're not worried about apartments, yes. And
They're not worried about apartments.
They're not worried about apartments. The 12,000 square feet, that's part of the overall, 70.
So if we move with the apartments, with the idea that we're going to consider how we regulate the retail space separately, would that be acceptable to administration?
We got 3 weeks. I mean, maybe there's something.
No, sir.
Retail is under the apartment.
Yeah, but how that retail is assigned, it will be part of the future negotiation. We just move ahead with the apartments today. Is that acceptable?
No, sir. It's all. I appreciate the offer. It's all one. It is all one entire deal. So the 12,000 square feet is not separate from the apartment.
I understand it is, but how those apartments can be used can be part of a future negotiation if we approve the retail space today. Think about that, talk with people, and bring back that to us, okay?
Worst case, Councilman, what we can do, and I don't necessarily like the idea, but we can always approve it potentially today and still have our meetings next council and then pull it off the minutes if we need to. That's one way of doing it, guys. Don't shoot the messenger.
That sounds
all right. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
No, I'm good.
All right, thank you. Councilman Jones, you're recognizing council lady of the district.
I'm going to need some help. I'm looking at this compromise here. Restaurants serving alcohol must be over 5,500 square feet. Can somebody give me a restaurant that's larger than, that's 55 or greater? Are we talking about, is that an Outback? Is that a
Buffalo Wild Wings?
There are several that are right there that are independent. I could probably give you, if you gave me a half an hour, I'd probably give you several examples on it. But it would be a full service. Your average full service restaurant can range anywhere from 3,500 to 55 to 6. Anything over that would be astronomically large. Like the footprint of Capitol Grill is probably 65 to 8 or 9.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. So if we're looking at 12,000 total, 5,500, we're essentially saying that the bottom floor in each one has to be occupied by one restaurant. So I just find this highly restrictive, to essentially say we can only have 2 restaurants in each one of these. If we look at the failure rate of restaurants hey, we up there, we either strike out or hit it versus, if we're talking 2,000 apiece, we're talking smaller restaurants as I go walk my dog down Cooper, seeing those type of restaurants. I still am not very good at square footage, but I just haven't seen this much protectionism on any other TDZ or any other type of development that we've talked about. What happened to free market? For us to essentially, we are greatly reducing what we have to choose from. And I think that risk still comes back to us if we are looking at buildings that remain unoccupied for an extended period of time. And I think that will be the result if we look at this and basically say restaurants serving alcohol must be over 5,500 square feet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Upton, would you wish to respond to that, or are you good?
Sure. So here's what you've got.
Mike?
No, one more time.
Here's what we got. Let me get closer. So 5,500 square feet. There's a restaurant called Sweetgrass that has two. It was two restaurants. It was one. I think y'all know where that is. It's a Cooper Young. It would be that size or more. Now let me tell you how. That's basically, if you look at that list, the one thing that they're asking for is that, like, you'll see as many food places as you want who don't serve alcohol. As many as you want that serve, like a Pizza Hut that serves beer. A lot of fast casual wings places serve beer. Knock yourself out, get a zillion of them. That's the kind of place that you might, take the whole team, if you got a convention. Or during game day, people go eat pizza and there are places like that. They got boutique fine dining in Cooper Young and in the square and on Broad. So that the idea they thought the one thing they asked for is, say, if it's a full bar, because what they're concerned about is 10 years down the road or 20, it's a long time, you end up creating a whole new bar district, an entertainment district. And then what you do is you just rotate their customers to the site instead of bringing more people in. So that's a lot that they can lease. As much retail as you want, as much food, as much fast food, as much places to serve beer. But a restriction on the number and size of alcohol establishments. It's really all that. That's the only thing in there.
So existing right now, Mr. Upton, how many restaurants would you say in Cooper Young only sell beer? Just food and beer?
Well, that's just it. Is that they're all full bars. It's a bar entertainment district, all of them. And so the point being is that
sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just thinking about general restaurants in the city. There probably aren't many. If we were to look at the alcohol permits that are out there, I would think that we have a very small number that only sell beer. Most of them are beer. And look, I served on the alcohol commission for 10 years. It's very rare to have a restaurant, and this is, and if restaurants largely derive a large part of their revenue from alcohol sales. So I think that we are just being highly restrictive and anti-competitive, strongly anti-competitive, if we put that restriction here. It's a statement, but I'm just saying, if you can provide me the number of restaurants that only sell beer and make that argument without the data, give me, I'm a data-driven guy. Give me those. Let me know. If you tell, I would be willing to bet that, I don't know, but I would say that less than 25% of the establishments in Memphis, restaurants or not, sell just beer only. And why would we be that anti-competitive with this district?
All right. Mr. Chairman, you made the point. I think we're kind of going back and forth on it. All right, so you have a concern on the 5,500 square feet, as does the administration. Note for the record, Chairman Jones and the administration agree. No, I'm sorry. I was just enjoying that moment for just a second. All right, Council Lady of the District, Council Lady Swearingen, Washington, you're recognized.
I wanted to say for the record. Thank you. I want to say for the record, the Soulfish serves beer.
What's that?
Soulfish serves beer.
Okay, but if we think about the majority of the restaurants, we think about that new Cafe Olay full bar. We think about Mulan full bar. We think about the Mexican restaurant full bar. We think about Alchemy full bar. So I'm just naming 5 off the top of my beauty shop full bar. So the majority of the restaurants in general are not just beer only.
Yeah. That's true. So what are we gonna do? We wanna make a compromise, but we wanna make sure that it's fair and we don't wanna have to have any negative consequences with the financial obligations of the city. So do you think we can move forward with starting with just parcels 8 and 9, or do we need to wait and have some more conversation?
Well, I ran it by them. I called them last night, called this morning, and they said that they would like to wait and have more conversation and try to wrap the whole thing up. And I understand their frustration. I understand they want to start pouring their slab. If the developer, Capstone, doesn't want to move forward with the project unless they can, they can have small bars that are boutique just like it. I don't know if they've told you all that or not, but they just would prefer to come make their presentation before y'all move forward with this parcel. So that's just their position, and I'm sorry that it's different than what y'all asked for. So that's their position. They'd like to see if they can't resolve all this.
I would like to ask or move that we hold it for a little bit.
All right, I have a motion to hold. So what we're saying is we're not going to keep working until 3:30. We're going to hold it. They can still pour their pads and continue with site development. That obviously the compromise is still not achieved. Is that?
Yes.
All right. Councilman Warren, do you wish to be recognized?
I'll second it, but I'll also say we could possibly reevaluate this hold if something happens before noon and both parties come back and bring something to us. Would that be acceptable to the body? No?
No, if it's a hold, technically we could suspend the rules and bring it off the table, but.
So that would be how we'd have to do it?
Yeah, but we'll keep working on it, but I'm sensing some distance. So I have a motion, a second to hold. Is there any further thoughts or comments? Seeing none, is there any objection to the hold? Seeing none, okay, we're held for 1 month until the next council meeting. And why don't we get in the hallway after this and come on, because we'll just tell the press a couple of council members are meeting with them out there. All right, that is item number 2. Item number 3, presentation from Dexter Washington. Mr. Chairman, I know you called this, but in the interest of time and being 62 minutes past schedule, can we push this to next council meeting? Or do you wish to hear it now?
If Mr. Washington is available, so I don't have any objection to next meeting. Okay.
Mr. Washington, I apologize. We started late and we had some real meaty stuff to get through. And yours is also important. I want to give you the time that you need. Fair enough? All right, that item number 3 is pushed till next meeting. There being no further business.
Better hit that gavel. Good morning, colleagues. Everyone, we are a little bit behind, so we're gonna be moving forward. Please, we're gonna change out, gonna go out of order a bit. But anyways, good morning, colleagues. Today is May 16th and it is 11:09. I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Chairman Jones. Here. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Smiley.
I just wanted to make sure you got to be present.
And Chairwoman Logan.
Thank you. Council members, we're going to go with item number one, and then we'll hop to item number 2 and then go from there. We are going to hold item number 4. All right, and item number 1 is a resolution to transfer a portion of the City of Memphis Division of Police Services CIP project PD 02018 Violent Crimes Unit renovation from the construction line to the architecture and engineering. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and second.
Moved.
Was that you? Okay. And please, Chief, go ahead and give us your name and address, and you are recognized.
Thank you. C.J. Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street. So this request is basically to continue the work that is needed on the current location for the Violent Crimes Unit. It's the building itself is in serious disrepair. Matter of fact, Chief Jones can probably give you more information about the condition of it and what this will do for us.
Absolutely. So this is really just up. I'm sorry, Sean Jones, 170 North Main.
I like her.
She keeps me in check. Yeah, so really just to upgrade the design of this particular building. It is an older building, and there's some issues with it. Bringing the bathroom up to ADA standards is one of the things that are happening, trying to adjust the space so they can accommodate the various units that work out of this particular location. And also doing an environmental study on the building as well, because of maybe some issues that may exist.
All right, thank you. Any colleagues, anyone have any questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll take a vote on item number 1. All those in favor? Any opposed? Independent of the chair, the ayes have it. Item number 3. Thank you for that. Item number 3 is a referendum ordinance to amend the charter of the City of Memphis, same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879 as amended pursuant to Article 1011, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Rule Amendment, to provide provisions for the regulation of deadly weapons, all council districts, sponsored by Council Member Smiley and Warren. May I have a motion and a second?
Move it.
Thank you. Was it your second?
Sure.
All right. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a referendum to allow citizens to vote on what we think is reasonable gun control legislation. It's designed in 3 sections, so people will be able to vote on 3 different questions. One is being able to carry a handgun without a permit, whether that should be allowed, whether people should be able to store their handgun in a vehicle without a handgun storage, and also making sure that when you're storing a gun in a vehicle, that it is appropriately affixed to the vehicle in such a way it can't be easily stolen. That's the first question. The second question is about assault weapons and making purchase of them after the initiation of this particular ordinance illegal, and also making those people who already own them, keeping them in their homes or taking them to and from appropriate firing ranges for practice, not to be carried openly around the city. And the last part is on a red flag law. allowing law enforcement to be able to remove firearms from someone who is a potential danger or risk of activity. And this allows citizens to vote at our next general election for each of these three items. This would be essentially a trigger law, which would allow our government to automatically begin enforcing these laws once they've come in compliance with state laws. We know the state legislature is hopefully going to have a session later this year looking at gun control and gun reform. And what we want to do is to present this as a Memphis City version and suggestion for some of the things that we think the state legislators may be able to move forward with. And we want to allow our citizens a chance to be able to vote on this so they can see the difference between what urban environments need as far as gun regulation and what rural environments need as far as gun regulation. And I think part of the reason we are where we are in our state is the vast majority of our legislators come from small towns and rural areas where guns are more a tool that you use on the farm to keep varmints out of the chicken coop or other things along that line. And essentially, we don't really have that need in the city. I mean, here they are weapons that are used to kill people, not necessarily tools that are used to maintain order on your property. So hopefully what will happen is they will take into account what we need here as they're writing their legislation and write carve-outs that allow local governments the authority to be able to regulate weapons in a way that we think will make our citizens safest and protect everyone's right to bear arms as it states in the Second Amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councilman Smiley, can you add?
For sure. I think my colleague, Dr. Warren, is more diplomatic than I am as it relates to this. He's more optimistic as well. Simply put, one of the reasons I was eager to co-sponsor this is I think what we hear in the city of Memphis a lot of times is the city administration needs to do more, the city council needs to do more, MPD needs to do more. But when you're living in a city where there's a proliferation of guns in the communities, I think at this point, I think we have done almost everything we could do. While the folks who sit in Nashville continue to pass legislation that leads to more dead bodies in our community, that leads to a number of homicides significantly increasing, that leads to more auto thefts when people are stealing vehicles for the purpose of seeking out firearms. The state legislator has been derelict in their duties. At some point in time, the city of Memphis should be voicing their opinion on the type of laws we need here that will ultimately govern ourselves. Because I have no faith in the state legislator to pass laws to protect the city of Memphis, but I have every faith in the people of Memphis to pass laws to protect ourselves. And the question that has to be said, and I think we have some of the best litigators in the state of Tennessee, and we ultimately will have to find out, because the question that needs to be said is, when our state officials forget about Memphis, who's here to protect us? When our state officials continually pass laws that lead or have a detrimental impact in the city of Memphis, who is here to keep us safe? We have a responsibility to each and every person who vote us into office to take action. And whether that action leads to court, I'm almost certain it will. But I would spend as much money as I can if that would keep one life safe. Council, we have a job to do, and that job is to keep people safe. There's been a number of conversations about funding to police. We've increased funding. There's been a number of conversations about police reform. We've done that. There's been a number of conversations about blight remediation. We've done that. There's been a number of conversations about affordable housing. We talked about putting $10 million in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We've done that. Now the question comes, what do we do when the state forgets about West Tennessee? What do we do when the state forgets about Memphis, Tennessee? Will we fight for that? And, I think this legislation puts us in a good position. We control the narrative. They don't control the narrative. I said once before, we should care less about what Nashville does, and we should be more concerned about our obligations to our constituents in the city of Memphis. The role of government is real simple, and I don't know how we always get lost in what the role is. The role of government is real simple: to provide for the general welfare of its people. Real quick, real simple. Provide for the general welfare of its people. This legislation does it, and I hope to have more than one sponsor. I hope that we are able to pass this and send a clear message across the state that if no one else protects the city of Memphis, this elected body will. Thank you.
All right, we have Chairman Jones in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was very interested to hear the discussion on this, and when I think about Nashville as well, I think about the double speak that's always displayed, particularly when we talk about this. Excuse me. The legislature, the General Assembly in general, always want to support the blue, but when the blue said, don't do this, don't loosen what our restrictions are, they heard from many of you, and they ignored you. I think an analogy that I think of is just imagine if we had 5 mosquitoes in this room. There's a chance that some of us will get bitten. But if they release 5,000 mosquitoes in here, it's nonsensical for them to think that if we just loosen the spigot and the flow of guns available to everybody, that there's not going to be more gun violence. And I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to this, as you talked about, as I saw your interviews as I was getting ready this morning, Dr. Warren. This is triggering legislation. We know that we are pushing a rock uphill with this as far as what current laws are. But if there's some way that the General Assembly just at least give us the same right to self-governance as they always talk about when the federal government is issuing mandates, then it's up to us to have the general safety and welfare of our citizens in our hands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Any other colleagues want to be recognized?
Councilman Morgan.
I'm sorry, Councilman Morgan, and then Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think, with the 3 questions, personally, I agree with all of them. Question number 2 about extreme risk protection orders. There are some extreme risk protection orders I've seen across the country that I agree with, some that I don't. I'd have to get into the details, but I'd start with questions and an honest conversation rather than any kind of opposition. So before we get to merit, though, I want to talk about effect. And Mr. Wade, we may need you to chime in on this. If this were to be passed by the City Council, if this were to go on the ballot and all 3 questions, just for the sake of argument, are approved by the people, at what point does it take impact or have effect in the city of Memphis? What action would the state need to do in order for this language, again, to be effectual or to be relevant?
Okay, let's talk about Allen Wade, wherever I live. I don't even know half the time. Let's just start with what this is, first of all. This is a referendum ordinance to amend the charter. We've had 2 that we've adopted, one in '87 dealing with racehorsing and pari-mutuel betting. At the time, it was not legal. At the time, Steve Coyne had this ongoing battle to get the Constitution changed to allow it. The election commission says you can't put it on the ballot because the ultimate question is not legal. We again had the same thing when we tried to adopt payroll tax. And as you know, the Constitution prohibits taxation of incomes. The election commission tried to stop that. We mandamus them to put it on the ballot. We had a hearing in Chancery Court. Chancellor Golden ruled against us, and ruled against us on a Monday, and by Friday we had an opinion from the Tennessee Supreme Court saying that it had to go on the ballot. It failed. Pari-mutuel betting passed. So the law is that once you adopt these referendum ordinances, you have a couple of things. We all can say that the people want this, but that's hearsay. This is proof positive, and it gives you a statement from them of what they want. The law is that charter amendment can be self-executing, meaning all of the terms of it are in effect in the document. A couple of the questions may require the council to breathe life into them by ordinance. One of them seems to be fairly detailed. I hadn't studied them all, and typically I don't do that until we get ready to have third reading. But that is the other part. Now, in the question of pari-mutuel betting, as you know, subsequently the Constitution was changed, and the Supreme Court says that you can't keep these things off the ballot and keep the people from speaking to them because events may change down the road that'll make them lawful, okay? So right now, I would tell you that we would be inundated with all kind of challenge. We would have the militia, the Attorney General, the National Guard, everybody.
This will be challenged to even appear on the ballot.
No, I don't think so anymore because the Supreme Court has said we can do this very thing.
Okay.
That's why we're doing this very thing. We try to have litigation avoidance where necessary, and I think what we're doing here is getting the voice of the people, and then we'll take the next step after that.
Okay. And I get that. I've had the idea before about putting a referendum on our ballots to make, because it's the best version of a poll and demonstration of the people's will that we can find. There's no more other. It's the same as election results. It's in terms of the demonstration of people's will. So, this is interesting, but I want it to, this is obviously something that's going to get a lot of attention. There's going to be a lot of media around this. There's going to be a lot of conversations between Memphis and Nashville. And I want, one, I want to understand it myself, but two, I want to make sure that it's reported accurately what we're doing, that if this is passed, if this passes 13-0 on third reading, this will not change gun laws in Memphis. What it does is it puts a question to the people about how they want to be governed and what their preferences would be. And we'd hope that the hope would be that political, that representation of the people's will through this vote would have an impact in Nashville as they discuss these issues going forward and probably in perpetuity. There's always going to be a debate about how and what types of guns should be used and allowed in the state. Okay. And so to the media members that are covering this, I hope that's clear and can be made clear to the public, because I anticipate there is going to be a lot. This is a hot topic and issue for people, and there's going to be a lot of misunderstanding and confusion about what is occurring today. This essentially is going to put the question to the people about what they want. And even if it is passed, it will not have an impact except through our state body that has the control of this issue. Is that? I'm trying to state it as simply and plainly as possible.
Attorney White,
yes, please correct me.
If I may correct you just briefly, there are theories upon which we may have the authority to go forward without state law. Now, I can't tell you. I don't like to.
We're not an attorney-client.
I don't like to reveal litigation strategy in public. I don't like to, because then I'm a sitting duck when we go to court. So I'm just saying it's not a foregone conclusion that there aren't theories upon which this could be enforced without state law.
Understand. And the effective date on this, January 1st, 2025, correct? So there will be a General Assembly session in 2024 before any of this would have impact, in which they will be able to discuss, look at, and challenge potentially. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you so much. Thank you for those questions, because I did have a question in regards how this process would go forward. But I think that we've done everything we can possibly do at this point to let people know we are tired of the situation that we're dealing with. We've begged for assistance. It's not coming just from talking. So it's now time to put it in writing. What I also like about it is the fact we'll have enough time to let people be educated on what's taking place. So often we implement procedures and it's 30 days, 60 days, and you're expecting people to understand. This way, guess what? We may get some more petitions. Who knows what all will start in order to get the state attention. I know, it's different individuals who have different opinions about this, but I think we just need to keep on saying, this is our city, what we want here. And I think we are voicing the opinions of the majority of people. Nobody wants to take guns from responsible individuals, but we got individuals with guns who thinks it's just a toy. I mean, they use them anytime they get upset. I don't even know if they really believe it's going to hurt somebody. I just think it's a reaction sometimes. And I also think that a lot of these individuals are needing mental assistance or some type of care in that regards. So we got to do everything to try to make a change. And I would like to be a sponsor of this as well. And I think we have time. Let us just keep on pushing it. Let's get some petitions going. Let's us do everything we can to just let the state know. Please, please make us an exception. You may believe it for the rest of the state, but Shelby County needs to be an exception to this. Thank you.
Dr. Warren and then Councilwoman Swearingen.
I just want people to be aware the reason that this is going on in 2024 instead of the next election is it has to be at the next county-wide election based on our ordinance. So we can't do it at our city election. Otherwise, we would have done it. And I really hope, and then it would take the time to be enacted as far as law for January 2025. The other thing is, I would really like if everyone possibly would consider being a co-sponsor and think about that and let our chair know. Thank you.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say that I know that we all know that gun violence is out of control. This is a way that we can take a lead. I believe other cities will follow this. Our community is begging for safety. It's just ridiculous what you see on the news, what you see and experience in our own families. And I definitely want to be a co-sponsor. And I say hats off for the leadership of even saying that we don't want any more killings and deaths in our community if we can control it. So this is a way of having some control. Thank you.
Councilman Smiley.
Absolutely. So to echo the sentiments of Councilman Warren, we welcome all support, all co-sponsors on this particular piece of legislation. I think it's imperative that this body sends a very strong message, not just to Nashville, because Nashville's going to do what Nashville does, but to the citizens of Memphis when we talk about a serious need to reduce violent crime in the city of Memphis. I'm tired of seeing studies where Memphis is top 5 in violent crime. I'm tired of seeing studies when Memphis is in top 5 in murder. I think it's incumbent upon us to lead. I think we were elected to lead, and this is a way that we lead. The state is derelict in their duties, and we've done everything we can to address crime. At some point, we have to take it a step further. Give the people an opportunity to vote on how they want to be governed, and I really think we shouldn't be so dismissive of the authority of this body. This is the same body that stopped the pipeline. and when we were told we couldn't do it, I think we have to take that into consideration. I think this body has more authority than we know. We have one of the best litigators in the state of Tennessee that I've witnessed. And even if we get to the point where we're outside the purview of state law, in the words of our attorney, Wade, tell them to bring it on. We'll fight about it in court.
All right, Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be derelict in my duty if I didn't make this statement, that the citizens of District 3 of the whole city want to be safe. Our number one responsibility is safety. Please add me as a co-sponsor, and as well as I have a question of our attorney. Do we have to use the Shelby County Election Commission to do elections? I have been cities where the city took care of their own elections. And sometimes, you have to make bold change to make the kind of changes that you need to have made in your city.
No pressure.
Unfortunately, the issue of conducting elections is very complex. It originates with the Constitution. It is regulated by state law through a state election commission, local election commissions, and through an administrator of elections whose duties are strictly prescribed and required to be educated at a very high level. Absent some change in all of those things, I don't see how we would have the ability to do it.
Okay.
And it becomes a political question also, because we don't even have a voice in the election commissioners that are on the election commission. Those are appointed by the state election commission and oftentimes along party lines. So that tells you how entrenched all of this is politically, because the state has a fundamental right to make sure that every citizen has a free and fair opportunity to cast their vote. So it's very embedded in our Constitution and our history.
You just opened a can of worms, but what you did not say is not impossible, because it happens in other cities and states. We can study and make a decision, this council or future council, that we want to handle our own elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else? Thank you. Councilman Morgan, as we close.
I'll be very brief. As these are presented on the ballot, there'll be 3 separate questions to the people. We may want to discuss also dividing the question here, because although it's all around the topic of gun laws, these are 3 specific fixes to 3, perceived problems. And so there might be language, and I could see that there might be some council members that want to amend or vote yes on some or no on others. That could come down the road.
This is first reading.
Correct.
So
yeah.
let's do this first reading, and I will be more than open, and I'm sure Councilman Smiley will be, for us to have. Part of the reason is for people to bring those things to us. So this is first reading. Let's talk and let's bring suggestions to the council. Perfectly glad to do that.
And one thing that's going to be really important to kind of note and look at, and as this is elected on 2024, we have a number of Democrats in the state house that represent Memphis, but we've also got John Gillespie, we've got Mark White, we've got Brent Taylor, and John Gillespie, to his credit, if people hadn't noticed, went out on a limb in support of these protection orders, extreme risk protection orders, and they catch a lot of heat from members of their own party who think that's not in line. And again, that is a guesstimation of where the line is within a party. And in this case, we're talking about the Republican Party. But I do believe, and maybe this will be able to demonstrate, that this is in the majority thinking of people in the Democrat Party, people that are independents, and people that are in the Republican Party, but it isn't necessarily what's reflected currently in state law. So this will be, for politicos who are watching, this will be very interesting. And it may even be, do we have to do this in November, or do we have an option to do it in August as well in 2024?
It can be August.
There are two general elections.
Okay.
County general and state general. So August and November are the two defined general elections.
Because I'd even have to think that if we wanted to pursue more people vote in November, but you have a primary process in August, and you might be able to then break down the data by state house district as well as Republican primary voters, Democrat primary voters, and get even more information that may build the case or lead to support for some of these becoming reality at the state level. Anyway, those are my thoughts, and look forward to the next few weeks' discussion. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody that does not want to be added? Okay, Chairman Jones?
Yeah, one other thing too, I can see this potentially, hopefully, this would be a watershed moment. This would be an opportunity for other cities to really, like you talked about, Councilman Morgan, this is the best poll that we can take. And so I think that what it will take for other cities, even towns, if they really poll what the voters think, I think that's the only thing that can wake up some of the legislators who are not supportive of issues like this. I just pulled up on my phone, we just had another mass shooting in Massachusetts that follows one yesterday in New Mexico. So we can sit on our hands and do nothing, or we can introduce stuff like this. So thanks again, colleagues, for introducing this.
All righty then. I think everybody's had an opportunity. And again, we just want to thank our colleagues for bringing this forward. It is a bold move. It's the right move. Yes, it is. Because we have to, and like Chairman Jones said, this is and Councilman Morgan, it is a great indication of what the people want. And if it is done across the city, that will say to those in Nashville that this is what your state wants. And if you don't, I think it's a tyranny when you don't do that. So we just definitely want to I'm so excited that everyone is signing on. So council members, if you will, we're going to take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, and Councilor Chair, ayes have it, so moved. Next, we have, thank you for that. Number two. Next, we have item number 2, colleagues. It is an ordinance to amend Chapter 41, Records of Towing Operators of the Code of Ordinance of Memphis, Tennessee, to update fees prescribed. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. This item was held from April 25th meeting. Canale, did you move it?
I did.
And Smiley second. Councilman Canale, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we have brought this back from a couple of weeks ago. I have asked Angela Inman and Evan Mueller to do a presentation, not only on what our peer cities charge in fees, but also to go over some statistics, not necessarily on an overall inflation rate, but the changes that they've seen industry specific to gas prices, insurance prices, cost of vehicles, and cost to maintain those vehicles. So, Angela, I will turn it over to you if you're ready.
And of course, just give us your name and address, and you are recognized at that point.
Evan Mueller, Blue City Towing, 1828 Thomas Road. I believe Miss Angela's going to start us off, and then I'll take over after she gets done with her presentation.
Angela Inman, 4000 North Watkins. Alrighty, today I'll be presenting the towing rate increase. I did put together a slideshow for you guys to show you what a Class A, a Class B, and a Class C record is. On your Class A, that's going to be your regular vehicles, small cars, small trucks, small vans. On Class B, that's where we're going to go to a little bit bigger. We're going to go to about 10,000 to 14,000+ pounds. That's where we go to box trucks, bigger vans, ambulances, buses, all the way down to Class C, which is heavy duty, which is going to be more like your 18-wheelers, larger vehicles, anything over 26,000 pounds. Our diesel price was $2.40 in 2006. Our current price right now, as of today, is $4.09. Trucks have increased by price by 60%. In 2006, our truck cost was $67,000 and has increased to around $150,000, with interest rates around 9% right now for equipment. Our commercial insurance has skyrocketed in the past 16 years, but we have felt the hardest hit the last 3 years due to inflation and supply chain issues. This is causing upward pressure on our commercial insurance rates. Our maintenance, our supply chain issues and drought of available labor and parts, our maintenance for trucks has more than doubled. The pricing for our taxes, our city stickers, and our commercial tags have increased as well. Oil has doubled in price just since 2019. In 19, oil was $13 a gallon. In today's market, we are paying $30 a gallon. Tires. In 2006, tires cost an average of $1,200 for a set of 6. Today, we are paying an average of $3,000 for a set of 6 tires. Our labor rate. Regardless if it's a simple tow, a fatality wreck, or a 10-hour rollover, they put in the labor and manpower to clear a scene and put their lives on the line daily. Our disposal costs have increased from debris, hazard materials, and waste. We are seeing an increase across the entire industry, and when you take into consideration the 16-year period without a rate increase, we feel that the industry is fair in asking for this increase. I've provided you with a Chattanooga, Tennessee rate increase that was signed on the 10th of January, 23. This is Nashville's tow rate. And we do have more to it than that. I just kind of gave y'all a general look of it. Plenty of extra fees. THP in Tennessee on a Class A tow is $375, and it as well more fees as well. South Haven Class A is going to be at $200 plus extra fees. West Memphis is at $225. I was asked to present one from St. Louis. Their tow rate is $100 and $25 storage plus extra fees. But their average tow after all the fees that they are allowed is around $325 plus dollars. $325 is about St. Louis's minimum. And they are also being raised by their city council as well at this time. And I do want to bring out that this rate increase will not affect law-abiding citizens that hold insurance. Liability insurance, this will not affect them. We are working hard. We were asked for our drivers to please be sure to clean up wreck scenes. I have addressed every company, and I will be having monthly meetings with them. That is one thing that everyone has sat down and we've addressed with everyone. I just wanted to let you know that. You're welcome. And that's all I got, guys.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Chief Ryan, did you want to respond to anything?
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon yet? Almost. Shandell Ryan, COO for the city of Memphis. At the last meeting, I think there was it was held so that we could have an opportunity to have a conversation, and we did have a conversation, and they presented this information, and they've gone out and got some additional information. The point was, I think, was just for us to talk. And so we're not here, giving support or in opposition. We just here to communicate that we did have a conversation. We did talk through what they're looking to do. And so I've checked the box on that, and we don't, have any further comment at this time, but they were a pleasure to work with.
Okay, great. I'm glad you all had an opportunity to sit down. We're making some progress in this regard. So, let's see. We're going to go to the queue. Councilman Jones.
Yes.
Chairman Jones.
I'd also made a request that the administration come back with its suggested fees as well for each one of these. I don't know if that's taking place. One of the things, too, I would hesitate for us to look at a South Haven, West Memphis, and making these comparisons just based upon the available. Memphis is so much larger than those areas. The ability to tow more. You have a broader market to choose from. Now, you do have more players in that particular market, but I think that there has to be some balance between the two. I just don't know of, and I'm eager to hear what would be the administration's recommendation for these fees, but I just hesitate of just relying upon the hen to tell us what the chicken prices are going to be. But I think that's what we're relying upon here. That's why I'm eager to hear what the administration would have to say as far as what the suggested fees would be. If I'm going in asking for a price and I'm selling something, I'm asking for the highest price that I can get without any compromise between what the seller may ask and what the buyer may ask. I would just, from the administration standpoint, I would just ask that we do that. If the administration come back and says, okay, we've looked at it, we reviewed it, I would buy that before we just go with what the first recommendation is.
I appreciate your comments, and I apologize if that was the intent of the meeting,
yes.
and I misunderstood that totally. So I will own that, and I would love the opportunity to take a look at the presentation. If you all we have each other's email address. If you would email it to me, then we can have another discussion before the next meeting, if that's appropriate if that's the will of the council.
Councilman, would you think it appropriate to compare to the other three big cities in Tennessee? Because, the numbers that we're giving you here are straight out of those ordinances. We're not making up arbitrary numbers. Nashville rate is their rate. Knoxville's rate is their rate. Chattanooga's rate is their rate. And I believe you asked earlier what happened to the free market.
Yeah.
So I would just ask the same question,
yeah.
sir.
So, but here's my thing though. If we go into data, I'm okay with that. But
Yes,
if we have twice as many accidents as Nashville has, then we're not necessarily talking about.
Sure.
So
yeah.
that's what.
You want to see the volume as compared to the rate to see how.
Well, we don't have to see it.
sense.
I would think though that the administration still would do their due diligence with this, and
Yes, sir, of course.
if I'm looking to buy a car, I don't just go to the first. The reason I don't have it now is that they asked one price, we came back, there was some wiggle room, there was some negotiation between the two.
Sure.
I wasn't going to give them what they asked for. There was, I just think the same thing should be at play here.
I agree, sir.
Councilman Warren.
Yes, and I take that this is an ordinance that we're moving forward. So I think that we should probably vote to move the ordinance forward because we have 2 more readings on this, correct?
No, first one.
So this will be our first reading.
No.
Oh, so it'll be on next time. So
Right,
we
this
got
is
plenty of
discussion.
time to
Yes,
get
sir.
that information back. Excellent. I think we should vote on it in committee to send it to our next meeting. And thank you.
Has everyone had an opportunity to speak?
No, Councilwoman Robinson.
Councilwoman Robinson, then
He needs to
Canali, you
finish.
can close it out.
Okay, I am very appreciative of the answer that we have for law-abiding citizens with insurance. But we have approximately 40% of the people in the city of Memphis who are economically disadvantaged and they don't have insurance, and that doesn't mean they're not law-abiding, they just can't afford it. So what provisions do we have here for those people who cannot afford to do this? Do we have a payment plan? What are we going to do to address the people who want to be law-abiding citizens but can't afford to?
I think that's a fair question, and I think our industry is happy to talk with you in these negotiations about some sort of relief for citizens who can't genuinely afford it. But surely it can't be the position of this body that the law-abiding citizens who follow the federal law for insurance are somehow. What does it say to the people that are struggling to make that insurance payment when you say, well, a lot of people can't afford it, so we're just not going to do it? I take a bit of an issue. Okay. So I may have misunderstood you. I
What
take a
I'm
bit of an
saying
issue with
is
that
we have to have some covering for those people who are truly, just this morning we just talked about people who need a place to stay. So you know they can't buy car insurance if they don't have a place to stay. So at some point we have to have some covering, and it might not be your responsibility, it may be our responsibility, but we have to have something in here to address those issues and not wait till we have that problem and then we can't address it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And just so you know, I am getting data from every MATA stop that there is through town for people who cannot afford insurance. That way, if they are not able to have a vehicle, they cannot do that. That they are is set in line. I am working on that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman, would you
Madam
clarify?
Chair. Go ahead.
Are you asking about people with no insurance or those that have insurance just need a payment plan? Would you clarify for me?
Both, and both. What I am saying is that we have people who want to be law-abiding citizens that cannot afford insurance, period. They may have a car, but I know it's against the law.
That's right.
However, we allow them to drive because we don't have anybody checking the cars. They are taped together. Windows are boarded up with everything, but things that you can see through. I'm just saying we have a complex issue.
So should we not clean the wrecks for the people that are uninsured, and since we're doing that for free, when we go clean up a wreck, when MPD calls us, we go do it. We're obligated, but they're not obligated to pay us for that bill. And these business owners that are back here and myself can all tell you the drop rate is at least 30 or 40%. So not only are we struggling with
when you say drop rate, what does that mean?
That you have a wreck and you don't come pay me a dime for your car. You come get your stuff out of it and you leave it with me for me to get rid of. At least 30 or 40% of these tows we do for MPD, yes, at least 30 or 40% are abandoned on my lot, and I collect $0.
So drop rate means abandoned vehicles.
Yeah, let's just call it abandoned vehicles.
We understand that.
Yeah. So these vehicles, which if they're going to be abandoned, we would rather them be abandoned on our lots than we would on the streets or in somebody's front yard of an abandoned rental house or something. But that's another big factor of this, is that we're eating a lot of this cost for the service that we're providing the citizens. So we're keeping your roads open, we're keeping the economy moving, and 30, 40% of the time we're not getting paid. We sell to the junkyard for $200 2 months later, and we lose our ass. Forgive me. Sorry.
Okay. So
forgive me. Forgot where I was.
You're forgetting. With council members.
He's not. He's not.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My concern is exactly what he just stated. Do we need to put something in place so he doesn't lose his shirt, and that the citizens of Memphis have some protection? It may not be all, but we have some protection.
We want to help.
Are you trying to create a fund?
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Budget.
Yes, we can. I think that's something that we need to
add it to the wish list.
Sounds like you want to invest more money in MATA, so we have a public transportation system.
Yeah.
That is possible. Okay.
No, but also what you're talking about.
Okay.
We can bring that back. I think that's something that we do need to look at because it's a reality. So we definitely will bring that back. And I do like the idea about the MATA and improving our public transportation. And we're going to close this out before we take a vote with Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Chairman Jones, the reason that, and I worked with them on these numbers, the reason that we landed where we did and we're less than some of our peer cities and THP is so there wasn't a bunch of, we came what we thought was fair, and there wasn't a bunch of haggle back and forth. But we can talk about that. This won't come up for third reading until the first meeting in July. But look, these men and women haven't had a raise in 16 years, and colleagues, I would urge each of you to think about that. You don't want to wake up one day and we don't have any tow truck drivers left, and there's wrecked cars all over our streets. So I think they deserve our help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you as well, and thank you all for your presentation. At this time, colleagues, we're going to take a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Independent of the chair, the ayes have it. Thanks again. What?
He wants to know, can he say something? Is opposition?
We are totally behind. If you have, you can send it to all of the council members. Send your information to them. Thank you so much for being here. All right. If you could just send that to us, we'd appreciate it. All right. Next, we're going to. Okay, you need to go down there. Let me see. All right, lastly, colleagues, we have item number 5. It's an update and discussion on the crisis intervention team and healthcare navigator teams. Colleagues, we're bringing this forward briefly just to discuss these areas. As you know, we have had a number of and have increasing numbers of citizens who are experiencing mental health challenges that are committing crimes or being victims of crime. And so we want to bring them forward to just share, give an update on our crisis intervention team, what they're seeing out in the streets and in the neighborhoods and communities as it relates to increase in mental health and crime correlation, as well as with the healthcare navigators, and let us know where we are in terms of being able to assist our citizens who are experiencing mental health challenges, as opposed to those stops and encounters adversely affecting either side. This is National Mental Health Month, and so I felt like this was a great time to have this discussion, especially in light of some of the things, recent situations that have happened on our streets. So we're going to open up now. Chief, if you would give us your name and address and go ahead and present.
Okay, Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main.
So, council member, we invited the fire department as well because they really do oversee the CARE program, and we have a great partnership with them. But as you mentioned, we have seen a proliferation of incidents that are exacerbated because that individual has, going through a mental crisis. And it's happening, more times than not, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's an active shooter situation. So it's important for us to have those individuals on the scenes of these various types of situations to help de-escalate in a way where we're not just waiting for, necessarily the care team, but also for the officers that are responding. Some of the first responders have the appropriate training to at least mitigate the situation until the care team can arrive or until some other individual that has that professional expertise. What we are doing now is we're training all of our officers in crisis intervention because sometimes an officer that's trained in that area won't be available at the exact time we need them. We've had officers to talk individuals off of bridges a couple of times in the last few months. And we're just seeing more and more situations that require officers to have different skill sets than just assuming it's always about making an arrest. How do we, resolve the situation as safely as possible? Chief Crow has some stats. I'm going to allow him to share them with you as well.
Thank you, Chief. And so we know the Memphis Police Department created the Crisis Intervention Team in 1988, and that model is now known worldwide as the Memphis model. So far in the year 2023, our Crisis Intervention Team officers have responded to 7,753 calls regarding people in a mental health crisis. In addition to that, they've responded to 779 suicide in progress calls. That's just this year. From those two numbers, our officers have taken 2,122 individuals into custody for what state law calls an emergency commitment, which means the officer transports them to a place to receive mental health services. Go back to the year 2022, our officers responded to 21,724 calls regarding someone in a mental health crisis. They responded to an additional 2,067 suicide in progress calls. From those numbers, they took 5,773 individuals into custody and transported them for an emergency commitment to a mental health facility for evaluation and treatment.
And so at this time, I guess Fire can sort of do an overview of the CARES program and how we work together with Fire.
Before you go, I just want to clarify. So CIT is different and separate from healthcare navigators?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so
Healthcare Navigators is a team of individuals from the different departments, and they'll probably explain the breakdown. But we have individuals that are represented on the Healthcare Navigator team. The numbers that we've just given you were just MPD's response to a number of different types of crisis situations. And our crisis intervention team officers, the ones that are actually trained and certified, they have responded to some of these. Some of these were dealt with by just officers who are not trained. You know, these are just overall numbers. So because there's been such an increase, we have felt the need, you know, and felt compelled to ensure all of our officers are now, as they go through the training academy, all of them are trained in crisis intervention.
they're the ones that work with you all. Okay, I understand now. Thank you. Go right ahead. Give us your name and address.
Kevin Sproutlin, 79 South Flicker Street, Memphis. Healthcare Navigator is several programs. The care team is one piece of that. So let's first talk about the care team, and then I also have a little bit of data around Radar that deals with similar types of patients in medical situations, non-behavioral health. A quick reminder of the care team. The care team is made up of three different positions, as Chief Davis was mentioning. We have a specially trained paramedic, most of whom have been through CIT training, and as we bring on new paramedics into the Healthcare Navigator program, they are also going through the CIT training with police. We have a master's level crisis assessor that is embedded with us from Alliance Healthcare Services and have been with us since we started the team September 2018. And then we do have a CIT police officer that every day they rotate from the different precincts to be part of our team. One great piece of news on the care team is they went 24/7 in September of last year, so the volume of calls has increased, and we're able to serve even more of those persons that are having these complex emergencies. You may be wondering, what is the difference between CIT and care, as you mentioned a moment ago, Madam Chair? One issue is that many of the cases that the care team deals with are complex, and complex in numerous ways. It can be that they have a lot of medical complications that require that paramedic to see what's going on with them, perhaps reach back to our physicians on our Radar team via telehealth to talk to them about how this person can be managed by avoiding the ER, which is absolutely where behavioral patients do not need to be. They do not need to be in a hospital emergency room, and work with them on that. They also deal with situations that we encounter regularly with people who are chronically utilizing our services and need to be connected back to other care. So I just pulled a little bit of the data, and I know there's a lot on your screen. I'm willing to meet with you later if you'd like to talk about what all this means, but what you will notice is two things. Call volume is steadily going up, as we've all been talking about this morning, but also on the right side of your screen, you'll see that many of the types of calls that the care team go on do not originate as behavioral health calls. Many persons who call 911, and as a reminder, the police department answers our 911 calls first. If it's fire or medical, it's transferred to Memphis Fire Department. Many of the calls that the care team goes on do not originate as someone saying, I'm having a behavioral health emergency. It comes as, I'm having a medical event, I've been assaulted, I've had this, I've had that. That is the beauty of the care team as well, is that we have that paramedic with his or her medical equipment available on that scene to assess that person and get them the most appropriate care. So that was the point of that data piece. Just quickly here, what I want to point out is two things. You'll notice in 2023, going overnight, we are steadily seeing calls overnight, as we speculated after we previously would end at 8 p.m. Now running all night, they are running. But the bottom set of data shows you that even with us running 24/7, there's a significant number of calls that the care team could be dispatched on when they're not available. And the reason for that is varied. There are several reasons. One is that we only have the one team covering the entire city, and the calls that they go on are often very time-consuming because of the complexity of the cases that they're dealing with. So that is a challenge, coupled with the geography and other limitations that we see. I'll also point out that month over month, call volume is increasing. And so we're seeing more and more calls, just as you were mentioning just a second ago. Many more of our people are seeing behavioral health emergencies, many people also calling us. And so we were making more calls. I just briefly wanted to touch on radar, since you asked about healthcare navigator. This is the medical piece. And as a reminder, we have physicians and nurse practitioners and physician assistants embedded in our vehicles making calls out there. And this is a way to avoid hospital ERs and to avoid using our ambulances. And it also allows us to do many more procedures in the field, as well as have a telehealth consultation for every EMT and paramedic on the fire department. If they're out making a call and they realize this is someone who has something that doesn't need an ambulance to go to the ER, they're able to reach back to that doc. If you have a behavioral health patient that we've encountered that also has a problem with their blood sugar or their blood pressure, we can assist with that as well. So that's what Radar is able to do. And if you'll notice, the call volume for our non-emergency medical, this is our non-life-threatening cases, is significant. They're quite busy. Our Radar 1 team is busier than every ambulance in the city, and you probably know how busy our ambulances are. So not only does this data show that how busy they are, the doctor that's riding in that SUV is also taking telehealth calls from paramedics and EMTs from across the city at the same time. And so the volume is significant, the need is there, and currently we're running just 2 of these vehicles. And just quickly, I know time is short, you'll notice on the bottom here that we still have a whole bunch of calls that we're not able to get to due to geography and length of time on these calls, and that the overnight need, 2023, you'll notice we are consistently running calls throughout the night, just almost as busy as we are in the daytime. And these are persons that are complaining with simple complaints, as simple as I just need, I have a medical problem, non-specific, non-life-threatening. And then the last thing I was going to tell you is our telehealth usage has increased dramatically as well. And 59% of our calls are actually coming from folks who are not on our radar team or on our care team. They're riding our engines and our ladder trucks and our ambulances out in the field. So those are the data I have. What questions?
Are you all going to add care teams this year within the budget that you sent?
Certainly a discussion we're open to, ma'am.
Oh, okay. All right, I really appreciate that, and the numbers are staggering. You know, yeah, that is definitely a wish list item, but budget share is not. And we have to make sure we say that because, you know, when you hear of people having episodes and they have a weapon or they are combative, and you know, you send your officers out, that's a potential, you know, situation. And so I was just wanting to know how we're approaching it. What are we doing? And it seems as though we have one team, but we are training all of the officers to roll on to that one team. It helps a little bit, but we have a lot more we need to do based on these numbers. And it's a serious situation. The other question I have is, how do we address minors that are experiencing behavioral episodes? And that's for both of you.
Yeah, so typically, you know, in a situation where we're addressing minors, first of all, officer needs to screw their hat on a different way. You know, when you're addressing minors, a lot of times the behavior is obvious that this is a young person that is going through some type of crisis, whether, you know, they're bipolar or whether a parent, that's right, or even substance abuse. And the thought is to get help for the young person. Unless it's a situation where we've got an individual that's violent, then we try to ensure that we de-escalate and still at the same time try to make sure that people are safe in that environment. But many times we go on a domestic violence call or whatever the case might be, and there's a young person there that is the reason why the parent called. And you can tell that child is going through some type of crisis. And we have the various referrals that we help that parent get that child to. It's not automatically, oh, we're going to put this young person under arrest. So we're trying to train our officers so that they can recognize whether or not a person who is having an episode, whether they're called because of their behavior, whether it's a person that has some type of other mental, you know, crisis, whether it's a person that might be autistic. You know, our officers are being trained so that they can recognize these types of behaviors and get the appropriate help.
So when you have a young person that, do you have to take them, do you take them into custody the same way? I know you said that there were like 2,122 cases that calls that you had to take into custody for emergency commitment. Does that include young people as well? Okay, so that was, it doesn't matter what age or anything like that, okay. All right, colleagues, did you all have any questions? It was a great presentation and very informative, and I'm glad to know that we're moving the needle a little bit, but we definitely need some assistance in beefing up and amping up what we're doing. So continue to do what you're doing, and we appreciate that. If nothing else, thank you so much for your presentation. Colleagues, that is the final item for the Public Safety Committee. Is there any other business that needs to come before this business? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan. Is that her? Perfect. All right. It's 12:52, Tuesday, May 16th. I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
Present. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have a laundry list of items today. I think we're topping out at 10. We're going to take one item out of order to be cognizant and respectful of the judge's docket, which is item number 6, a resolution to allocate and appropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds for a Shelby County Environmental Court Indigent Fund, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There is a request for same 9 minutes, which we'll may chat about towards the end. Can I hear a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I'd like to I'm bringing this forward. It was one of the items that we discussed in the Blight Task Force concerning the environmental court and how we can help to move the needle in the blight mitigation. And we noted that one area was environmental court and the process and the time getting through. One thing that I did meet with Judge Dandridge and just discussing about that, as well as the members on the task force, and we were privileged or honored to have Attorney Shaw as part of the task force, who's a part of the office, and she contributed so much to the task force and just gave us insight and knowledge. And one thing that came about was that some of the citizens don't have funds to address the things that are brought up against them in court. And so we just saw this as an opportunity to shore that up, and hopefully that'll ease some of the bottleneck in processing these cases. And I appreciate my colleague so much, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for joining me in sponsoring this, and just wanted to come today. They are here just to kind of share how this will impact them being able to process faster and to help more people. So if you would, Chairman, I'd like for them to come forward and just kind of give us insight on how having this fund will impact blight in the city of Memphis. And if you're needed, you can come up too.
Good to see everybody. If you could just give us press the old push button, you'll see a little green light light up. If you give us your name and titles for the record, and then however you guys want to start.
Carlissa Shaw, attorney. What else do we need? Name, title. That's it. No address for the purposes of this. Okay, perfect.
All right, I am Judge Patrick Dandridge. I am the environmental court judge.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll get started. A lot of feedback here. But good afternoon, council members. Generally, one of the issues that we've come in contact with the environmental court is the lack of problem-solving ability. So I generally call environmental court one of our several problem-solving courts in Shelby County. So people come to environmental court who've been cited with code violations, city code violations. And oftentimes people come, we understand that members of our community are indigent or elderly. They can't afford the minor code violations that can't afford to rectify the minor code violations that they've been cited for. And so in environmental court, our options are to fine them or to just reset the case until there's some type of resolution. And finding someone who is elderly or indigent obviously isn't a resolution for for that issue. And so what we're coming for today is to establish something very nuanced, but not too nuanced, because we have drug court. And drug court is one of our problem-solving courts also that has a standalone foundation. And when people have drug issues, that drug foundation then partners with drug court in order to alleviate those issues. So again, creating spaces where problem-solving courts can actually solve problems in our community. And so similar to these funds will be allocated to the Environmental Court Foundation so that when there are people and citizens that come before Environmental Court with minor code violations, that they can actually have the resources allocated to them so that those issues can be alleviated instead of having to find them or just reset them, decreasing the court's dockets and making our neighborhoods beautiful.
And that is correct. And if you didn't know, Carlissa worked for me for about 2 years, and she has an insight into exactly what goes on in environmental court. And the court itself, I mean, these are civil violations, and so there are limitations in what the court can and cannot do. I have in my office now probably about 40 or 50 cases that I hold trying to find assistance. And it's not just indigent, it's elderly people. And it's only so much you can do. Bench warrant is an option I have. That's not going to work. Finding an elderly person, an excessive amount of fines, that's not going to work. Another option I have is just go ahead and try the case and get it out of my courtroom and fight it upstairs in the circuit court or somewhere else. But that also doesn't solve the problem. So over the years, environmental court has tried its best to come up with answers to these problems. I have specific cases where if I had resources, I could have those cases addressed. And I'm just glad to hear about this opportunity. It's not new. It has come up before. Just so you know, this issue, the council providing assistance to the court, has been an issue going back to the judge previous to me. So I can answer any questions about this and how we set it up. We are setting up the nonprofit foundation right now, and that foundation will be used for these specific cases that I'm currently holding for resolution.
Director King, do you have any?
Well, I would add that to the judge's point, this is not something we have new. We have tried over the years, and there's other programs that have been tried to be developed. And obviously, there's more need than there generally is funding. That's just a reality, unfortunately. And obviously, we're forced to manage the code violations, because we have to follow a process. And, so our only recourse, as is once we have tried to give an owner opportunity, is to bring them to court. I look forward to this chance to help us rectify something, and I agree 100% it's counterproductive to fine and penalize someone who's trying their best but just lacks resources. So whatever we can do to help improve the blighted conditions in our city that are not due to for intentional reasons, then that's something I think that should be supported. And hopefully this will help make a difference. And again, free up the court to manage cases that need to be managed, to not hold cases for a lengthy time and trying to find the nonprofit or some other organization to come to the aid of a person who needs help.
Thank you, Dirk.
Chair, if I may want to give my co-sponsor an opportunity to speak as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure I'm added as a co-sponsor on this so that it shows. But then also just thinking about how we can help those who are needing that extra assistance and thinking about ways in which government can tend to, whether intentionally or not, further penalize folks for being poor. And so seeing this as one way to start looking at other solutions and not just in ways that would be just sending them to more authoritative figures such as environmental court, but actually doing something to help them live in a habitable home and also be relieved from other financial pressures, which if we just look at statistics for our whole city, a lot of folks are going through. So taking one more thing off their plate and having this as an initial start, and hopefully, Director Connect, you said a lot of stuff has been started. Hopefully this can be something helpful. We'll know afterwards. And then if it is, we can see how to direct more resources and funding and help towards it. And I'm glad our environmental court judge is willing and able to try to make that happen.
Well, and I'll just add that some of the programs we're talking about have like a 2-year backlog is what I've been told. So the existing programs, just because the need is so extensive. So makes it harder to, I think, fathom how, if you're trying to get help, taking 2 years to even able to get access to that kind of resources is obviously doesn't always help as much as we want.
Also, I think that Director Cash isn't in here, but she was in here for a long time earlier. If these are folks who have been cited and sent to court, but they can also qualify for home rehabilitation funds that gets them fully to where they need to be, this is also an opportunity where our monies can work together to ensuring that those homes are done too. So definitely add that on there, because $150 may get a couple folks off your docket, but if we add that and stack it on top of the other resources we have, it'll probably go further.
And Chair, I did want to, they wouldn't use, to talk about the concept, making certain that we serve as many people as possible. There would be a cap, on how much it would be given. I don't think that all has been worked out yet, but we did discuss that there had to be a cap on how much each person can be helped.
Yeah, so thank you, both councilwomen. I've got a couple things. One, Liza needs to, we need to get the entity right. So it sounds like there's a 501c3 that's being set up that this will go to. So we need to get the entity that's actually going to be named to, so that when the contract is signed, that the resolution reflects the entity. So if you guys could get that name over so that we can get it right, because it's technically not going to the environmental court, it's going to whatever the 501c3 is.
Okay.
So to that point, so what would you say the average need per case is? As in terms of like if I'm indigent, is it 300? Is it 5,000? What would you say on, generally speaking?
It's a broad range depending on what the violation is. But I can give you an example of types of violation elderly people face and indigent people face. You can have a violation where there's a junky yard, for example, an excessive amount of junk and debris surrounding the property, and there's an attempt to come into compliance, but if you're restricted by resources and you're restricted by your health and your ability, it could generally take a long time. So those resources can be used, and that could be a vendor that comes in, can charge by the hour, or so to speak, depending on the magnitude and manpower needed. I can see a property in my head right now that could possibly cost about $1,500 just to get that issue off the docket. And then you can have some other, a little more challenging cases, a home that needs gutters or siding, and that could probably cost a little bit more, up to $3,000 to $5,000.
So the primary purpose of this fund is to cure whatever the issue is, not necessarily cover the fines. You have the authority, I assume, to waive fines or
correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not to cover.
Yeah, it's really just going towards whatever the issue is. Whatever I got you. Mechanically, what's the plan to determine? And you mentioned something that we deal with when we talk about the home improvement program, or like we use fiscal agents for some of our programs, right? Like whether it's Habitat, The Works, United Housing, and one more larger. What's the mechanical? What do you think the mechanics are? So the city will fund your foundation. You will make a determination of the judge of a disbursement. Is that going to go to the homeowner? Is that going to go to the vendor? Who's going to manage the mechanics of the fund, going from the fund to making sure that item's cleared up?
Okay, so the foundation will do that. So the vendor would be the one contracted to do the work, and the vendor will be monitored. I will play a role in terms of determining who qualifies initially for the services. And then once we determine what the services, what the needs are, then we can go and identify a possible vendor that could do the work.
So who's going to run the foundation piece?
It's going to be a nonprofit.
Right, but somebody has to run you have to have an executive director. Somebody's got to run the nonprofit. Like somebody's got to run the checking account, file the 990. Somebody's got to be in charge of administrating that nonprofit.
Right,
Who's going to do that work?
We have a full functioning nonprofit with a board of directors and executive director that will be named, and I'll probably be the one to initially get this started.
Gotcha.
But then we will have others to come along, because my role, essentially, once it's all running good, is just to be able to refer and not have a hands-on day-to-day operation with it.
Yeah, I think the whole idea is very interesting to me. I guess what I'm trying to understand is we're forming it now. You're getting 150,000. Are there any other sources of funding coming into this to help stand this thing up? Because it's going to be, like I said, you're going to have salaries and some overhead and some, administrative charges. So how is the nonprofit going to get stood up?
I can add a little bit to this. And so we're mirroring it much like Drug Court's foundation is mirrored.
Yes.
So Drug Court is a standalone foundation. However, there is a memorandum of understanding between Drug Court and Shelby County, in which Shelby County actually pays for one employee that is a Shelby County employee that is allocated to the Drug Court Foundation.
Perfect.
And then their actual foundation board has a fundraising goal, just like any other nonprofit. And so there's a 10-member board, and I think their fundraising goal is $10,000 a year. And so we plan to mirror our foundation.
That's
similar to same as that.
So, and the Shelby County government or the commission has agreed to do that?
In the works.
Perfect. All right. And then I only had one other. Oh, yes. The last other question I had from you, you answered the what other funds for the foundation, which is, private raise, other matches, grants, whatever you can get your hands on. What is your statutory obligation on fines? Would certain fines be able to, or percentage of fines be able to be diverted into the foundation to help for other? If you fine me and I pay you, and I have to pay the court $1,000, what is your constitutional obligation with those monies?
The fines are already assigned to come back to the city of Memphis or whatever the municipality that's bringing the cases. So none of those fines that are issued ever is in the auspices of the court anyway. So it would never go to this foundation.
Yeah. Well, that may be something. I mean, I know the city depends on some of that revenue, but that may be something to think about going forward, which would require, I think, probably an ordinance change, but to take a percentage of those associated with certain types of cases to help give it more cyclical funding.
Right. Well, it comes back to the city. So
I hear you. That's what I'm saying. I mean, look, I'm learning on the fly here. My last question too would be, I guess you'll be a nonprofit, so you'll be subject to. But if the city's going to, and especially under ARPA, we have to. You'll be a sub grantee. But if there's any continued funding from the city, mine would be that it would be subject to some form of an audit, or even there's one step below an audit, and it's not an audit, and I can't remember what it's called. It's a review. Yeah, it's basically a review, and it's not as invasive or as expensive as an audit, but it basically allows somebody to overlook and really what I'm getting at is turning over data to the city so we can also look and see what kind of impact we're making. All right, those are all my questions. I've got Councilman Morgan and then Dr. Warren, Johnson, and Logan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief for time's sake. Thank you, Judge Dandridge. I know you don't answer to us; you answer to the people like we do. But to Councilman Carlisle's point, if we're going to be a partner, help us know the people that we're helping with us. Build us, the story, and we get that information back about how the money is being used. And I do think there's a very real chance that we start, we can amend those ordinances. And so, yeah, the money that's supposed to come back to the city from your court, we can start diverting it back into this. But I think the case for that would still need to be built, and that's going to be in these first couple months or year of how this fund is disseminated and how it helps people. And we'll leave it up to your judgment about the definition of indigent and making sure that it's people that really need and don't have any other alternative rather than people that are looking to take advantage. But we trust you to handle that. Most of my questions have been asked and answered, so I was going to do one quick question to Chief Ford, and it looks like she's stepped out. I am rusty on my ARPA guidelines. Are we certain that this meets criteria?
Yeah, to give you the broadest position of the ARPA guidelines is if it can go and help poor citizens of America, it qualifies. It like literally, because everyone he's dealing with, almost everyone I'd be willing to bet that's indigent is in a qualified census tract if I had to toss it out there.
Okay.
So by that alone,
separate from COVID and impact and all that stuff, we can make. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I think we're on good footing. Looking forward to seeing how this runs, and we're gonna have to rely on you to be our eyes and ears and relay it to us. Thank you.
From a data perspective, obviously we're so active in this, we could potentially help be the data source for this, since, these are potentially our case, they're almost all our cases, so that once they come into compliance and we obtain the information, we can, capture that and just document it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I'm right there with you, and we don't have to put the onus on them. Mine is I want to get a lot of this ratified in this, what I would call originating document that says, one, we got to get the foundation name right. 2, that there's a cooperation. 3, that they turn data, just to make sure that all of that's out there. So if someone picks this document up in 10 years or 5 years or whatever it is, they can see these are the things that are supposed to be happening, and this is the structure and all that.
Yeah, and just, if it's a 501c3 that's up and running, I could definitely see this being very eligible, where a lot of people are going to want to donate to this privately and personally, and certainly willing to help with that, in terms of showcasing what y'all are doing.
In fact, that's one of the reasons why we were starting in the first place, because I didn't have any place for it to go for people who wanted to do it. So thanks for pointing that out. Thank you.
Dr. Warren.
Thank you. I think my suggestion was I was wanting to know more about the foundation, but one thing I think that may help or work out to A, get future funds from this body, and B, to answer that review process, is maybe make a spot for a non-voting member, for a council member to be on your board. And then that way we can have that sort of back and forth. We've got someone on the board. Now we've got our data coming from Mr. Connect, and that may be beneficial. So consider that, and I'll throw that up for the council to consider also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I think this is a fantastic idea. And a lot of my questions were around the foundation setup. And I mention that because it is the awkward money as well as the deadline. And I think you probably do need to sit down. I guess Robert Connect may know it all, but if not, Mrs. Ford, and to make sure all the documentation, not just being aware of the need, but when the work is actually done, what type of documentation they are going to be looking for, because I've been through it, and that paperwork is unbelievable that they're looking for. So make sure you have it, work with an individual who understands that well and able to provide all the documentation to back it up.
Councilwoman Johnson, and we definitely understand the documentation issues, and I think a lot of the council members may have concerns about quantifiable data. Are we making a difference in our community by allocating these funds? And I think Director Connect hit it right on the head, is that the city typically is the ones who are bringing these actions. And so it's a very simple Excel spreadsheet to show whether or not we close this case. And that means that the case came into compliance. So this code violation has now been alleviated, and now the neighbors are done calling and coming to court, and everybody is, at least at this point, satisfied with the resolution. And so I think it's a very simple, how do we show whether or not these funds have been spent? That data will literally come from the city of the cases that they've closed based upon these funds.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. I just would add, for me, it's cases closed, amounts spent, any sort of recidivism on the case, so to speak. You want to know all that, all that information. Let me go to Councilwoman. Actually, Dr. Warren, one follow-up, then I've got
Just
Councilwoman
very quickly, can y'all at some point give us an idea about what you would need to raise to make this foundation self-funding on an average basis, and get that information back to us? So if we're trying to help you raise money for your foundation, we'll know what our goal is.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Just wanted to thank everybody for their input, and this is, we're bringing this forward as a part of the task force, and as I said, my colleague it showed some additional funding that we hopped on, because we definitely want to shore this up and to make sure that we're doing our part to help the citizens. I know Councilwoman Robinson mentioned this morning about so many of our citizens are living in poverty, and so this right here will move the needle a lot in helping to help them as well as to ease the bottlenecking. So I'm excited about it and appreciate it. Colleagues, we did ask for same 9 minutes, but if we need to,
I was gonna say, if you don't mind,
we can wait.
I feel very comfortable. What I'd like to do is go ahead and have a vote on it to go downstairs with a positive recommendation at our next meeting. and get some of the mechanics so that when we send this to the grants administrator, after Kim was so kind yesterday, understanding that this document helps guide their administration of the grant, and then and so the judge also has an opportunity to understand where, we got attorneys over there. Everything needs to be dialed out. But I think that would be very helpful.
Yes.
And then my other question would be, what is the timing for, and I understand legislative bodies can be strange. What do you think the timing is of getting that approval from the Shelby County Commission? And you don't have to be super specific. Like, I don't want to put you in a box, but what I definitely don't want to have happen is this money's intended to hit the ground. And if your drug, the ARPA money needs to start to get allocated. It's got to be appropriated by the end of FY 24. And then it's got to be expended by 26. I don't have any issue. I don't have any hesitation that it's going to find a place by FY 26. But if you're getting drug on setting up the foundation because you're not getting the approval, we have to maybe look at a different bucket of money. We just have to figure out other options. So I want to understand what you believe the timing to be.
Okay. So just as a point of clarity, Mr. Chairman, the foundation isn't contingent upon the approval of the county commission. And so the environmental court has the capacity to create its separate foundation without the approval of county commission. The memorandum of understanding between the environmental court and county commission would be for staff only. And so for the in-between time, I believe Judge and I, and there's a whole host of people who are engaged in this process who would serve as staff/volunteers.
You're getting at what I'm getting at, which is like, I get the 501c3 set up. And I think you were read between the lines, which is this 150 grand can't go to fund overhead.
Yes.
Now, if it needs, what it can do, if there's an administrative need of 1%, whatever, I mean, I got it. But you answered my question, which is, should you guys not get approval for funding for those staff positions, you have people that are willing to step in and volunteer to lead that effort in the near term. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Bay. Smiley. Yes, I will avail myself to volunteer to assist with this effort.
It's going to take a team effort. All right, thank you. Very helpful. Again, another great recommendation. And, like I said, we'll be able to measure this against some of our own in-house programs and kind of see what the flexibility and see how it works. Any other questions? I know the judge has got to get over to his courtroom.
There's nothing going on.
All right. We're going to take a vote. We're going to take this off, same 9 minutes. This is a vote to send this down to next meeting with a positive recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the chair sees this as unanimous. Thanks, Judge. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And the director's director. All right. Top of the dock here. Let's talk trash. All right, item number 1, a resolution to amend fiscal year 23 CIP budget by allocating and appropriating $6,800,000 in funds for the purchase of various vehicles and equipment through incurrence of indebtedness via the execution of a loan agreement through the Tennessee Municipal Bond Fund, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Moved by Warren, seconded by Canale. Director Davis, name and title for the record, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director. This item and the 2 following resolutions are kind of a package deal. We ordered, I guess everybody remembers me talking about vehicle purchases last March. The vehicles are scheduled to be coming in between now and August, mostly in July and August of this year. We're trying to secure this funding. This is one of our debt service, our mechanism for paying for this $6.8-ish million worth of equipment. I'll give you a brief description of what we've ordered. We've ordered 31 total vehicles, 12 single axle dump trucks. Those are the dump trucks that follow behind grapples in the collection of bulk waste. 16 rear loader refuse collection trucks. Those are traditional rear loader garbage and recycle trucks. They have dual use. We ordered 2 in this package, 2 TL3 lightning loaders. Those are grapples with a 40-yard bed on them, so They will run in tandem with those dump trucks. And then one outside rail roll-off hoist vehicle, which is the vehicle we use to move the boxes at the community recycling drop-off locations back and forth to the MRF. So again, that's 31 total vehicles. The actual amount is $6,713,419.32.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir.
What current restrictions or agreements do we have for trucks that we cannot use with AFSCME?
We have no current restrictions, written or otherwise, with those. The service delivery model that we have does limit us. I'm going to make an assumption. We're talking about one-arm bandits, automated side loader vehicles. Our current service delivery model doesn't support that. Basically, an automated side loader would drive by and dump carts only and leave the associated 1 or 2 bags that a 3-man rear loader crew should be picking up along the way. And but those are not included. The purchase of those are not included in this. If memory serves, we haven't bought an automated side loader since 1997.
Is it ever in discussion to changing that model?
It is in discussion. We do consider it. Now it's been several years. It has been several years, and the logistics of this does get a little bit sticky. I mentioned
it doesn't though, right? Because the reason for it is because we pick everything else up. You go to Highland Park, Texas. You leave something outside your cart. They don't not only pick it up, they fine you for having trash on the side of the curb.
That is correct. That is correct. But in our current service delivery model, the use of an automated vehicle, and I'm going to ballpark this. About 7-8 years ago, we asked a consultant we were using at the time to look at the routing that we had, the amount of on-street parking, the density of housing, things like that. What about 30 to 40% of our city could be picked up with automated side loaders. And that has to do with the type, it does have to do with the type of collection, but it also has to do with on-street parking and density and things like that. And when we buy a vehicle, we have to consider the fact that truck that we're buying to use on Monday, furthest east part of the city, more single family, 0.25 half acre house lot, no, very limited on-street parking, that as I move into the more dense part of the city Wednesday, Thursday, that the automated truck, I have to park it and have another vehicle that I can serve that part of the city. So I can't have, as Alton Brown refers to him, as a unitasker. I can't have a truck that I can only use 2 days a week. Right, and so there's some logistics to this. I'm not saying it can't be done, but we're talking about rerouting, changing people's service delivery days, how we would configure that. It's a little bit more difficult than buying an ASL,
but it
can be done
for 30% of the city.
Yes, I'm ballparking.
It would increase efficiency in 30% of the city, but more importantly, would it address your concern with, or your problem with chronic absenteeism?
I do not think that it would fully address my absenteeism issue.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Warren.
Thank you. Can you explain to us why we're getting bonds from Clarksville, Tennessee?
I have a friend here.
Good. I thought Mr.
I would like to phone a friend.
Andre to the rescue.
And actually, Councilman, that question will be addressed in the next presentation.
Then I'll wait.
All right.
Well, let's just go ahead and do it. Let's just go ahead and do it all here, and then we'll take those items as a package because they're complementary deals, right? Complementary, yeah.
Yes.
Just go ahead and hop into it. Unless, I'm sorry, did anybody have any? It's all related, so I think we probably just hop on into this. Yeah. Okay.
Could you?
Yeah. Go ahead. Well, Councilman Johnson, go ahead. As we're getting.
Okay, I was listening to you about your trucks, the type of trucks. I've always been told the employees complain about how hot the trucks are. So did you buy anything that would help alleviate that problem for them?
We have not purchased a vehicle since we have not purchased a vehicle in at least 8 years without air conditioning.
Okay, but I'm talking about, I guess these might be the dump trucks, but what about the people riding on the back that hold on?
Yeah,
That's what,
yeah,
I mean.
yeah. We
I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
seriously, they
yeah.
said there's different type of trucks out there, and that would make a difference.
We-
Maybe
and
with
we-
a rubber handle that they hold on to. or
We do
something.
provide PPE. We do also provide cooling towels, coolers, jugs. We encourage our employees to take their breaks.
Yeah, but you can imagine if you got to grab hold at 90 degrees plus going
Right,
on right now,
right.
how hot that truck is, and you
That,
just holding on.
that is not lost on me, and we do accommodate. And if there are any particular cooling mechanisms for folks on the back of the truck that have not been brought to my attention, I welcome those. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know there was anything out there. Okay.
I'm not aware of anything, but.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Director Davis, how is this going, all of these purchases going to help Area E, impact Area E?
These purchases will be used in areas A through D that are serviced by the city crews. None of these vehicles will be used by our contractor. They buy their own vehicles.
Do they have enough vehicles for Area E?
Yes, ma'am. As fleeted out, yes, ma'am, they do.
What does that mean, if you don't mind me
Yeah,
asking?
no, I mean they proposed to us in their service delivery when they were awarded their contract. They proposed to us the number of vehicles they would have to service the routes. I believe it's 12 garbage routes, 7 recycle routes, and currently 8 bulk waste routes. And they do have vehicles to cover each of those. They suffer from similar issues that we have, which is attendance of employees and seasonal high volume, and then the when vehicles do go down, supply chain for parts.
Can you get Councilwoman Logan the contract with the dependency that has that service model?
Certainly.
Well, I guess my question was really not going to be that I do want to see that, and I have seen it before, but do you still feel that is enough based on all the problems that we've having, or do I hear you saying that the problems that they're having even currently has nothing to do with their vehicles, the number of vehicles, or is it something else?
To the chairman's point that he was making earlier, I mean, ultimately the main problem we're having right now is volume, is the amount of waste that's allowed to be placed at the curb with little or no enforcement and oversight of what's presented at the curb, and then a seasonal, twice a year influx of calls to City Hall, the representatives in council and in the mayor's office saying, it's been 4 weeks, it's been since last December, it's been since February 2022, since it's been picked up. And I know in my neighborhood, I hear the gentle hum 7 days a week of private contractors mowing yards and leaving bags at the curb, tree trimmers. I mean, it's just the lack of enforcement and the volume that's allowed to be out there is very difficult to stay on top of.
Okay, thank you. You're very true.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jones. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Mr. Davis. Of that, you said we hadn't purchased any trucks without air conditioning since maybe 8 years. So what percentage of our fleet with those purchases that we've made since 2008 have been, or in 8 years?
I have to get you some exact numbers, but more than half. I know that we run about 240, 250 vehicles each day. Since 2015, over half the fleet has been replaced, but we do have an average age of vehicle of about 13 years.
Okay.
13 years old.
So, just to be clear, only about half of them, when we purchase something new, they're going to have AC, but we still should be cognizant that there are a number of vehicles that do not have air
Yes, that is correct. There are vehicles out there that do not have air conditioning, and just industry standard. The reality is, this is an outside job. This is a very hard job, and it's outdoor work. And just the industry air conditioning being down does not down a vehicle.
Right.
Now heat would, because it limits the ability of the defrost working and clearing a windshield during cold weather months, but air conditioning, we will, during the next preventative maintenance cycle, we will repair the air conditioner, fix that, but that's not going to down a vehicle, say like bad brakes.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is going to be a dumb off the cuff remark, but I'm assuming one of the issues you've got, though, is you've got a communication that has to occur between the crew chief and who's on the truck in hot conditions. So you're running that HVAC, the cooling system in that car in 100-degree weather constantly as those trucks are running.
And depending on the trucks are running with windows down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because they're trying to talk and signal and
air conditioner wide open, in and out of their vehicles. It's not uncommon for the crew chief to help in collection of some items. So yes, that and the air conditioner on a vehicle such as this, and it's being run in a heavy construction environment. If it's going back and forth to the landfill, it's a very dusty. I mean, it's
the air filter.
Yeah, it's
The only thing that I would, this is again just offline, it's just probably not going to go anywhere. But if that's the case, we probably may want to consider just a very cheap, small communication device between in-cab crew and who's on the back, so that they're not having to scream out the window and ride those down. But that may be more expensive than trying to get it. But again, I'm just shooting from the hip. That's not a smart way to do it. But I mean, I get it. I mean, I have never seen a truck running down the street that doesn't have both windows open. And again, I understand it's very hot and having that HVAC in there, but there's got to be a better way to make that even less.
Some of the older low entry vehicles don't even have doors. I mean, they have doors, but they're the fold, and they will fold when they're out on the route. They'll fold the doors in so they have a better cross ventilation.
All right, Mr. Walker.
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO. This presentation covers the next two items on the agenda. Oops. All right, so you got two resolutions. The first resolution authorizes the incurrence of indebtedness up to $6.8 million to finance solid waste projects. The resolution serves as notice to the general public that the city is going to incur indebtedness, which will be secured by the city's full faith and credit and taxing authority. The resolution will be published in its entirety in a local newspaper. Next slide. Second resolution authorizes a loan in an amount not exceeding $6.8 million between the City of Memphis, the Public Billing Authority of the City of Clarksville, and a yet-to-be-determined bank. The loan will be administered through the Tennessee Municipal Bond Fund fixed-rate loan program, which uses the Public Billing Authority of the City of Clarksville as its conduit issuer. The TMBF will receive competitive bids for the PBA's bond from participating banks and will award the bond to the bank that offers the lowest cost to the city. Bond proceeds will be used to fund the city's loan. And also, the second resolution approves the form of the loan agreement that was included in your package. Next slide has the estimated source and uses of funds. So we're going to have a loan amount of $6.8 million. TMBF charges a fee of $30,000 in change. The remaining $6.7 million in change should be used to fund capital projects. Estimated stats of the loan. So we're looking at closing the loan mid-July. According to market conditions about 2 weeks ago, the average interest rate or the rate on the loan would be about 3.58%. The term of the loan is about 9 years. However, the weighted average maturity of the loan is closer to 5.2 years. Next, we have the estimated annual debt service. Looking to the left, you'll see the estimated annual debt service on just the TMBF loan. It's about $900,000 a year beginning in 2024. To the right side, you'll see estimated total debt service for the solid waste division for its leases and the proposed TMBF loan. Notice in 2023, the total debt service about $2.6 million, slightly higher than that. With the loan, beginning in 2024, total debt service would be slightly under $2.6 million. And then down in 2026, it'll be at $900,000 of change. Preliminary financing schedule. Again, we're hoping to close this loan about July 14th, and then we'll report final results to council early August. And finally, other transactions in the pipeline. Currently, we're working on about $50 million loan, WIFIA loan from EPA for stormwater. We're also working on sports facility improvement bonds for the various facilities within the city. We'll present that to council sometime this year. And we're also monitoring, there's a geo refunding opportunity that we may be able to take advantage of early next year. And that concludes my presentation.
Looking forward to number 2. All right, I want to make sure that I understand. Tennessee Municipal Bond Fund has their fund. They're going to market, shop, and issue the bonds through the PBA.
Yes.
Then the PBA is going to turn around and loan us the proceeds.
Yes.
Based on that spread. We hope that spread.
Yes.
Okay. And then will you go back? Can you go back to the term sheet, the terms? One more. Yeah. One more. Forward 2 to where it has the maturity date. So we're taking out basically a 9-year debt?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then who is receiving the money? Is the solid waste fund receiving the money? Is Fleet receiving the money? So it's going straight to your enterprise fund? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mechanically speaking, all right. How's the debt service being covered out of because it's going to your fund out of your tranche, right?
Yes, there's a debt service payment budget line in our
fund.
budget.
And then this is going to go on the city's books because of our full faith and credit. And so to Mr. Walker and Chief Ford, when you talked about our debt policy limit, this was anticipating this issuance in that policy? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from any other members? All right. We're going to go, just because it's an issuance, we're going to go each one real quick, starting with 1 through 3. So I'm going to read them in. We actually have, number 1 is on the table already. So all those in favor of sending item 1 down with a positive recommendation and for our next meeting, signify by saying aye. Aye. Chairs, all those opposed, seeing none, that item passes. Item number 2, initial resolution authorizing the incurrence of debt indebtedness by the city of Memphis, Tennessee, not to exceed $6,800,000 by the execution with the Public Building Authority of the city of Clarksdale, Tennessee, of a loan agreement to provide funding for public works projects, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. All those in favor of sending this down with the positive, need a motion in a second?
Move it.
I got Smiley in the dock. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item passes. Item number 3, resolution authorizing a loan pursuant to a loan agreement between the city of Memphis, Tennessee, and the Public Building Authority of the city of Clarksville, Tennessee, in the principal amount not to exceed $6,800,000, authorizing the execution and delivery of such loan agreement and other documents relating to said loan, approving the issuance of a bond by such public building authority, providing for the application of the proceeds of said loan and the payment of such indebtedness, and consenting to the assignment of the city's obligation under such loan agreement, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Moved by Doc. Second by Councilman Ford. All those in favor of sending this down with positive recommendation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Chair is an aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item goes down with positive recommendation.
Thank you very much, committee.
It has to do with how they set up the bond fund. Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. Let's go ahead and go to number 4 and 5 because those have got to get done. Mrs. Tax Rate. All right, I'm gonna read this in real quick. Ordinance fixing the tax rate of the city of Memphis for fiscal year 24. All council districts sponsored by the Finance Division. May I please have a motion and second to have this item heard? Second. Moved by Warren, seconded by Robinson. Chief Ford, name and title for the record, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis. Thank you. I just want to clarify, I know previously when we have brought the budget forth, we've brought two ordinances. One that was quote unquote fixing the tax rate. The other one, which was the appropriations, which was for the big budget ordinance. Then we had two resolutions, one that was a CIP resolution and one that was a CIP resolution to bill on the state assessed properties based on our current rates.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chief Ford. I need to correct something for the record now that I see the actual caption. So we need to table item 4, and we're going to reread in the caption. This is an ordinance. I apologize. I'm just kidding. It's still hot off the presses. All right. An ordinance of the City of Memphis adopting the annual budget and the tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2024. May I have a motion and second to hear this item? Moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren. Thank you, Chief Ford.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate that. I sent this to Councilman Carlisle. Now, we talked about it quite a bit at our last meeting, that the format is changing a little bit. So we have provided a copy of this. What is anything that's missing from this has been highlighted in blue in a darker color so that we know. Typically, we have provided this with a bunch of zeros on it just to get it on the council agenda. So we have first reading, second reading, third reading, everyone with the understanding that the final reading is not final until the final budget is passed and the new numbers are put into the ordinance. The same thing, I think we had this discussion about the tax rate. You know, the tax rate that is put in here is the current tax rate. It is not the final tax rate until the budget has been approved and adopted and the new tax rate put in if there is a different tax rate. So this is really just a placeholder for you to have in your consent agenda. And as we continue our budget meetings and once the budget is approved, the revised numbers will be placed into the schedule.
So this needs to go down for first reading tonight on consent with no recommendation. But if we don't send it down tonight, we will not pass budget on time.
That's correct.
So, all right. Any questions? It's a lengthy document. We'll be able to obviously bring this back. Actually, please let me know between now and next meeting if you read through this and you got questions and you need Chief Ford to come back and talk about it and you want it back in committee for discussion at any point. Please have your staff reach out to me so we can get it on there. And then it's not on today's agenda, but it's going to be replacing item number 5, which is a resolution for the city treasurer to prepare 2023 tax bills for state assessed property. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Second. I've got moved by Smiley, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Chief Ford.
Thank you, council members. This is a standard resolution that we bring before you each budget year. This is giving the treasurer the authority to go ahead and issue the tax bills in July with our payments due by the end of September so that we can go ahead and get the bills out timely. And even if we get revenue and the rates change after we get our assessed property, which our friends are going to talk about here in just a few moments, but we'll get that new assessment in December and then revised billing would be sent out. But this just enables them to go ahead and get the bills out based on the current assessment.
Councilman Warren.
Does that mean people may get 2 tax bills during the year depending upon what it is?
For the state assessed properties, that is correct. Yes.
Colleagues, any other questions on this item? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of sitting this down with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item passes. Yes, ma'am. All right, we did number 6. I'm holding 8 for the time being. We discussed a little bit about it, but I need to get some more language. And so going back to item number 7, assuming its sponsors are still ready to go. Councilman Jones, Chairman Jones, you ready to go on 7? Okay, let me read it into the record for you. Item number 7, resolution to allocate and appropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds for various community development projects. All council districts sponsored by council members Smiley and Jones. There's request for same night minutes. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Chairman Jones, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Chairman Jones, floor is yours.
Colleagues, you'll see this resolution here takes a look at some of the leftover ARPA funds and reallocates those to the organizations and the amounts listed here. I'll have Mr. Smiley to talk about some of these items as well.
I appreciate the deference, brother. I think initially I sponsored a resolution allocating $1.35 million to downtown Memphis Commission for the purposes of potentially addressing blight and remediation efforts in South Memphis community. And I think that particular resolution said that those funds were not expended by a year from that date, which was in 2021 to 2022, the funds would be then remitted back to this body. And what I wanted to do with this particular resolution, since we have the funding and we do have a date in which we need to spend the fund, to reach out to programs that provide an impact. And I think we've done that. Girls Inc., they're attempting to build a campus. Memphis Brand Initiative, there was a lot of conversation about negative media coverage and the way that Memphis tells its story. And I've been talking very at length about ways that we can reach out into our country and truly tell the story of Memphis. The story of Memphis is not of crime. The story of Memphis is not of tragedy, but the story of Memphis is impactful. The story of Memphis is people. The story of Memphis is something transformational. I think the best part about the city of Memphis is the good people we encounter every single day. And then also, if we look at the bedrock of our communities, is the small businesses. It is the Black businesses in our community. And how can we uplift them to allow them to scale up? I think a lot of times when we talk about businesses in the city of Memphis, it's all about big businesses. But it's not enough about, those entities that are looking to scale up so that they can hire more people locally within our community. And then I think we heard a presentation from Flip My Life talk about the need of affordable housing, the need of transition homes. They spoke at length about the importance of investing in transitional homes. And I think this resolution is about $1.6 million into 4 different entities, and that I believe, and I believe Councilman Jones believes, that will provide an impact in our community. And for me, I would love to hear the majority of this funding goes to Black Business Association and their program. So if the chair would allow, I would love for Mr. Ernest Strickland, the Black Business Association, and I think he has a guest come up and talk particularly about your program, because there's a lot of money, and I think our council deserves a lengthy presentation and in-depth presentation about what you are proposing that we provide funding for.
Well, lengthy, maybe in-depth, lengthy.
So what he's saying is what I always say is brevity. We ask some questions.
Good to see you, Ernest. If you guys would mind giving us your name, your organization, your title, and just for the record real quick, and then we'll hop right into it.
Good afternoon. Ernest Strickland, President and CEO of the Black Business Association.
And I'm Alan Gumbel, Chief Operating Officer of the Black Business Association.
Your way, gentlemen.
So thank you for the opportunity and the confidence that has been provided to us to be a conduit, essentially, to provide some funding to companies. Of these dollars, we're looking at providing direct support in the forms of grants to businesses. We'll capture some of the dollars to provide some training. One of the things that many of our businesses suffer from is access to capital. So we feel that the grants will be a strong carrot. We also going to help them with training. Restaurants is one of the target sectors of these funds. And so there's a Chick-fil-A model that many of us have witnessed. Oftentimes that model doesn't exist throughout our community. And part of the reason is training. And so the grants will go towards direct funding to the businesses, as well as providing some training to the owners, managers, and frontline support, as well as peer-to-peer networking. Oftentimes we're first-generation ran businesses that don't have the luxury of a long history of understanding profit, understanding margins and portion controls and things of that nature. And so essentially we'll be one of the innovative programs to help support with funding, training, peer-to-peer networking, so that we can have better businesses and longer, with longevity in our community.
I'm really excited about this. This JB's and Martin's had me list. I've complained since I got here. This is one of the things that has to happen, and just best practices, right? Just getting able to get together. There's not a large organization, or even in our family business, where we're not together with some sort of piece of that interest group, whether it's operators, financial institutions, underwriters, supply chain, from all around the country talking about what everybody's doing. And so we have our own ecosystem here, to your point, that just had somebody that taught them a couple recipes, or they had an interest in it, or they took a class, and they've got talent, and then there's having great product, and then there's everything else that comes with running that business. And if we're not going to find a way to fund small Black businesses when they are like, I can't remember how many single member LLCs, and then you've got just the restaurant organizations themselves. If we're not going to find a way to get those businesses uplifted, educated, and connected and stable, we will never get there. So I'm really, really excited about this, and I'm fully supportive of it. Chairman Jones?
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Mr. Chairman. I think about when I first started and some of the resources that would be available, whether it's companies that are looking to go to government, whether it's Shelby County government, City of Memphis, Shelby County schools, for those opportunities, just knowing about what that process is, certification. I may be good at building cabinets, for instance, but I know nothing about accounting. I know nothing. There's something called QuickBooks that would benefit me. So those are just operational things that when I would go to a lender, if I have my books in order, it just makes things a whole lot. And these are technical skills that, yeah, I have a degree that may have helped me navigate some of those things, but for the average business degree to not, and I was a business major, but if I'm looking at another type of business that may not have that background, it can be an impediment for a lot of the things that they're trying to do.
And just encouraging mentorship too. Again, but having that ability to fund a retreat or a mixer or whatever that is, to where you can invite somebody like Chef Tam to sit down with somebody that's a brand new chef that doesn't understand that, is a huge opportunity for them to provide practical, non-theoretical academic advice about, hey, this is how I work with my supplier. This is what you need to look at. Yeah, I had trouble hiring. Here's what we did to keep and retain employees. So it's all accretive, and I'm sure there are people that say, well, what's the government's position in this? It's economic development. Like, that's the third leg of the tripod of what we need to be doing to move forward. So really looking forward to it. Any other questions for the BBA? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Can we get, is anybody here from Girls Inc.?
I'm not sure.
No.
Councilman Jones, anyone? I don't
No.
think I know. We want to have them to come down.
I just want to hear about the campus, where they are in the process. Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. I would say that on visiting Girls Inc. a couple months ago, and them also extending their invitation to all the council members. So I definitely encourage all the council members to go down there now. It's probably less muddy than it was in February when I went, but just seeing it go from the vision on paper from the groundbreaking, that was around the time we were running and before COVID, to actually now seeing everything up, the bricks laid, the paths put out, and then them just saying they just needed a little bit more to get them to their goal. I'm glad Chairman Jones was able to identify that, because I know he went out there shortly after, and just seeing it visually really puts things into perspective. And Ms. Lisa Moore is doing great things out there. It's also in District 7 in Fraser. But it's just going to be remarkable, and it's going to impact girls from all over the city to be able to come to their farm campus.
So it's okay. We still can request them because that's absolutely right. So they can come and talk about what all they're doing on the
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful.
Presentation still come.
But generally speaking, we think this is close to last dollars in. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was hoping. All right. That's all. Any other council members? All right. There is a request for same 9 minutes on this item. Were there any mechanics? You mentioned earlier your original resolution had a clawback for the
clawback.
Okay. All right. All right. All those in favor of sending this downstairs tonight with same 9 minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Does anybody have a problem putting this on the consent agenda, fiscal consent agenda for this evening? All right.
It's even better.
It's just roll on through. All right. In the eyes of the chair, this is unanimous. Goes down with a positive recommendation unanimously. It's a struggle bus today. All right. We've got. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We've got to do Councilman Warren. We may have to kick 10. But let's go with update finance division on Q3 CIP, April and May. And then we'll hold 10 because I think I'd like to understand that better and I don't want to run it. And I'll tell you what, I'm happy to make room and budget for it if we need to, just in our. Okay.
I think it's not urgent, right?
No, yeah, there's plenty of, trust me, plenty of time. All right, again, colleagues, this is an update from the Finance Division on Q3 CIP report. Is it Q3 plus April? Got it. Chief, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Tristan Gately-Sweat, who is the lead CIP analyst. So this is a presentation. Normally, we update you every quarter on this. We kind of got kicked on the agenda a little bit because of time. Sorry. So it's given that we're in May now, we went ahead and updated it through the end of April so that you could see where we were, and because March would be a little bit outdated. So let me just flip through. Y'all have seen this before. This is just a reminder of how much we were spending in our GO bond obligations. Authorized for FY23 was $95.2 million. The capital pay-go spending was $26 million. Sewer fund was $137.5 million, and the stormwater was $17.6 million approximately. This is the spending of all sources, all of those that I just mentioned. The entire $276 million, of that $276 million, 112.9 approximately has been appropriated, and we have spend of $20 million, 20.1 million, and we have an additional 41.2 that has been encumbered of that amount. In a further breakdown, this is the GO bond status of the 95.2 million. 85.9 has been appropriated. The spend through the end of April against that 95 has been 19.5 million, and the amount encumbered has been 31.7 million. of the operating transfer in, or the one-time spend that was approved last year of the 26 million. 20 million of that has been appropriated. $436,800 has been spent, and an additional 3.4 has been encumbered as of the end of April. This is the status by each group of reports, and I won't read them all, but this is, yep. This is, you can just see the percentage of spend as of the allocation. And here for engineering, the spend is 43%. Fire is 34%. General services is 13%.
Guys, it's a race to the bottom.
HCD. You want me to just keep going?
Yeah, I mean, unless there's a specific project
there's not.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see each one of the listing here on the spend, whether it has been appropriated, how much has been spent, and how much has been encumbered of that budget, and you can see it by each one of the divisions.
So I have one overarching question, which is, and it's a senior leadership team question. I don't know if you want to respond to it generally, which is several divisions have not even encumbered or spent for FY 23. What has been the feedback, generally speaking, from your division heads as to why? In most years, we're like you said, we're in 90, 95. Would you like to make a comment on behalf of the administration on what's happening?
So I will add, because Tristan is in touch with the divisions, if not weekly, certainly every other week, so that we are trying to follow the trend here. I know that in some of the divisions, they have had timing issues with the contracts. Some of them have been that the bids have gone out and the bids came out significantly higher than anticipated and approved. So they have either had to kind of value, I don't want to say value engineer, but they've had to look at the project to determine what piece of that is feasible going forward. Any specifics on those, I would defer to the division directors for a direct response.
Fair enough. And I've got Dr. Warren in the queue, and I think we're adding to it in Jones. But I guess my quick question is, we're in some way, we'll have to find a way, I think, to address this back in budget committee as we go through budget season, to understand what the plan, to your point, is, whether it's value engineer and rebid or combine with this coming year in order to fit, because the project can't be cut any longer, and just understand. And I guess I'll make that, the budget committee will make that request of directors with Chief Ford involved in the conversation to say, hey, you were going to build X station. Are you rebidding and cutting, or do you need additional funding, and just trying to understand that so we can disseminate that information if that works for you.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll be glad to do that and provide maybe a narrative update on each one of the projects for you, so that we can send that to entire council. I mean, for instance, we have taken into consideration in our FY24 proposed budget, cutting or delaying some of the projects that originally had FY24 funding, simply because the FY23 funding had not been expended. Paving is a perfect example of that. We kind of talked about that with Director Connect here, that, how much can you actually spend during the fiscal year? And, as you saw in our proposed budget, we did cut the paving budget down so that we could catch up with the unexpended funds.
Thank you, Chief Ford.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Warren and then Chairman Jones.
You asked my question. Thank you.
Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Ms. Ford, can you talk about the council CIP projects and the status of those?
So if you recall, in 23, we established a cover line that council could direct and push projects to a particular place. These were the projects that were approved by council, and each one of them, I do see a budget appropriation, but the only spend or encumbrance so far we have had is an encumbrance to the Claiborne Temple for $500,000. I could follow up with our Parks Director on the Mitchell Community Center, the Glenview, the Gooch Park, and with HCD on the Peachtree Senior Development to get an update on those for you.
Chairman Jones, I can answer the last one on HCD. So they've got to get same thing, capital stack, new markets. They're just now going in to close their financing. And I think once they've demonstrated to HCD that their financing's closed, then they're technically.
But that's for Peachtree, but I'm particularly
Yes, sir.
looking at Claiborne Temple, though.
Yes, sir. I guess we got to figure out the grants because that's just a straight grant.
That is just a straight grant.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but does this doesn't show that it doesn't appear that it's gone out the door.
It has not gone out the door yet, sir.
And so why is that? Any idea?
I will check and see where we are in the process.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chairman Jones, is that all?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I had questions about the ADA. There was the projects that involve ADA and traffic signals and traffic calming.
Manny,
I'm not
where are
seeing
you?
like on this same page. Well, there's no page number.
It's page 9.
Page 9. There's some, and then there's one on page. I think called ADA. But where are we on making certain that the things that we discussed for traffic calming and traffic stops and the ADA compliance, where are we on those? It's not showing that.
Ma'am, I would have to get Director Beline to come back in for a full response on that.
Yeah, guys, I think one, we're at 209 and there are multiple. I think here's the overarching issue is Chief Ford is reporting back to us as she does the update. I think there are reasons for it. It's obviously disappointing and it's slight. It's whatever the reasons are. We're going to have to get each one of these divisions to put a narrative together like Chief Ford suggested to explain what's going on in each one of their budgets. And then after that narrative is produced and we've had time to review it, we need to pull the divisions and have those division heads answer those specific questions. And again, the good news is we've got plenty of time and wrap up and we've got another couple meetings to get all of that answered. But without the division heads, it's going to be difficult to get specifics, but we're going to, I don't think Chief Ford's super pumped about where they're at either. So we'll get that. Like I said, Brianna and I will get with Chief Ford and her team and the division heads, and we will get working on getting some communicative narrative put together, and then we will get the division heads in to talk about CIP. If we have already heard them in budget season, we will bring them back to talk about it specific to CIP and how, I'm going to call it the bridge, how this is going to work going from FY23 to FY24. And again, I will give credit. I see Chief McGowan over there, and I know Chief Ford. One of the things I think it's been pretty incredible, and I know Commissioner Ford brought this up about how we've gotten cash out the door every year, and we've closed old projects, and so this is a unique, since I've been here, a unique year, to say the least. So. All right, colleagues, any other questions related to the overarching CIP, not division level? All right, I think that's it. Thank you, Chief Ford. If you'll just let me know a good time of year or how you want to approach it. They're going to love that. All right, I think that brings us to the end of budget, unless I missed anything. All right. The Budget Committee is adjourned.
Good job.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues and City of Memphis. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee for Tuesday, May 16th at 2:13 p.m. Mr. Backus, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Corvette. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Here. Councilman Ford. Councilman Smiley. I'm here. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Canale. Councilman Warren. Cheryl Easter Thomas.
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda for today. Item 1 and 2 are appointments, 3 is an ordinance, and 4 is a discussion. Item 1, appointment to the Memphis Civil Service Commission. Ms. Lori Hall, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Motion by Chair Jones, second by Swearingen Washington. Ms. Lori, if you would turn on the mic, give us your name and address for the record, and if there are any words you'd like to share.
I'm Laurie Hall. I reside at 172 South Yates in Memphis, 38120. I'm honored to serve on the Civil Service Commission. I'm from Memphis, and I love the city, and I'm very excited about the prospect of being on the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hall, civil service is one of the institutions we have in the city that I've come to have a problem with recently, and so just hoping for a little bit more in terms of what your philosophy or the lens in which you'd bring to it. From what I've seen is, and this goes into public safety issues that we have, discipline in police. I've talked to my colleagues are not along. They've heard my argument before that there are sometimes employees that have taken actions that require discipline, even termination, and they are disciplined. It goes to civil service, and that's reversed, and it sets this precedent where then for all future similar actions, directors don't want to come to civil service because they don't want to have this big public trial that they're eventually embarrassed. They don't trust that the outcomes are going to be in their mind what's fair. And civil service somehow more from being an institution to protect employees from political backlash as for any particular reason on political backlash, but somehow it allowed employees to become entrenched, and that we aren't able to institute a culture of responsiveness and responsibility amongst our employees. Do you have any general thoughts on the idea? As one, I kind of want to speak to you and keep them in the back of mind that we're watching cases hopefully more closely now. But what is your feel or sense of the matter?
Well, I certainly understand your concern, Councilman, and I've been a mediator since 2011, so I'm used to looking at both sides of an issue. So while I'm not going to just rubber stamp something, I'm going to definitely give every case due consideration, looking at both sides of things, but definitely will apply the procedures that are in place and consider every case.
Okay. It'll be up to your own judgment. That's where we're going to leave it. But it would also be my encouragement to dismiss some of the precedent of the past that has been set by, and I know that's always a pretty big statement in legal terms, dismiss some of the precedents of the past that have been set by previous decisions in civil service, and to go with your judgment, what you think is best in the now and the present, and to reset precedent, because I think the pendulum has swung so far the other way that unfortunately civil service has been something that has prohibited, inhibited us from being able to, in certain situations, rightly address misbehavior or by our employees. There's some famous cases that everybody can Google and read about, especially in the police side. And if we trust that your diligent care and attention to them going forward.
Absolutely. Understood.
And not to be corrupted by the system that you're entering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Any other colleagues? All right, let's take this to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is an appointment to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Commission, non-voting, countywide advisory member. Mr. James Llewellyn, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Motion by Smiley, second by Warren. Also let the record show that we are joined by Councilman Warren, Councilman Ford, and Councilman Canale. Mr. Llewellyn, if you give your name and address for the record, and any words you'd like to share.
Thank you.
Or President McGowan as well.
My name is James Llewellyn. I reside at 344 Hound Hill Place in Collierville. I'm a recently retired town administrator for Collierville after 27 years. Prior to that, I was with Germantown for 6 years, and I've interacted with MLGW for about 33 years now, both from planning for services and accounting for growth and for continuation of services. And I consider it an honor to be considered for appointment to a non-voting position on the board.
Madam Chair, if I could, Doug McGowan, President, Memphis Light, Gas, Water. Mr. Llewellyn, I'm excited to have him as a member of the board, though in a non-voting position. Mr. Llewellyn has a long and distinguished history, as you can hear, serving this community. When I first came aboard the position, as you know, we had 2 non-voting member positions that were vacant. I asked the collective mayors if they would please make appointments. Mr. Llewellyn was the first that came to mind for them, especially given his recent departure from the city of Collierville after a long history. We have worked very closely together, especially during the pandemic response, and I consider him a partner in all things, most importantly, an accountability partner for making sure that we're serving not only the 630,000 people in the city of Memphis, but the 290,000 other people that live in Shelby County that are our customers. And so he will be a great asset to the board, and I think you'll be very well pleased with his service. I would ask that you approve him today.
Thank you, President McGowan. Councilman Warren.
Did you by any chance happen to work with Forrest Owen when you were at Germantown?
Do I have to answer that?
Yes.
Yes, I did. He's a close friend. Yes, sir.
I just want to say that he's my wife's first cousin, but I'm still going to vote for him.
You're very kind.
Any other council members? All right, let's bring this to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President McGowan.
He does not need to come back this afternoon, is that correct?
He does not need to come back this afternoon. It'll be on the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
But he loves these meetings so much, he's got to want to come back.
Yeah, that's, he misses them.
4 weeks. 4 weeks? Okay, 4 weeks. All right, for a while. June 13th? We're not doing June 6th? Okay. I forgot about that just that fast. All right, June 13th. Y'all better get your stuff done today. All right, let's do item number 4 first. Discussion ordinance to amend Chapter 25 Pension and Retirement System of the City of Memphis, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Second.
Motion by Smiley, second by Warren. Is there anyone from the administration that's going to give this presentation? I don't know whose idea was it for 45. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilman Carlisle. If you can give your name, address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, Council. Dr. Yolanda Drain, Total Rewards Officer, 420 Monroe Avenue. I am in attendance this afternoon to discuss or present the proposed amendments to the pension and retirement system. I'm accompanied by Frank Carney, our pension counsel, and also Cynthia Thomas, our lead pension coordinator. The proposed amendments to permit police and fire employees to elect to participate in the 1978 plan fall under 3 categories, and the section of the ordinance is indicated here. Just to give you a quick summary before we go into the next slides that provide more detail. The first one, section 425.17, basically states police and fire hired after July 1st, 2023, new hires. Upon hire, these police and fire will have the opportunity to elect either the 1978 plan or the 2016 plan. Section 425.160 indicates that police and fire who were hired on or after July 1, 2016, but prior to July 1, 2023, who are currently participating in the 2016 plan, these police and fire will have the opportunity to transfer to the 1978 plan. And the last section, 425.212, indicates that police and fire who terminated employment under the 1978 plan and received a refund upon rehire on or after July 1st, 2023, these police and fire will have the opportunity to return their refund with interest to the 1978 pension system and participate in the 1978 plan rather than the 2016 plan. As we go into more detail, the plan is being amended per the mayor's announcement to add as eligible participants in the 1978 plan those employees eligible to make the elections under section 425.160F, which includes commissioned police officers, firefighters, police dispatchers, fire alarm operators, and paramedics. This is just more detail regarding the first section that I summarized, section 425.160, that indicates, again, that the proposed amendment adds a section that permits employees hired on or after July 1, 2023, the opportunity to opt out of the 2016 plan and participate instead in the 1978 plan. This proposed amendment also adds a section that permits employees hired as the following: on or after July 1st, 2016, and on or before June 30th, 2023, who is currently in the 2016 plan, elect to transfer all his or her accounts to the 2016 plan, to the 1978 plan, and return to the 1978 plan. The election is irrevocable. Any questions about this first section? Okay. Additional information here, as required by the comptroller and consistent with earlier provisions permitting these employees hired prior to July 1, 2016 to elect to return to the 1978 plan, this proposed amendment is limited to the additional available funds in the special revenue fund created in the sales tax referendum for public safety employees. If in any one plan year, the amounts that the city would otherwise contribute to the 2016 plan for these employees, plus the additional sums made available in the special revenue fund for pension benefits for these employees, is not adequate for the required city contribution to fund the pension benefits of these employees in the 1978 plan, then the benefits of these employees is adjusted as follows. And we have a schedule here. As we continue with section 425.160, the sum of the following is determined by the amount the city would have contributed if they were in the 2016 plan, plus 1.5% city-defined contribution amount that the city would have contributed to the 2016 plan, and lastly, the additional amounts in the special revenue fund provided for pension benefits for the employees. Number 2, if any one planned year that the sum is not adequate to fund the pension benefits for these employees in the 78 plan, then the pension benefit formula for these employees is adjusted as follows. The accrual benefit factor is reduced in 10 basis point increments, but not below 0, until the available funds in 1A, B, and C are sufficient to fund the pension benefits in the 78 plan for these employees. And lastly, more detail with the last section here under this third category, section 425-212. The proposed amendment permits any police or firefighter who terminated employment prior to July 1, 2016 and received a refund, but who is reemployed subsequent to July 1, 2023 to repay the refund in a lump sum, re-enter the 1978 plan, and his or her prior years of service shall be restored. So that concludes the first three categories under the proposed amendments for police and fire. We have other amendments, but I'll stop here if there are any questions.
Yes, we had Councilman Warren and then Councilwoman Robinson in the queue.
Okay.
Can you briefly explain the differences between the 1978 plan and the 2016 plan as far as benefits for members?
Yes.
I mean, for employees.
Yes, so I will defer to Cynthia Thomas, our lead pension coordinator. Cynthia, if you can join us here. Just give us a brief difference in the two plans.
Okay. The 1978 plan, if you
Your name
I'm sorry.
for the record.
Okay, Cynthia Thomas, lead pension coordinator. The 1978 plan, if you're a full-time employee that pays into the pension plan, you're able to retire with the 25 years, age in years, 60 with 10 and 65 with 5 years. In this 2016 hybrid plan, if you're fire and police, you're able to, up on the 1978 plan, excuse me, I'm nervous. If you retire with fire and police up in the 1978 plan, you're able to retire with 25 years of service, but age 55 with 10 years of service. In the 2016 plan, general employees or fire employees, they are able to retire with 25 years of service, and fire and police with 25 years of service as well, but age 55 as well. And then with the 1978 plan, the uniform officers, depending on the years as of 2012, what their percentage is, they started with 5% opposed to the general employees. They had 8%. We were paying 8%, are paying 8%. And after July 1st of 2012, it increased 1 year until they reached almost 8%. And if they were eligible, it was frozen once they had 10 years. So whatever their percentage was at 10 years, their percentage was frozen. So it could have been 6%, 6.5%, 7% to whatever was frozen at that time. With the 2016 plan, then you have the cash balance and the cash balance and the defined contribution that plays a part of your calculation opposed to what the 1978 plan has. The 78 plan is calculated off a straight calculation, a formula that we have of uniform officers is the last 36 months, and the general employees is the last 12 months or whatever the highest is. With a hybrid plan, the calculations are done differently. Their calculation is based off of the cash balance with interest and without interest, along with the defined contributions, plus the city's portion as well if they're eligible to retire.
So after hearing you tell me that, I can tell you that I have no idea which would be better or which isn't, but I know you know it. So I'm just wondering, is there like an easy way to say, well, they're going to get a certain amount here or there, and why would one choose the other over? Why do you want one over the other? Does one give our employees more benefits if they go back? Is it better to go back to 78? Or is it better to say it's 16? Is 16 invested in the market somehow? Yes. Or the other is a straight pension? Is there anything like that?
Right. The 78 is straight pension.
78 straight pension.
It's straight pension. And the 2016, it has the cash balance and the 401.
So it's market based. So you have more of an upside, more of a downside possibly. Correct. Pension's just straight.
Right.
Okay, that was what I was trying to get to, but I just wasn't sure. But I know.
It's all in here.
Thank you. Yeah, I got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Robinson. And then Chairman Jones.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked the staff to pass out an amendment to what the staff have already presented to us on today. It reads, and I'd like to read it into the record, a resolution requesting the amendment of certain provisions of Chapter 25, Pension and Retirement System of the City of Memphis, Tennessee. Whereas the administration of the City of Memphis, Tennessee is currently proposing amendments to Chapter 25, Pension and Retirement System, and whereas the Memphis City Council recognizes that the service of the City of Memphis employees is paramount to the function of the city's services to its citizens and wishes to enhance the retirement plan in recognition of current employees and retirees' service to the City of Memphis. And whereas in looking at other major employers in the area, for example, FedEx employees are 100% vested in their accrued retirement benefits after 3 years of credited service. St. Jude Children's Hospital employees are 100% vested immediately in their personal retirement contributions and 100% vested in their employer retirement contributions after 3 years. Memphis Shelby County Schools employees are 100% vested in their retirement plan after 5 years of credited service. Shelby County government employees are 100% vested in their retirement plan after 7.5 years of service. And whereas in order to attract and retain the best talent to the City of Memphis, it is important that all aspects of the city's benefit package are comparative or competitive with other local and regional employees. Now, therefore, be it resolved.
Hold on. Don't move it yet.
Don't move yet.
I want to ask if Chairman Jones' question, did you have a question or a statement, or did you want to go ahead with this first? And I didn't want to get to another subject yet.
No, I can wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I can wait.
Okay. So this is my recommendation. Is now therefore be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following requested amendments be included in the appropriate sections of the city's pension and retirement system as follows, where permissible by applicable laws and regulations. The proposed amendments: 1, any cost saving attributed to the City of Memphis Human Resources Health Plan be allocated to the OPEB fund toward the plan for retirees in fiscal year 24. 2, set the required amount of service for all city employees, not just the fire and the police, to be 100% vested in their retirement plans to 7.5 years. And I am open to 5. And 3, a tier system be researched and developed by the applicable divisions of the City of Memphis administration that regulates the annual percentage pay increase for City of Memphis retirees based upon the number of years of retirement the retiree has. As a potential option for the tier system, the recommendation would be for the annual pay increase to be based on a percentage of the CPI, that's the Consumer Price Index, and income levels. And I so move.
Do we have a second? Second. Right. That was moved by Robinson, second by Warren. And let's get a discussion on that. Councilwoman Johnson. Or Chairman Jones.
It's Jones.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson.
All right, go ahead, Johnson.
Okay.
When will this become effective? What date are we looking at?
If this is added to the previous amendment, it'll be, I think I read July 1st.
Of this year?
Yes.
So would that mean that, dear colleagues, sitting here with almost 8 years, you would be able to qualify for a retirement because of 7.5 years?
Yes. The way I understand it, yes.
I need clarity on that before I vote, because what's fair for the citizens and what they expected and what you expected when you applied for these positions and seek to be elected. That's my question there. And then I guess, have we had any discussion from administration on these proposed amendments?
Mike's already hot. We were getting recording all the way back there. Thank you, Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the city. I just want to clarify on your question. If I understand what you're presenting correctly, what you're asking for is a change in the vesting schedule. It does not mean that you would be qualified for a retirement payment. It just means that you would become vested in the match that the city has made on your behalf since you became an employee. So for instance, if you have contributed $50,000 and you leave, you would only get your $50,000 back. If you were fully vested, you would get your $50,000 and the match that the city put into the pension plan on your behalf.
Okay, so does this fully match or this just make you vested?
This would just make you vested.
Not fully vested.
Well, it depends on if you do the progressive. So in the sample that Councilwoman Robinson said, if you were to say that you're vested, that you would be fully vested at 7.5 years. That means after 7.5 years of service, should you leave after that 7.5 years, but prior to the time that you would be eligible for retirement under the circumstances that Ms. Thomas laid out for you, you would not only get the money that you put in, contributions that you made, you would get the city's match portion returned to you as well.
You used the word fully again.
Okay, so fully vested means that you have now, you can have a fully vested amount or you could have a progressive amount. So for instance, if you went with a progressive amount, that means that as you continue your employment at a certain percentage, you would become vested at that percentage level. So for instance, at 5 years, you were 50% vested. That would mean you would get all of your money back and 50% of the match that the city has put in for you. If you are 75% vested, that means you would get all of your money back and 75% of the match that the city has put in for you. If you are fully vested, you get your money back and every penny of match that the city has put in for you.
And how do you become fully vested?
That is what we're discussing right this moment.
So this is going to make us fully vested.
What may clear it up, Ms. Johnson, let me ask you this, Chief Ford.
Yes.
Where are we now? You're vested at what
That's
period of
my
time?
question. 10 years.
Okay, so
10 years.
So what it says, one way to think about it, you have to, if the city has put in, on that example, $10,000, at 10 years, that's when you get the full 10,000. What this is changing is saying that at year 7.5, you get the full 10,000.
That makes some sense, but again, my question is the effective date.
According to these documents, it looks, well, yours is not included. Do you have an effective date for this? Is yours added?
It's added to this.
Okay.
Did you need an effective date put in the resolution?
If it's added to this, I don't think that you would. If it's added, if this is an amendment to this list.
Okay, let me ask you this question. So what additional funds would this body be eligible for if this is passed? At the end of this year when they cannot seek re-election?
So if this is passed as effective for all active employees as of July 1, that would mean that members of this council who have served their 8 years.
7.5.
7.5, you get through your entire term, but at 7.5, you would become fully vested in the amount that the city has matched into the pension plan for you on your behalf.
Okay, colleagues, I understand what's trying to take place here, but let's be honest to the citizens. Are you being fair if you actually allow something like this to happen on your watch? That you're going to get, is this a one-time payment or is this a partial payment?
One time.
One time.
So if at the point of a departure from employment with the city of Memphis, it would be a one-time payment. It would be a return of the funds that you have contributed,
which is justified
from your point of employment, and the match that the city has been placing into the pension fund to match those funds since the first day of your employment.
Okay. I mean, I can't support that, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm just not that type of person. I just feel like it was not appropriate. If you knew this when you first came on board, let's not change the rules at the end to benefit us in some type of way like that. So I can't support it. Yes, but I'm just personally. Thank you.
We have Councilman Jones, Councilman Warren, and Councilman Morgan, since Warren spoke first, and then back to Councilman Warren.
So I want to go back to just the original plan and proposition, and that's to allow current police and fire to go into the 1978 plan. That's the first thing that's on the table. So we're talking about, but now we had a small number that may have elected to go back to the plan previously when that was offered, correct? Okay. So what we did then to that, we altered in the middle of the game to allow those. In 2016 came, and 2016 said, regardless, if you start after this particular date, your vesting period is 10 years. Am I correct? So now we are moving that back even for police and fire who may have started after then. And this is for everybody though. We've moved it back from 10 to 7.5. Now, the amount of money that we're talking about, what we don't have before us, is what the match or what the employer match has been. Well, I don't have it here. I don't recall what that is. So what we could be talking about, let's just say, is it 5? Is it 8? Does anybody?
So I do not believe, or at least I know finance does not have that number in terms of, because if I understand, I want to make sure I understand your question correctly. If you were to say, yes, we're going to allow everyone to vest now at 7.5 versus 10 years, is your question, how much match does those employees who have less than 10 years currently hold?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes,
okay.
That's part of it too. But then I also would like to know, so we're talking about allowing what would be, let's just say, 1,500. I'm just picking a number of commissioned officers, 1,500 to go to 1978. Do we know what that fiscal amount would be? And that's just police. Do we have that for fire? So, or if we look at the total number of police and fire, if we allow them to go back to 1978, what is that amount? And is the current sales tax referendum amount, do we have, because keep in mind, the way that this was passed is that it was passed to restore the benefits for police and fire, but it was also sold for pre-K and street paving and everything else, although with any type of leftover funds. And so if we make this decision, are we kicking out other projects under which this referendum was passed? Because it wasn't just for police and fire. It was the way that it was sold was that, okay, police and fire primarily, but in order to get it passed for everybody else, we got to add in these other kickers, if you would. So if we allow, what is the liability to the plan if we allow all police and fire, if we're generating about $78 million, do we have those projections? Where will we be 10 years from now if we allow all of these people back to a more generous plan? So something else would be helpful is that if we had maybe a table and we look at 1978 plan, here's how you calculate the benefits. if there's anything in between there, or 2016, just looking at things side by side, we see what those amounts are, and then we see what the potential liability and cost would be actuarially going out, and whether we would have enough sufficient funds strictly generated by because the way that this is proposed and to be paid for is through the sales tax referendum. Is that correct?
So there are two different items in front of you. One is the election of police and fire, and that list, the commissioned police officers dispatched the list that she read off with you. One is the amendment to allow them to make the decision of which program they want to go into. That expense is covered or will be covered and funded through the referendum fund.
Okay, gotcha.
The vesting is a different question entirely.
Okay.
Okay, so the vesting really doesn't have anything to do with the referendum fund. That's
okay with-
just
yes,
an additional
I know
amount
yes.
that could happen.
Right, yeah, right.
Yes, sir.
Because I guess the part that I'm looking at is not Ms. Robinson's that was just handed out. There's still a dollar amount that's attached to this.
Yes.
And is it fully covered? But down the road, does that kick out some of the other things under which this was passed to begin with?
That is correct. So if you recall, the additional items that were passed and beyond, those that were the restoration of the benefits, was if there were surplus amounts, those amounts could then be dedicated to pre-K and to street maintenance, right? So in order of descendants, if there was a shortage on money, the first one to go would be street maintenance. The next one to go would be pre-K fund, right? And then it would move into the salaries and the increases that are being supported through the referendum fund. I will add, however, as of FY22, we had approximately $34 million in reserve. Part of that was for pension, part of that was for the healthcare, and part of that was for OPEB. That is also housed in the referendum fund.
Okay.
So you would have a little ways to go before you hit that. And so if we were looking at what the amounts would be required just to cover those items and the 9% salary increase, I can get that number for you. It's
Okay.
that's a pretty easy
sort of
number
the
to get.
information, because if we do kick out street maintenance, for instance, and still keep in mind the way that this was sold, and was because you may have had some folks that say, look, I'm okay with police and fire, but my sweet spot is pre-K. My sweet spot was paving the streets. But if we're looking at some, and we can't just look at today, look, 4 of us won't even be here come January 1, but we need to look out and say what that expense is, and at what point do we have to come out of general fund because there was money that was part of this? Because just from that street maintenance, that's general fund money now versus today in 2023, part of that was coming from this referendum, but that's no longer available, and that's going to be an additional burden. So I think that we need to have that information before we act on it and know what that full number is.
I can give you a pretty good estimate on that. It would be around, and I'm going to give myself a little leeway here.
Of course.
It would be between 42 and 45 million to cover the anticipated cost to the ADC for this restoration, the original restoration, the amounts that are covered under the active health care, which is right now between 1 and 1.5 million. The amounts that are for OPEB, which is we're estimating for next year about 8 million. And then the 9% increases that we calculated, which was 29.9, so I'm going to round to 30. So you're about 41 million. And we anticipate even just this year that against the 68 million that we budgeted, that we're going to land about 73 million in revenues. So you still have a pretty good, I would say,
Cushion, if we would.
Cushion in those expenditures. But that is with the heart of the referendum, the things that would go first would be street maintenance, pre-K, and then moving into benefits.
And so one of the other things I put out there, colleagues, once we get to, and what we have to ask what that liability is, once we get to a staffing level of 2,100, 22, 23, if the recruitment efforts get to where they are, that surplus shrinks. And so I think that we need to know what that potential liability is too. Because do we still want to sacrifice street maintenance and knowing the condition that our streets are in right now, even if we're talking about 5, 6, 7, 10 years down the road? So thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what's been said already by Councilman Jones and Councilwoman Johnson. And there are too many unknowns and from wheres on this to be able to support it right now. And proposed amendment number 2 especially, I don't think it was intended this way, or maybe not, but it's basically the city council amendment to make sure that council members rolling off after 8 years would be vested. And I think we knew the terms when we signed up, and it wouldn't be appropriate to craft it or propose or amend it to try to draw us into it. So those are my feelings, and no need for me to reiterate what's already been said by my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilman Warren, then Councilwoman Johnson, then Robinson.
Thank you. Couple things. I was pretty involved in the process of trying to get this tax increase to reestablish the benefits for police and fire. And it was pretty much stated at the time that only excess would go to pre-K, and then only excess would go to asphalt. And it was understood that over time as it grew, here, I'll wait until you finish. I'm sorry. That's all right. Yeah. Over time, what would occur is that we would lose that extra funding for pre-K and for asphalt if we did a better job recruiting police. So even though people voted knowing they would get that short-term benefit, I don't believe most people voted for that for asphalt or for pre-K. That was just a benefit. The other thing is, how many positions do we have unfilled in city government now that we need to have filled? Do we have like a 10%, 15% vacancy rate? And how hard is it for us to fill our highly trained appointees that come in with each administration? So we've got people that are going to take 8 years of their life, like Chief McGowan, and they're going to come in and work, and we need like Chief Ford that are going to come in and work for 8 years. And one of the reasons that we are able to recruit people, or one thing that would help us recruit people, if they knew they came in, they would be vested. So, and some of us, I don't think I'm paying for a pension. So I'm not paying for a pension now. So when I vote for this, I'm not going to be vested because I'm not paying a pension. I'm not taking that at this point. In my mind, long term, this would be a better thing for us to be able to recruit people and highly competent staff to help our administration. So even though it may, quote, look like we're trying to vest ourselves or people after 7.5 years, it's really a way to recruit highly qualified people for administration. So I understand Commissioner Jones's, Councilman Chair Jones's, I went through every bit of the time I was with him there, Commissioner, Councilman, Chairman. Just want to, I understand what he's saying. In my mind, we need to think long-term about how this may help us as a whole system. If you're vested in 5 years working for the school system, and you're vested in less than this working for the county, we're at a disadvantage in recruiting staff and employees. So just like we want to get the best people possible long-term, I think this is a good thing to do, and I would recommend that we vote for it for that reason. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Robinson. Johnson. I'm sorry, it's a lot of folk on this list. Johnson, then Robinson.
Thank you.
Then Smiley.
Mine is for clarification. I heard Chairman Jones say something. Are you telling me that the vested period was 7.5 up until 2016?
No, so.
When did that change? Someone told me it was 7.5 for the longest. So when did it actually change to 10?
It has always been 10 years. Oh, wait, you think? Oh.
12 then 10, okay. Okay. I'm not, make sure you understand, not against the concept. I just think we ought to be cautious about voting for it to be active immediately. Now, anything after this year, fine, let's go for it. I don't have a problem with it. But I just have a problem with an effective date at this point for the elected officials. You know, and I guess that would also now been brought to my attention, some of the appointees. Sorry.
Now,
But, you know, that'd be some, but I definitely see it being an incentive to hire other employees or future appointees.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Chair.
I thank my colleagues for their comments. This is a proposal that I put on the table so that we can add this to our dialogue, and especially since we're in the budget season and our budget chair asked that we have a wish list. So this was one of the things on my wish list. I do not have any personal investment in this because I do not participate in the pension plan, so it's not selfish. I was looking out for the health of our organization because we've got to be able to be competitive for employees. It's hard to get people to come and work for you, and we've got to make sure that we're doing some of the same things that the other employers are asking for or providing so that we can increase our level of service. The other items are on here as a wish list, but I had already asked the staff to look at the numbers and bring it back. I did not ask that you move this downstairs. We can move it to our next meeting so that we can discuss those numbers, because the staff had already talked to me about, instead of doing the 7.5, do the 5 years. And I asked for a chart so that we can see what the difference would be and what commitment we'll be making in our budget. Any other questions?
Councilman Smiley, Vice Chair Smiley, and Chairman Jones.
So I'll be brief for the first time today. I'm inclined to support it for all the arguments stated by Councilman Warren. I didn't look at it that way initially until I heard the argument made by Councilman Warren. I think it should be and it can be a good tool to get and retain talent in the appointed positions, because we get some qualified people in those positions. And if we want to be able to attract qualified people, we have to have a salary package to keep them in those jobs long term. If not, we're going to continue to see the fluctuation that we have. And it's not necessarily just looking out for council, it's looking out for those individuals who actually do the day-to-day work, like Chief Ford, like Chief Sweat, a lot of those good people. So, yeah, I'm inclined to support it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. I was just doing some back of the math type of numbers to give you an idea of how much money we're talking about. So let's say that, as you know, to respond to this a council member thing, just to give you the impact. If the match, the employer match was say 6%, I don't know what it is, 6% times $29,000, that's 1,000, let's see, that's $1,740 per year of city money that is going to a council person, okay? What vesting means, so we would take that 1,740, multiply that times 8 years, that's a total of $13,920. So if we take it down to 7.5 at 8 years, you get the entire $13,920. if the vesting is at 75%, where you don't get everything that the city has placed in there, you only get $10,440. So we're talking about a difference of $3,500 times, at this point, 4 people. That's the fiscal note of bringing it down from 10 years to 7.5. So small amount of money there. But to Mr. Warren's point, from a recruitment effort, it makes it more attractive to do so when you talk about the mobility rate. You know, folks being on the job for more than 10 years these days, for young people, it just doesn't happen. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think we have 2 things to do. Robinson already. Did you have your hand up again, Councilwoman Robinson? Okay. So one, you have on your, let the record show that Councilwoman Logan is here. You have the actual ordinance to amend Chapter 25 Pension and Retirement System of the City of Memphis, Tennessee. And let me know if I'm wrong in this. So what I think we should plan to do is to add this to the consent agenda for first reading tonight. However, before doing that, Councilwoman Robinson is going to propose an amendment that is going to be accepted or not by the administration who brought this ordinance. And that way we don't have to vote on the resolution.
I suggest that we bring it back to our next committee meeting.
Your resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Once we have the information.
All right.
Yes.
So there'll just be one vote taken today.
Yes.
And we're going to bring back your resolution in a month. Okay. Yes, Councilman Ford.
I know y'all looking at it, council, y'all won't be here. Okay. Some of us run. So
Put your mic on.
We won't be back till
happen.
Thank you, sir.
People gonna look at it. I agree with you on that one, okay? But I'm not just looking at the council. How many people will it affect? How many will be on that 7.5?
We can get that at the next meeting, unless you get it off the top of your head.
For you, if you just think about it in broad terms, 75% of those people, 75% of your employee population has already been given the option to go back, right? Because they were police and fire, so about 75% of our employees. So we can get the number of people who were caught in that 2016. And that should be a pretty easy number to figure out because these are general employees that were caught in the 2016 hybrid plan. You know, and I'll use myself as an example. I came here in 2014, but the hybrid plan became effective July 2016 with a 7.5-year look back. So anyone who'd been here less than 7.5 years on July 1, 2016 were forced into the hybrid plan. So we can get that number of general employees that are kind of caught in that, between that period.
The reason why I'm saying that, I was here in 2000. It was 12 years. I'm on a 12-year plan. I can retire after this year. Retire. I'm on 7.5 years. I can retire. Full pension.
I need to do it 3 readings.
After I left, that's when everybody kind of changed it back.
We won't meet
Because it was on that 12 years. Our council said, that's full pension. So we're just picking that you off and off. All of that's a difference too.
And I appreciate that, Councilman Ford. And I think for the pension, at least for where we are right now, We have two kind of important aspects of this. One is the amendment that you have in front of you that the administration has brought that is required by ordinance, so it needs 3 readings. So if it is going to be on a July 1 effective date, it would need to get moved down. The other is the resolution presented by Councilwoman Robinson that is based on the vesting schedule. And if I understand correctly, you need some additional information related to that resolution. But with the amendment, the other amendment that HR is placing before you, they are requesting that to move downstairs so that it can be on ordinance.
Point of information, if we don't move down Councilwoman Robinson's resolution or amendment,